All right, everybody, let's go ahead and get started. Good morning and welcome to the June 17th, 2022 virtual meeting of the Zoning Board of Appeals. My name is Timmy Knutson. My pronouns are he, him, his, and I am the chairman of the ZBA. This Monday, we celebrate Juneteenth, the celebration of the ending of slavery to Black Americans in the United States. In 1865, General Granger read General Order Number 3, which began with these important words. The people of Texas are informed that in accordance with the proclamation from the Executive of the United States, all slaves are free. This involves an absolute equality of rights and rights of property between former masters and slaves, and the connection heretofore existing between them becomes that between employer and hired laborer. Let's celebrate Juneteenth joyously while acknowledging the significant work left to do towards equality. This month, we also celebrate LGBTQ Pride Month to honor the 1969 Stonewall Uprising in Manhattan, which is largely viewed as the start of the modern LGBTQ rights movement. Pride is a time to celebrate inclusivity for all people, the progress the community has made, and the civil rights battle still to come. There's a ton of Juneteenth and Pride events in the city these next 2 weeks and weekends. So get out there and celebrate our amazing city. Finally, and so importantly, our colleague Steve Valenziano is retiring at the end of this month. Steve is a City of Chicago icon in many respects, and ZBA manager Victor Ressa ghost-penned the following thank you and acknowledgement for Steve's incredible service. Steve started with the city in 1989 in the Department of Planning and Development. He has participated in well over 350 ZBA hearings, providing expert testimony and counsel. He has served under 4 mayors and 16 commissioners in 5 different iterations of the Department of Planning. Steve has influenced thousands of projects in the city of Chicago, thousands, which have helped shape our neighborhoods in Chicago as a whole. One thing that has remained constant in Steve's career is his love for the city of Chicago. With a cigar in one hand and the zoning code in the other, he has been a trusted steward of our city. He has been a mentor, a friend to his colleagues, and a valued public servant. His passion for the work in making things happen have always been at the forefront, but his sense of humor was never far behind. Please join me in thanking Steve for his service and wishing him well as he begins a new and exciting chapter of this life. We thank you so much, Steve, and your impact is not to be compared. Okay, and we'll thank Steve again at the end. It's a big loss, but we're excited for Steve. I want to start out this meeting by prefacing to the attorneys in the virtual room that we have been seeing a lot of photographs in the proposed findings of fact that are not particularly helpful. We need photographs of more than just the subject property, and definitely more than just a photograph showing your posted notice. For variations, when we say we want photographs of the entire block, we mean the entire block. That means both sides of the street, quite literally. For special use experts, we need the photographs to be in color and to be visible. We've been receiving badly photocopied reports where we can't see the photographs. This isn't helpful and makes our pre-review a lot less efficient. Speaking of efficiencies, I want everyone, especially those that regularly appear before the board, to be on notice that more efficiencies are coming. We'll be cleaning up a lot of the redundancy in the application process, which will help us hear more cases. So we appreciate your cooperation as we start to transition to our new, more streamlined forms. And now on with the meeting. First, I'd like to take judicial notice of the fact that on May 27th, 2022, the governor of the state of Illinois signed a disaster proclamation declaring all counties of the state of Illinois a disaster area due to the COVID-19 public health emergency. This disaster proclamation is in effect until June 27, 2022. Thus, Section 71 of the Open Meetings Act has been met. Second, I'm making a determination pursuant to Section 72 of the Open Meetings Act that an in-person meeting of the board is not practical or prudent. Similarly, I'm also making a determination pursuant to Section 75 that because of the disaster declared by the governor, It is unfeasible for at least one member of the Zoning Board of Appeals or its chief administrative officer or its chief legal officer to be physically present at the meeting place, inasmuch as there is no physical meeting place. Third, this meeting will operate under the emergency rules governing the conduct of remote public board meetings and provisions for remote public participation, promulgated first by my predecessor, now by me, and which are posted to the board's website. In line with these emergency rules, today's meeting of the Zoning Board of Appeals is a virtual meeting that is being simulcast to the general public via live streaming. It is also being recorded. We've established these virtual hearings in keeping with the governor, the General Assembly, the mayor, and city council's goal to continue government functions while maintaining transparency and public safety. But there are technical limitations to this format that we must collectively manage, particularly with respect to the presentation of new evidence during a hearing, the ability for applicants and objectors to resolve objections or amend proposals during the hearing, and the participation of large numbers of people. As a result, any material to be presented to the board, whether by applicants or members of the public, was required to be submitted in advance of the meeting. For those who do not regularly appear before the board, I will go over a few things for those participating in the meeting. Number one, we are operating under the emergency rules. So for all applicants, objectors, and their attorneys, if you did not send us your exhibits by the cutoff date and time, you will not be able to reference them. Number two, all participants will be listed as attendees within the Zoom meeting until your matter is called. At that time, we will promote you to panelists. Please accept this promotion. There will be a short switch over where you will lose the feed, so don't be surprised by that. Number three, if you are here in opposition or in support of a matter, when your matter is called, please raise your hand so that we know you are here and may transfer you to a panelist. If you are listening to this meeting via phone, please dial *9 in order to raise your hand. Number four, once you are set as a panelist, please present your case. Board staff will be presenting the PowerPoint exhibits for everyone as we normally do, so you will not need to manage sharing your screen. Number five, please be mindful of background noise and please mute yourself when you are not speaking. This is at all times in the meeting, including right now. Number six, in addition, please note that we have a court reporter preparing our record, so that it is important that two people do not speak at the same time. If that happens, you'll see me muting people. Number seven, if you are an active participant in this meeting, please do not watch the live stream. This will cause audio interference. Let me repeat that. If you're an active participant in this meeting, please do not watch the live stream in tandem. Number eight, please make sure you identify yourself whenever you are speaking. This goes for attorneys, applicants, members of the public, and board commissioners. Since all of us are remote, we and our court reporters cannot always see who's talking at any given time. I will also be administering oaths for each witness individually to accommodate for this. Number nine, if any applicant or anyone in opposition or support to the application has technical issues presenting their case and is unable to proceed, we will attempt to continue the matter until the end of the call in order to create time to resolve these issues. If unsuccessful, we will continue the matter until a subsequent meeting. Number 10, after your matter or matters are concluded, please leave the Zoom meeting to ensure adequate capacity. If you are interested in continuing to watch our meeting, which we of course hope you are, I encourage you to watch the live stream, which is accessible from our website. Okay, now I'd like to call this virtual meeting of the Zoning Board of Appeals to order. I will take a roll call to establish quorum. Commissioners, after I call your name and you state that you are present, please verify that you can hear and see me. Commissioner Sanchez.
Present, I can hear and see you.
Thank you. Commissioner Esposito.
Present, I can hear and see you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Toya.
Present, and I can hear and see you.
Great. I am present, so quorum is established. The minutes of last month's meeting have been distributed. Unless there are corrections, I move that we approve the minutes as distributed. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Sanchez.
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, they're approved. I move that we approve today's agenda. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Sanchez.
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, today's agenda has been approved. Now I'm going to take continuances and withdrawals. So first, I'll note that I understand we have several. I'll start with one that we've done in the record. So I'd like to note that I continued board calendar number 215-22-S at 6142 North Clark pursuant to my emergency powers until July 15th, 2022. Once again, that's board calendar number 215-22-S has been continued until July 15th, 2022, and no further notice will be given. So we will not be hearing that matter today. Okay. So now let's go to calendar number 190-22-Z. Counselor Sarah Barnes, if you're on, let us know. They're just getting promoted.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman
Morning,
and
Counselor.
members of the board. Good to see everybody this morning. So we are, Alderman Wagasback is actually requesting this continuance, but we have no opposition. We've been working with Alderman Wagasback actually before we even started the application. Believe it or not, we have two viable design alternatives for this project. And there seems to be just a little discord between the Department of Planning's preference on the planning or the design and the aldermen's. So we're all gonna sit around and come to a final conclusion that hopefully everybody prefers. So I believe pursuant to Alderman Wagasback's written request that he did request that we proceed in July, if that's okay with the board and Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, and Counselor, quick question. So this continuance is for 188 and 189, and are we withdrawing 190?
So correct, Mr. Chairman. So no, so we're just going to continue all three of those matters. So 188, 189, 190, because one of the designs would necessitate that 190 variation. So we're not sure which design is going to win out in the end. So
Okay.
yeah, we'll continue all of them, please.
Yep, I got it. So for this one, because like we set the standard last month, because this is an aldermanic request for continuance, we will give the 1 month. But again, you're on notice that when we continue a continued matter, so say you continue again next month, we're pushing 3 months. So,
Months?
yep. So
Okay, got it.
3 months if we're continuing a continued matter. Yep. So for this one, again, it's getting the 1 month so that so long as you're sure that it'll be ready to go. You still want July?
Yes, please, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, great. So everyone on the record, this is calendar number 188-22-S, 189-22-Z, and 190-22-Z. We'll hear this on July 15th, 2022, and no further notice will be given. Great, thank you. Okay, is anyone here for calendar number 195-22-Z?
Chairman Nick Fatikas from the Law Offices of Sam Banks. I'm the attorney on 195-22Z.
Okay, great. Thanks, Counselor. So what's going on in this one?
So we actually have been working with Alderman Wagasback's office as well as the Roscoe Village Neighbors Association. There were additional edits requested to our plan, or additional details requested for those plans. And I believe the Alderman is asking for a 1 month continuance. We have provided plans, the revisions for review. So the association as well as the Alderman already have the plans under review, and we're optimistic that we'll be ready to proceed next month.
Okay. Okay, great. I'm gonna, just because this falls into the same exception of aldermanic request for continuance, which is what we're giving 1 month to, I'm gonna just note to you as well that if we continue it again, it'll be a 3 month continuance.
Understood.
Okay, great. So everyone, this is calendar 195. 2022-Z, and no further notice will be given. We'll hear it July 15th, 2022.
Great. Thank you.
Great. Okay. All right, Councilor Pekarsky, I see your hand raised. I think it's for 485 and 486, but go ahead and let us know.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman.
Morning, Councilor.
John Pekarsky here regarding 485 and 486-21Z. We have been pursuing this vigorously. We have been through the community group. We have been active with the alderman. And in fact, I think the alderman has sent in a letter of recommendation on this matter. However, some changes have been made to the plan, and they are currently pending with the case management people at the city. We have not received their zoning analysis, and we would respectfully request that these two matters be continued. And this would be the last continuance because we are all set to go.
Okay, yeah, so and just for the board's reminder, this has been on our books for quite some time. The applicant switched architects a few times, and my understanding is there's not really plans on file. So, Counselor, what I'm going to do here is this will get our standard 3-month continuance, but I want to put you on notice that if we don't hear it in 3 months, we'll either need you to withdraw and refile, or I will just dismiss it for want of prosecution, because we're trying to really clean up the books, and this one has lagged.
I have no problem with that.
Okay, great. So again, everyone, this is calendar numbers 485-21-Z and 486-21-Z. We will hear this on our September 16th, 2022 meeting, and no further notice will be given.
Thank you.
Yep, thanks, Counselor. Okay, so is anyone else here to request continuance or withdrawal? Counselor Moore, I see your hand raised, so go right ahead.
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, yeah, yep.
Great, thank you. So on page 11, 4922S is a gas station where the applicant had one of those containers, and where he was storing all his stuff, and he wanted to add 700 square feet so he could store his stuff inside his gas station. While the oil companies are making a lot of money, I know from personal experience, gas station owners make more on their potato chips than they do on the gas. And the planning department has so many requirements for how the trucks will turn and how landscaping has to be added and everything. It would quintuple the amount, the cost of this, engineering studies, all sorts of things, moving curb cuts, and he just can't afford it. So I'm withdrawing 4922S.
Okay, got it. Thank you for the background. Totally understand. So again, everyone on the record, we are withdrawing calendar number 49-22-S.
Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. All right, is anyone else here for continuance or withdrawal? Okay, then let's get into our call. We're going to be sticking to a steady pace today. You're going to hear me reminding counselors if I feel like they're taking, giving us non-substantive information that we already have. We've just got a lot to get through. So first, let's go to calendar number 171-22-S. And if Jeanette Velasquez is on, Jeanette, I'll swear you in and you can read the department's recommendation.
Good morning, I am here.
Great, thank you so much. And really quick, Jeanette, before we do that, Alderwoman Austin, are you on for this matter?
Yes, sir, I am. Good morning.
Good morning. Okay, so what I'll do, if it works with you, I'll have Jeanette read the department's recommendation, and then we'll let you speak at the beginning if that's how you want it.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Jeanette, will you state your name and role, please?
My name is Jeanette Velasquez, and I am a project coordinator for the Zoning Board of Appeals.
Great, thank you so much. And in really quick, not sorry to jump around. Alderwoman, just to confirm, because it changes who reads the recommendation. Are you here in support or objection?
Support.
Fabulous. Thank you so much. Okay. So Jeanette, sorry. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Thank you so much. Go right ahead.
Okay. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed hair and nail salon. The department finds that this proposal complies with all applicable standards of the zoning ordinance, is in the interest of the public convenience, and will not have a significant adverse impact on the general welfare of the neighborhood. The department also finds the hair and nail salon will be compatible with the character of the surrounding area in terms of building scale and design and operating characteristics. Lastly, the proposed hair and nail salon is designed to promote pedestrian safety and comfort.
Okay, thank you very much. And I believe that we have the applicant on. Dion Marshall, are you on?
Yes, I am.
Okay, great. So Dion, before I go to the Alderwoman, will you state your name and address, please?
Dion Marshall, 304 West 119th Street.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Okay, fabulous. Alderwoman Austin, will you state your name and your title, please?
Harry M. Austin, Alderman, 34th Ward.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Okay. All right, Alderwoman, before we go to question Dion, I'd like to give you the opportunity right now to voice your support.
Oh, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I have worked very diligently on 119, trying to bring additional businesses. When Mr. Marshall and his team decided to put a hair salon down on the far end, the eastern end of our ward, I was very delighted, and so was our residents. I had not had any objections thus far, so I am in 100% support.
Great. Thank you so much for coming, Alderwoman. We really appreciate it. And getting your expertise. Okay, so Mr. Marshall, will you give us an overview on what brings you here today?
I was just trying to establish a new use for the building in the area. You know, we want to offer services, you know, to people in the area, give them an alternative. It's safe business. You know, I've been in business 25 years, have not ever had an issue. And I just saw it as a great area to open a new business to. I'm sorry.
Great. And will you tell us just a little bit about your expertise in the industry? Will you be doing hair and nails, or are you truly, you know, kind of managing it?
No, I'm licensed in the business since 2000. I'll be there as well as my wife. We'll be working there as well. We both are in the hair industry, and you know, just, you know, like I said, we saw it as a great opportunity to take on, you know, the business in the area. And we thought it was a good opportunity for other people who want to get a small start, as in opening their own business as well.
Great. Okay, so you'll be running it kind of as it's a suite setup, right? So
yes,
professionals in a way lease the space and work from the space.
Yeah, licensed professionals will be in the spaces, as well as me and my wife, who are licensed in the business. And, you know, they will be running their own individual space, open to the public.
Great. Fabulous. And are you gonna do any background to, confirm that the people using the spaces are up on any certificates they need, are professionals in the field, things like that?
Oh, yeah. That's the first thing we do. We check all of that. And,
Great.
On the website, and then we move forward with, giving them the size room that they need to conduct their business.
Okay, perfect. And just to confirm, there won't be any massage here, right? Because that's a different use.
No, none.
Okay. How about anticipated hours of operation?
We're gonna start, some start as early as 7. We take our last person around like 6 and finish up and get ready to wrap up to go home.
Great. So no later, would you say no later than, 7?
Yeah, 7:30, about
Okay.
then, because we start closing doors.
Got it. Okay. Great. Any board members, any other questions for Mr. Marshall? Okay. Mr. Marshall, we have what we need to make our decision here. So thank you so much for your time today, and we'll take this under consideration.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And Alderman Austin, thank you very much for coming. We really appreciate it.
Well, thank you as well, Ms. Austin.
Okay, let's go to the next matter. Calendar number 172-22-S. And I'm looking for Omar Cornejo. Omar, let us know if you're on. While Omar is getting situated, if there's any people here to object to any matters, again, just raise your hand and we'll get you promoted.
I'm sorry. I'm situated now.
Great. Thank you, Omar. 1 minute, I see a hand, so I'm making sure that they're objecting to this matter. Only raise your hand if you're objecting to this matter. So Daniel Smith, we've promoted you. You can either unmute and speak or accept the promotion. Daniel, we've tried to promote you. If you could just unmute.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can. So Daniel, to confirm, are you here to object on this matter?
So on the previous matter before this, for the barber shop on 119th Street.
You're here to object on the previous matter?
I wasn't. I was waiting on you to ask for the objection, but you never did ask for it, so I didn't know I was supposed to just come in on.
Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, no, sorry. We note we noted if you heard my spiel that you raised your hand if you're here to object.
Yes. I must have missed it.
Okay. Give me a second. Okay, and Mr. Smith, just to confirm, you're here to object on that matter, right?
Yes.
Okay, the issue is we have lost the applicant.
Okay, I have a house within 1,000 feet of this place that he's about to open up. And I
Okay.
don't-
Yeah, one second. Let me make sure. So is Dion Marshall still on?
No, Chairman, he's gone.
Okay. All right. So we are going to, Mr. Smith, we are going to, because you're here, we're going to continue the previous matter. And we will get in touch with the applicant. So we're going to give this a 1-month continuance to the July meeting, July 15th, 2022. No further notice will be given except for we will be giving notice to the applicant.
What time?
And I just want to stress to everyone on the call, please just raise your hand when your matter's up, if you're here to object.
Okay, what time would that be? July 15th?
Same time. You can find it on our website. Same time. But go ahead and log off now. But again, we're going to continue matter 171-22-S until our next meeting, July 15th, 2022.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, let's go now to the matter that we were on. Calendar number 172-22-S. Mr. Cornejo, sorry for the delay. I'm going to stress just another time. If you're here to object for this matter, please raise your hand. And with that, Mr. Cornejo, will you state your name and address, please?
And my name is Omar, last name is Cornejo. Address is 7524 West 63rd Place in Summit, Illinois, 60501.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, Jeanette Velasquez with the Department of Planning and Development is going to read the department's recommendation for this matter.
Hello, once again, my name is Jeanette Velasquez. I'm here to read the recommendation on behalf of the Department of Planning and Development. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed hair salon. The department finds that this proposal complies with all the applicable standards of the zoning ordinance, is in the interest of the public convenience, and will not have a significant adverse impact on the general welfare of the neighborhood. The department also finds the hair salon will be compatible with the character of the surrounding area in terms of building scale and design and operating characteristics. Lastly, the proposed hair salon is designed to promote pedestrian safety and comfort.
Thank you very much, Jeanette. Okay, so Mr. Cornejo, can you please give us an overview about what brings you here today?
Well, this is my first business that I'm gonna open. So I came across, that it wasn't that easy to open it since I needed special use permits. And that's what brings me here today.
Okay, will you please tell us a bit about your business, how you plan to run it, hours of operation, if you plan to employ people, really what your business is going to look like?
Absolutely. I'm not a hairstylist. I'm not licensed to do hair. However, I am planning to manage it. I plan to be there, like all days out of the week. This space, I believe we can employ up to 12 people. We have 6 double stations, which will be available for 12 new people to come and be employed there. Hours of operation will be Monday through Sunday from 9 a.m. till 8 p.m.
Great, thank you. And okay, so what process are you going to go through in vetting your employees?
Well, first of all, we need to make sure they're all licensed in the state of Illinois. If they have experience, will be better. But if not, we open, for people freshly graduated from cosmetology school.
And it will be just hair, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, great. Other questions from the board for Mr. Cornejo? Okay, we have everything we need. So thank you so much for your time. And we'll take it under consideration. Yep.
Thank you.
All right, great. Let's go now to calendar number 173-22-S. Please raise your hand if you're here to object on this matter. All right, let's make sure that we have the applicant. I see Angel Sanchez. And I see Jeanette Augustine. And if you're here on a phone number, reminder that *9 is how you raise your hand.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Yeah, if you're here on a phone, *9 is how you raise your hand, and that's for potential objectors. So with that, before we get started, Jeanette, can you go ahead and read the department's recommendation for this matter?
Of course. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed hair and nail salon. The department finds that this proposal complies with all applicable standards of the zoning ordinance, is in the interest of the public convenience, and will not have a significant adverse impact on the general welfare of the neighborhood. The department also finds that hair and nail salon will be compatible with the character of the surrounding area in terms of building scale and design and operating characteristics. And lastly, the proposed hair and nail salon is designed to promote pedestrian safety and comfort.
All right, thank you very much, Jeanette. Okay, let's go to the applicant. So I'll swear you both in and you can let us know what each of your role is. So first we have Angel Sanchez. Angel, will you state your name and address? And Angel, you're on mute.
Now you can hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Yeah.
Good morning. My name is Angel Sanchez. And the address for the place is 5752 West Irving Park Road.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
And just to confirm, are you the applicant with Ms. Augustine, or do you have separate roles?
No, she's my wife.
Oh, great. Okay, perfect. So let's go ahead and swear her in. Ms. Augustine, will you state your name and address?
Yeah, my name is Jeanette Augustine and the address is 5752 West Irving Park Road.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Okay. So please tell us a bit about what brings you here today.
So I tried to open the hair and nail salon and the address for like family haircut or family members. And the thing about that place, they built a barbershop since 1988 and the owner just retired. And I see it's like a good place to keep going with a tradition for like barbers and working for the community. So
great. And do you do hair?
Yes, I'm professional stylist. Yeah.
Great. Is your wife as well? Are you both going to cooperate it?
No, she's just support me. But
oh, great. Do you intend to hire other stylists?
Like, yes, I think like 2 more styles. I try to put like 3 shirts in a barbershop, like working with them. But I'm about to start with me by myself for now, and I try to find some like stylist with license, with a Illinois state license, can working with me.
Great. Perfect. And when you hire, yeah, you'll make sure that they have all needed licenses.
Yes.
Okay. What would your hours be?
We open around 9 o'clock in the morning and we close around 7:30, 8 o'clock p.m.
Okay, great. Any other questions from the board?
No.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Sanchez. We've got everything we need here and we'll take this under consideration.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Okay, let's go now to calendar number 174-22-S. And on this one, I am going to read the department's recommendation. But first, if you're here to object on this matter, please raise your hand. All right, for calendar number 174-22-S, the Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed 328-seat religious assembly facility with existing retail space and 101 parking spaces, provided that the special use is issued solely to the applicant, RCCG, Grace Tabernacle, and Greater Works, and the development is consistent with the design and layout of the plans and documents dated December 9th, 2021, with site plan and landscape plan dated June 10th, 2022, prepared by Beckley Engineering, LLC. Okay, so let's make sure we've got our applicants. I'm looking for Adebayo Adeyemo. Oh, I see you logged in, Pastor. Great. We've got Kareem Musawir, I see as well. And then Olabode Beckley. I also see signed in. So what I'll do is I'll swear you all in, and then you can take it as you please, since you have an expert just giving us facts on what you're trying to do and all the information we need. So first, Pastor Adebayo Adeyemo, will you state your name and address, please?
Yes, I'm him. Good morning, the chairman. I'm here.
Thank you. Can you state your name and address?
My name is Pastor Bayo Adeyemo, and my address is 1201 West 115th Street, Chicago, Illinois.
Thank you, Pastor. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Kareem Musawir, will you state your name and address?
Yes, sir. My name's Kareem Musawir. I am located at 221 North LaSalle Street in Chicago.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Great. And we recognize your expertise based on many past appearances before the board. Finally, Olabode Beckley, will you state your name and address?
Olabode Beckley, architect engineer, Beckley Engineering LLC, 343 Daniel Road, Madison, Illinois.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you so much. So whoever wants to take reins on it, if you could give us an overview of what you're here for today.
We are here today to apply for special use permits to establish a church, religious organization, church, Christian church at 1201 West 115th Street. And we have adequate parking lots, 101 parking lot to accommodate it. And it will be best use for the property out there. And also it will not interfere with any neighborhood. And the hour of operation will be on Tuesday, will be from 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. On Saturday, 10 a.m. to 11 a.m. And then on Sunday, 9 a.m. to 1 p.m.
Okay, great. Can you tell us just a little bit more about what the operations will be on the site? You know, things about how large the congregation is, et cetera.
The congregation is consists about 325 people at one time maximum. And we have a parking lot, which is about 101 parking lot to accommodate all the church activities, including all the retails in the area for that site.
Great. And will you remind me, how often will services be?
Services is the major service is always on Sunday, 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. And they do have meeting or training, choir training and all that, Tuesday, 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. and on a Saturday, 10 a.m. to 11 a.m.
Okay, great. So on Sundays, do you anticipate, or are you going to be taking any additional tasks? And this might go to Mr. Musawir. Is there any plan for tasks to reduce traffic generation, as it seems like everyone will be coming at once?
Typical Sunday, we do not expected the building to be maximized with 225 people, but we expected at least about 70% of the capacity for the people. We have adequate parking lot and that can accommodate that. And also we have 2 adjacent streets. One is one way, one is two way. And then the major street where there are guests that they can come into the property and then exit into the public way.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome, sir.
Okay, other questions from members of the board? Okay, I'm realizing that I believe we've got Alderwoman Austin still on. Alderwoman, if you're here, I think this is your ward, and I know we've got your support noted, but I want to give you a chance to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm in 100% support of the establishment, except for I just have one question on the business that was on the end.
Yep.
On the western end of the property. Would the church facility have any interference with their parking?
No, the church do not have any interference with them. They have adequate parking lot to accommodate both that space you're talking about. So I did not see any interference, or no anyone should be should occur.
Okay, then. Well, then, Mr. Chairman, then I'm 100% in support of it.
Okay, thank you so much, Alderwoman. Okay, before we wrap up, again, just want to see if there's any questions from members of the board. All right, Kareem, if we can just get you to swear to your report, I think we'll take this under consideration.
Yes, sir. So the subject is a 73,232 square foot lot with a 23,559 square foot, 1-story brick building. It was previously a shopping mall. It contains right now, besides the church occupying the largest space, it also has a daycare, which is the western space that the alderman was just referring to, and then a small restaurant and retail space in the middle. My report indicates that they would meet all of the standards required to be proven for a special use to be approved at this location. And were I to continue to testify, I would testify consistently with that report.
Great, thank you so much. And thank you for everyone for coming on, and we will take this matter under consideration.
Thank you.
Yep, good luck. All right, next up, we've got calendar number 175-22-S. If anyone is on to object to this matter, 175-22-S, please just raise your hand. And again, if you're on the phone and you're here to object, you can let us know by pressing *9. Okay, for calendar number 175-22-S, the Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed body art tattoo salon. With that, Victor Nachev, if you're here, can you please state your name and address?
My name is Victor Nachev, and the address is 7040 West Higgins Avenue in Chicago.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Great. All right, and we've got Joe Ryan on. Joe, will you state your name and address?
Joseph M. Ryan, MAI, President, LaSalle Appraisal Group, with offices at 9455 South Hoyne Avenue in Chicago.
Thank you. And Joe, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do, Chairman.
Great. And we acknowledge your expertise based off of many, many past appearances.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Nachev, if you could give us an overview on what brings you here today, that would be helpful.
I'm here because I'm looking to apply for a special use license because I'm looking to open up my own private tattoo shop.
Great. Can you give us an overview just on your experience in the industry, how you plan on this site operating, things like that?
Okay. I've been tattooing since 2014. I started in the Northwest suburbs. I've been working in the city for the past 5 years, and it's always been a dream of mine to actually have my own little place. The shop is going to be an appointment only. It's going to be a private shop. There's not going to be any walk-ins. The hours of operation are going to be 10 to 7. I'm just going to start on my own. But then, there's a couple more extra stations there, and in case I find the right, artist with the right experience and, expertise on tattooing, I can rent out, a couple of booths for them.
Great. And if you hire or if you rent out those booths to those artists, will you just make sure that they have all of the certificates? There's the bloodborne pathogen one.
Of course.
Great.
Yeah, I mean, we renew it every year, so that's the first thing I'm checking for sure.
Okay, perfect. And can you remind me, is it going to be appointment only at the beginning?
Yes, it's not just the beginning. It's always going to be an appointment only. It's going to have a sign up front. This is an appointment only shop. I really don't want to deal with walk-ins at all. And usually I only have one person a day myself, so it's not going to be a heavy traffic of people.
Great. And then just because we have a letter from the alderman on file, but he's not here. Can you just describe the surrounding community and whether it's mainly residential, whether you will be generating heavy foot traffic, things like that, just to get them on the record?
No, not at all. I mean, there's a lot of businesses on the street, and what we're going to do is, like I said, there's not going to be more than 3 to 4 people working there at a time. That's the best case scenario. And without having any walk-ins, there's not going to be a huge amount of people walking in and out.
Great, thank you. All right, before we go to questions from the board, Joe Ryan, anything you want to add, or you want to just swear to your report?
No, it was adequately covered. It's a small site, and it will fit in perfectly with all the uses in the neighborhood along Higgins Road. There's on the side streets are more residential, but this is very compatible to what is along Higgins Road.
Great, thank you. Okay, any questions from members of the board for Mr. Nachev or for Joe Ryan? All right, we appreciate your time. We will take this under consideration.
Thank you.
Yep, thank you. Okay, let's move now to calendar number 176-22-Z. If anyone is here to object on this matter, please raise your hand or press *9 and we will get you promoted. And I see Councilor Jimena Castro on. Councilor, whenever you want to begin, take it away.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairman and members of the board. My name is Jimena Castro. I'm a zoning attorney at Acosta Esgar and the zoning attorney for the applicant before you today for the property located at 554 West Cullerton and Pilsen. With me today is Pedrak Buckley, manager of the applicant, and his architect, Alexander Koziani. Would you mind if I ask them to state their name and business address for the record, Chairman?
That'd be great, and I'll swear them in as you do so.
Great. Hi, Pedrak. Good morning.
And Pedrak, you might just be on mute.
Okay. Alex, are you on? I know they're both logged in.
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes. Hi, Alex. Good morning. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Very good. Alex, can you please state your name and business address for the record?
My name is Alexander Kozioni. Business address is 1790 Savannah Circle, Mundelein, Illinois.
Thank you so
Great.
much.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
And Pedrak, are you on? Are you logged on? Okay. Chairman, would you mind if I continue and hopefully he can log in at some point if he's not on at the moment?
Yeah, let's make sure that he's not one of the phone numbers. If you're one of the phone numbers, just raise your hand, Pedrak.
And he has to press *9, you said, on the phone?
Yes, *9, and I do see a hand going up.
Okay. It's a 708 number.
Oh, so this is a 561 number.
It might be him. He's in Florida.
Okay, so you have permission to talk to this cell phone number. There we go. Looks like you're unmuted. So who's on the line?
This is Patrick Buckley. Can you guys hear me?
Yes. Hello. Good morning.
Oh, hey, how you doing now? I was on all along there. Yeah, this is Patrick Buckley, 1122 West 19th Street in Chicago.
Great. Thank you. Okay. Well, he stated his name and his business address. Chairman, would you mind if I continue?
Yeah, will you please do swear or affirm, Mr. Buckley, to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
All right. Again, we're here for the matter at 554 West Cullerton. Bit of background on the case and why we're here. In 2018, the applicant purchased a property which had an M12 zoning district and was improved with a dilapidated 2-flat that included 2 dwelling units and no parking. The property is substandard in size with a 24-foot width and 100 feet in depth. The rear yard setback of the building at the time was 27 feet and 11 inches. The property had numerous building code violations, and the applicant sought a building permit in 2019 to rehabilitate the building. Upon commencing rehabilitation work, a close inspection of the foundation walls revealed missing wall sections, and the applicant replaced the foundation at the front and side walls. In August 2020, during ongoing rehabilitation to the building, the severe weather event Midwest Derecho, very strong weather event, significantly damaged the building, and the second floor of the building partially collapsed, with significant debris falling east of the subject lot towards the adjacent property, known as 552 West Cullerton. To ensure the safety of the adjacent property at 552 West Cullerton, and to salvage the remaining structure at the property, the applicant immediately replaced the second floor walls. The second floor walls were replaced without a permit. Despite the applicant's best effort to salvage the building through repairs, the derecho drastically compromised the overall structure, safety of the building, and the applicant demolished the building. Following the demolition, the applicant began to rebuild the building and was issued a stop work order from the city of Chicago. In 2021, the applicant, with the help of Steve Valenziano, that we will miss, he was very helpful in this case. The applicant rezoned the property from an M1-2 zoning district to a B2-2 district to authorize a proposed two-story, two-flat residential building with basement. At this time, in conjunction with Steve and with the Alderman's office and his staff, we worked together to put together a community process where we ultimately received community support and an aldermanic letter of support as well that you should have on file. And for the proposed building that I mentioned that will be proposed two-flat, similar to the previous building, which included a rear yard setback of 27 feet and 11 inches, the proposed rear yard setback on the first floor will be 27.67 feet. In addition, the proposed building will comply with the rear yard setback from the second floor. And with that, Chairman, would you mind if I ask my witnesses to affirm their testimony?
Yeah, that would be great. Thank you, Counselor.
Pedrick, can you please, are you there?
Yes, I'm here, yeah.
Okay. Pedrick, we submitted an affidavit on your behalf testifying to the matters in this case. If you were to testify today, would your testimony be consistent with the affidavit that was submitted?
Yes, it would.
Thank you. And Alex?
Yes, it is.
We submitted an affidavit on your behalf regarding the matters in this case. If you were to testify today, would your testimony be consistent with the matter, with the contents of that affidavit?
Yes, it is.
Thank you very much. And Chairman, if you have any questions, we'd be happy to answer.
Great, thank you so much. Okay, any question for members of the board? Okay, Counselor, we got what we need on this one. So we appreciate your time and we'll take this under consideration.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
I'll leave you with my other colleagues.
Thank you.
Great, we're moving our way through the law.
Thank you, Pedrick, and thank you, Alex. Goodbye.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. All right, we now go to calendar numbers 177 and 178-22-Z with Counselor Rolando Acosta. If anyone is on the line to object to either of these matters, please raise your hand and we will get you promoted. And with that, Counselor, you can take it away. I'm going to promote a Michael, who looks like they're on for 180, which we are not at yet, but let's just confirm. Michael Esger is the applicant for 180, so they're not objecting on this matter. But again, if you're here to object on 177 or 178, please raise your hand. We'll get you promoted. Councilor Acosta, go right ahead. Rolando, I saw you. We don't have any sound.
And I just promoted Michael Asger. I think they're from the same law firm, so he
Yeah,
might be there.
They're partners.
I'm here now, Mr. Chairman. I got promoted, I got demoted, and then I got promoted.
Okay, great. Well, we got you, so go ahead.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Excuse me. My name is Rolando Acosta from Acosta Esger, here on behalf of the applicant. Here with me today, I have Nathan Binkley, who is the applicant on this matter, and Katrina Tosolov, who is the architect on this matter. Can I start by having them state their name and address for the record and have them sworn in? Nathan,
Yep.
Are you here?
Yeah, I'm here.
Can you state your name and address for the record, please?
Sure. Nathan Binkley, 10 North Troop, Chicago, Illinois, 60607.
Great. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you.
Katrina, are you here?
I am.
Can you state your name and address for the record, please?
My name's Catherine Silva. My office's address is 1017 West Webster, Chicago, Illinois.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Silva. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you.
This matter involves the property at 10 North Throop, which is an existing row house on a substandard lot that is 21.5 feet in width and 89.9 feet in length. So it's substandard both in width and in length. The applicant and his wife purchased the property to be their home. They wish to rehabilitate the property and build an addition to the rear of the property, as well as a garage behind that addition, and then a roof deck that would hold the required rear yard open space. In connection with the addition, we have a request for a reduction in the north side yard setback from 2 feet to 0 feet to accommodate that the addition can follow the existing perimeter walls of this structure, and also to accommodate the substandard width of this property. In addition, we have asked for a variation to allow the required 101 square feet of rear yard open space to be located on the roof of the proposed garage. Again, this is resulting from the lack of depth on this property where you can't actually accommodate the addition, which is otherwise permitted, the garage, and also open space. As you can see from the photographs, there are many other properties on this block that have similar additions to the rear and similar rooftop decks and open space on their roofs, both immediately to the west of this property and also as you go further north on the property. I will note that there is a significant number, 7 of them, variations on this particular block of similar nature to allow similar types of structures. We obviously the hardship is caused by the nature of the lot and the existing structures. The difficulty would be that if we have to provide the setback, it would create inadequate space within the structure because you'd be left with substandard room sizes within the addition. And it would conform obviously to the building code and all other applicable standards. We also have another unique circumstance, which is that we have a private alley to the rear, which is technically part of it is part of this property, but cannot be used to build because it does provide north-south access to the rear of all the properties on the block. With that, Mr. Chairman, I would like to ask Mr. Binkley to affirm his affidavit and then Catherine to do so. Nathan?
Yes, I affirm.
Well, wait, let me ask you the question and then you can affirm.
Okay.
All right, but you heard my introduction. Is the statements in my introduction correct?
Correct. Yes.
And we prepared an affidavit which you reviewed and executed on your behalf, which summarizes the testimony you would give before this board. And if you were to testify today, would your testimony be consistent with that affidavit?
Yes.
Catherine?
Yep.
Similarly, we prepared an affidavit on your behalf that you reviewed and executed, and we submitted to the board. And if you were to testify today, would your testimony be consistent with that affidavit?
Yes, it would.
Mr. Chairman, I'd also like to note for the record, and you have copies of these, we've contacted the two neighborhood organizations, the West Central Association, as well as the neighbors of the West Loop, and received a letter of support from the West Central Association and an email of no objection from the neighbors of the West Loop. With that, we would stand for any questions the board would have.
Great, thank you, Counselor. Any questions from the board? Okay, we've got all the information we need here, so we'll take this under consideration, and thanks very much, everyone, for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, enjoy your weekend. Okay, let's stay with Counselor Acosta and move to calendar number 179-22-Z.
Just letting the,
Yeah, whenever you're ready, let's see. And
Sure.
As everyone gets situated, if you're here to object on 179-22-Z, please raise your hand or press *9 and we'll get you promoted.
Good morning again, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Rolando Acosta here on behalf of the applicant. Here with me today is Kevin Youngman, the owner of the property, along with his wife, and also Leanne Van Heusen, who is the architect for the project. I'd like to start by having Kevin state his name and address for the record and have him sworn in. Kevin?
Everyone can hear me?
You can.
Yes. Hi, my name is Kevin Youngman, address 4053 West Warwick Avenue in Chicago, Illinois.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, would you like to swear him in?
Yep, sorry about that. Mr. Youngman, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Leanne, would you state your name and address for the record, please? Leanne?
Let's see, I'm not seeing her. Leanne, if you're on, please raise your hand and we'll get you promoted. And if you're the 312 number, again, press *9.
I don't know, Mr. Chairman, if she's raised her hand.
No, she hasn't. So what we're going to do is see if we can get through it. But if we end up having really specific questions for the architect, we may push it later in the weekend or in the meeting. Okay. But let's see if we can get through it, because again, the architect isn't legally required to be on. But if we have questions, we'll need to make sure that they're answered.
Well, understood, Mr. Chairman. The matter before you involves a single-family home on the south side of Warwick that, keeping with the weather events, was the subject of another weather event wherein a large tree on the property that you can see here in this photograph fell onto the house, demolishing part of the house. As a result of the repairs to the house, the Youngmans also wish to build some additions, namely a third floor dormer and an addition to the rear, as well as a screened in porch. Because the house sits proximate to its front property line, as well as to its east side property line, 2 variations are required, and we have filed the applications for those variations. The hardship here is caused by the existing location of the house on the lot that is already non-conforming as to its front and east side setback requirements, and a desire to continue to build the additions consistent with the existing perimeter walls of the house to provide sufficient space for the young men and their family to inhabit this house. We have contacted, Mr. Youngman has talked to his neighbors. He knows his neighbors. He's lived there for a while. They have no objection to the addition. And if we were not allowed to have the variations, there would be significant cost increases as a result, because the additions, particularly the upper level ones, would have to be offset from the perimeter walls, which would increase the need for additional structural support, since the perimeter walls would not be able to hold them. We did submit affidavits on behalf of both Mr. Youngman and the architect, and at least since I have him, I'd like to get him to confirm his affidavit. Kevin, I prepared an affidavit on your behalf. You reviewed it and signed it and submitted it to the board. And if you were to testify today, would your testimony be consistent with the affidavit?
Yes, it would.
Mr. Chairman, with that, we will answer any questions the board would have, hoping there are none for the architect, but obviously if there are, we will accommodate.
Great, thanks. And so, Counselor, it's a safe argument that the hardship here is the existing home.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Any questions from members of the board? All right, we got what we need here. So we didn't need the architect. I appreciate everybody's time, and we'll take this under consideration.
Thank you, and thank you for consideration.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Youngman.
Thank you.
Okay, we're moving now to calendar number 180-22-Z. If anyone is here to object for 180-22-Z, please raise your hand or press *9 and we will get you promoted. And with that, Councilor Michael Esger, whenever you're ready.
Okay, good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Michael Esger from the law firm of Acosta Esger, the third in a row, here on behalf of 1643 North Bell. And with me today are the Lori Fogelson, who's the manager of the applicant, as well as Jeff Climson, the architect for the project. I think they're on, and if we could swear them in, I can ask them to state their name and address for the record as well.
Yep, perfect. Yeah, I'll just run through them. So Ms. Fogelson, will you state your name and address, please?
Lori Fogelson. Do you want 1643 North Bell Avenue or 120 South LaSalle Street, Suite 2000?
We got both now, so that's great.
Okay.
So do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes.
Great, thank you. And do we have Jeff Clemson on?
I'm trying to promote Jeff Clemson, but he has to accept promotion.
Okay, let's make sure we get him on. I feel like we're going to have questions on this one. Jeff, or if you, Kamal, am I right? If he presses *9, he'll unmute.
*6, but that's on the phone only. On the computer, he just has to unmute. I've allowed him to talk also.
Yeah.
Looks like he's not on his computer.
So he might be away from his computer. Okay.
I'm also calling him on his cell.
That's perfect. Yeah, thank you, Michael. And, just a note to lawyers, just, please prep your witnesses to go.
I talked to him 15 minutes ago, so hopefully he's close. Well, in the interest of time, and maybe we can, I can explain the case, and then we can try to find Jeff, if that makes sense. And
yeah, that's fine with me. Just keep trying and let's.
Right, and Lori, if you want to, let me just, if you can try them also, Lori. I'll just explain. I'll go a little bit out of order, and then we'll go through the affidavits. Right now, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, the property here is improved with a over 100-year-old orange rated 2-story home, and that has had some landmark review already. And there's also a long-standing coach house with a residential unit on the 2nd floor of the coach house. Prior to purchasing the property, the applicants obtained a certificate of zoning, and so we know that there's 2 dwelling units. And the applicant seeks to replace a non-conforming stair with a new open entry stair for continued access to the 2nd floor of the coach house. And to allow for the proposed stair, the applicant is seeking a variation in the rear and side yards, which are existing conditions. And the hardship here is obviously the lack of ability to access this 2nd floor of this long-standing existing home. It's been there, and again, trying to replace a stair pursuant to the previous landmark review. We have spoken with neighbors and have support from neighbors to the north of us and the south, and those letters are in the exhibits before you. This you're looking at now at the rear of the coach house, and the conditions on the street have several 2-story coach houses, as well as access to 2nd floor roof decks. So they're it's a predominant or certainly a consistent condition on the block. With that, I'm going to ask Lori. We prepared, Lori, an affidavit that you reviewed and signed in this matter. Is that correct?
Yes.
And if you were to testify here today, would your testimony be consistent with that affidavit?
Yes.
Thank you. And the architect, I guess Jeff Clemson, still has not gotten on. You do have his affidavit and his, and so I'm still trying. Are there any questions for the board?
Yeah, I mean, I think on this one, if you could in detail walk through basically each hardship for what is happening.
Okay.
Are you talking to me?
Jeff says that he is on.
Okay.
As Jeff, have you been promoted? Because we don't see you.
No, I'm indisposed.
You're on, but I'm sorry, say it again. Okay, you are on. So he just doesn't have his camera. Jeff, are you here with us then? Can you hear us on the Zoom? Is your microphone turned on? Are you unmuted? I'm sorry. Jeffrey, are you here? I think he's having trouble unmuting. I'm going to try to walk through his plans for you while he tries to figure out his technical issues. So the existing coach house that's been here, Mr. Chairman, to your question, contains a 2-car garage, and as required by zoning for the 2 units. And the stair that you saw in the previous exhibit, that the demolition exhibit that's being replaced, has been there to access the 2nd floor of the coach house. And so now it's Landmarks has reviewed the renovation details and agrees that the stair that is being proposed here is more consistent with how they would like to see it. And so what other elements did you have questions on?
Yeah, so I think the ADU, just about the stair in particular, I know the ADU Act contemplates internal stairs. So when there's an external, we need somewhat of a reason, a hardship.
And so that's a fair question. Doing it internally, there's two issues. One is that we do need to have the 2-car garage to maintain the 2-car garage to be consistent with zoning. Additionally, we are in an RS3 district, and we are right at the limit of our FAR. And by enclosing that space and creating the interior stair, we'd be adding FAR that would be in excess of what would be allowed. So that is why we're proceeding under this theory with the variation.
Okay, thank you. Questions from the board? Okay, it looks like we got around needing the architect.
I served as both, I guess.
Yeah.
Rolando has taught us well.
This
I
meeting
apologize. I am on. This is the architect.
Oh, hey, time out. Okay, so before we close it out, does anyone have specific questions for the architect?
And Jeff, can you just state your name and address for the record?
Jeff Clemson, architect, 9 East 24th Street.
And Jeff, we prepared an affidavit which you reviewed.
And since we're doing this, sorry, Jeff, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Absolutely, yes.
Thank you.
And so now again, Jeff, can you please state your name and address for the record?
Jeff Clemson, 9 East 24th Street, Chicago, Illinois, 60616.
And we have prepared and you've reviewed and signed an affidavit in this matter. Is that correct?
Yes.
And if you were to testify here today, your testimony would be consistent with that affidavit, correct?
That is correct.
Thank you.
And Jeff, can you just confirm what Councilor Esger said, that an internal stair isn't possible with getting 2 cars in, or said better, there wouldn't be able to, 2 cars wouldn't fit in the garage if an internal stair was included?
That's correct.
Okay. Okay, great. Then we'll take this under consideration. We've got the information we need, and I really appreciate everyone's time.
Thank you very much for your patience.
Thank
Really
you.
appreciate it. Thanks, everyone.
Thanks,
Thank
everyone.
you. Sorry for any hiccups.
Nope,
Bye-bye.
no worries. All right, thanks. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay, we're going to go to calendar number 181-22-Z. Back to Councilor Costa. If anyone is here to object on this matter, please raise your hand or press *9, and we will get you promoted. All right, take it away, Councilor.
Once again, good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Rolando Acosta here on behalf of the applicant. This matter before you again involves a coach house for an existing home. Property is in the Wicker Park Historic District. It is a significant structure in that district. The coach house has existed for many years. The applicant is the resident of the coach house, and they wish to reconstruct the existing garage. There's an existing 3-car garage on the property that needs to be rehabilitated, better stated, demolished and rebuilt. She wishes to rebuild that 3-car garage. There is an existing window, French doors, that are on the east side of the coach house. And she wishes to build a roof deck on top of the garage to provide additional open space. To access that roof deck, she wishes to make a connection between those French doors and the roof of the garage. They are approximately 3 feet apart. You can see this image here. This is the existing garage. You can see the French doors. The garage would be within 3 feet of that roof deck. And I'm sorry, of those doors. This would be a much more efficient and cost-effective way of accessing the roof deck rather than having to cause the occupant, the applicant in this case, to have to come down the stairs and then back up the stairs, impinging further on the existing open space at grade. Again, it's a 3-foot separation between them. For that purpose, to allow for this connection, we have filed a variation to reduce the rear yard setback for this property to allow the connection. The connection will not be seen from any adjacent properties. She's contacted her adjacent neighbors. They are in support of this. Since this is a historic home in a historic district, it's also in concert with the applicable landmark statutes. With that, I'd like to have both of my witnesses, Ms. Corrins, the applicant, as well as the architect, Mr. Valentin, to state their name and address for the record, have you swear them in and affirm their affidavits. Elaine, are you on?
I am, and the architect just texted me that he was disconnected.
He should be back as a panelist.
He said he was just disconnected. Oh, maybe I don't know. Hang on. He's typing something, but I don't see it yet.
Well, let's get your name, Elaine, let's get your name and address on the record while Valentin gets on. Mr. Valentin gets on.
My name is Elaine Corrins at 2134 West Pierce Avenue, Chicago, 60622.
Thank you. And Ms. Corrins, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Aaron, are you on? We're having architectural issues today.
I know.
Notwithstanding all of my insistence that everyone be on, make sure their electronics work.
No, we always blame the lawyers either way, Rolando. So
I am aware I get blamed for everything.
I'm used to it as well in a different role. So.
In my household, I always just blame it on the dog then.
Okay, well, let's try to cover some questions as the architect gets on. One that comes to mind for me right away, which would ideally go to the architect, but let's see if we can discuss it. If a Hopkins stair was continued or considered here, why it was not the choice, and any potential hardship argument.
With an additional stair. So in this case, the residence is on the second floor of the coach house, and the entrance to the residence is via stair that's permitted, existing, and not to be changed. So you would have to build a second stair from the ground to the roof of the garage, which would then have to, obviously you can see the existing planting beds that would be affected on the property. It would impact the open space. It also would create yet another structure on the property that would be visible from the street. So affecting the view of the landmark structure on the property, not to mention, although it's not an extensive cost, it does add additional costs to the project, as well as waste materials that are not necessary. If we could just make the 3-foot connection between the coach house, French doors, and the garage. So it's a small little bridge, if you will, between the two.
Yeah, and Rolando, and the architect is on as well. Will you remind me where the stair is right now? Like the stair to get to the garage roof?
There is no stair to get to the garage roof right now.
Okay, so then the stair to get to the second floor of the coach house. Where's the stairway?
I believe it's to the left or west of the coach house. Go ahead.
West side of the building.
Pardon me?
The coach house is on the, the door into the coach's house is on the west side of the building. The garage is on the east side of the coach house.
That was Elaine. That was Elaine Corrins, the applicant.
Yep. And so that's an internal stair. Is that correct?
Correct.
Great. Okay, Aaron, let's swear you in. So Aaron, will you state your name and address, please?
My name is Aaron Valentine. The address is 2018 West Concord Place.
Great. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Great, thank you. Okay, so the internal stair is on the west side of the coach house, and I'm hearing that a Hopkins stair was considered, but it would take up more rear yard open space. So it's like a 3-foot bridge basically was chosen as the better option. Aaron, were there any other reasons against a Hopkins stair?
There were not many reasons other than that there really is no space in between the garage and the coach house. You wouldn't have a pass through to be able to get to the alley between with a set of stairs there. The tight space between the existing house and the coach house is already pretty much non-existent with the footpath to get to the garage. So it seemed more logical and simple for the bridge to be installed.
Okay, thank you. Other questions from members of the board?
This is Commissioner Esposito. Just to clarify, there are currently on the second floor of the coach house a set of French doors leading to what?
They don't lead anywhere. They would be like a Juliet balcony at this point. You'd have to put a railing across.
And those have existed in the building for how long?
They were just put in.
Okay, thank you.
This has been renovated.
Great. Okay, thanks for clarifying. Okay, yes, that was my question.
Awesome. Any other questions from members of the board?
Well, wait, along the lines of that question, were these submitted to the building department with an open-ended French door when this renovation was done?
I believe there was a railing called for. I do not recall specifically.
So they would have needed a railing. So per the building code, a railing would have to be installed if we did not go forward with the bridge.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from the board?
Just one little comment on Mr. Esposito's question. The garage itself, however, remains as is. We've been waiting for this variation, hoping it would be granted before rebuilding that garage.
Right.
Okay. Sounds like we've got all the information we need here. We thank everyone for your time, and we'll take this under consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Everyone have a great weekend.
Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, let's do maybe one, maybe two more, and then take a little break. So let's move to calendar. Oh, it's a long stream. 1 second. We're going to go to calendar numbers 182-22-S, 183-22-S, 184-22-Z, 185-22-Z, 186-22-Z, and 187-22-Z. I'm promoting Morgante Wilson Architect. If there's anyone here to object on any of those matters, please raise your hand and we will get you promoted. Just to confirm, is the Morgante Wilson Architect the architect for the applicant?
Yes, that's correct.
Great. Great, thank you. I'm also going to promote Abara Kurtz.
Yes, he's the applicant. So.
The applicant. Okay. So, Mr. Hurst, you just need to accept that promotion. Or unmute yourself because you've been given permission to speak. All right, Mr. Hurst, can you just let us know that you're able to unmute? or speak and
Press *6 to unmute, please.
all right, Counselor, I just want to make sure that we've got your applicant fully on. So let's wait for Mr. Hertz. Mr. Hertz, again, press *6 to unmute or accept the promotion that we've been sending.
Hello, I'm on, yes.
There we go. Okay, great. So we can get going. Again, if anyone is here to object on any of these matters, please raise your hand and we will get you promoted. To start us off, I'm going to go ahead and read the Department of Planning and Development's recommendations for the 2 special uses. Okay, so for calendar number 182-22-S, the Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed expansion of the existing high school with new 1- and 2-story additions and 13 on-site parking spaces, provided that the special use is issued solely to the applicant, Congregation Shaarei, Tefillah Bnei Reuven Nusach Huari, and the development is consistent with the design and layout of the site plan. First floor plan and elevations 4 sheets dated February 1st, 2022, and ledge plan and second floor plan dated February 24th, 2022, all prepared by Morgante Wilson Architect, Ltd. All right, and for number 183-22-S, the Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed expansion of the religious assembly use up to 108 seats with new 1- and 2-story additions and 13 on-site parking spaces, provided that the special use is issued solely to the applicant, Congregation Shaarei, Tefillah Bnei Reuven Nusach Huari, and the development is consistent with the design and layout of the site plan, first floor plan, and elevations 4 sheets dated February 1st, 2022, and ledge plan and second floor plan dated February 24th, 2022, all prepared by Morgante Wilson Architect, Ltd. Okay, Councilor Gustin, I'll let you take it away. And I just ask, since there's so many separate matters in this, well, it's a single matter, but so many separate variations.
Yeah, and I plan on presenting all at once. So
yeah, definitely. But if you could also spell out what the purpose of each, that would be helpful for the board.
Okay, thank you. So good morning again, Mr. Chairman. Fred Augustin. I'm here on behalf of the applicant. Applicant owns the property at 6334 to 56 North Whipple Street, as well as 3035 to 47 Devon. Properties are improved with a 1-story commercial building, as well as 3 residential structures. The commercial building is home to the girls' high school known as the Lubavitch Girls' High School. The building also contains a synagogue. The applicant plans to continue operating at the property, but remain in the neighborhood. So the applicant does need additional space. The plan is to keep the existing 1-story building and rehab it, but demolish the 3 existing residential structures, which will then be redeveloped into a new 2-story addition to the existing 1-story building. The existing building will also contain a new synagogue. So just briefly, Chairman, in order to do this project, we first rezoned the property to a B32 district. That was approved by City Council on October 21st, earlier last year, actually in the fall of 2021. We are now here seeking 2 special uses and 4 variations. 1 special use is to expand the existing school. Second special use is to expand the existing synagogue. As for the variations, we are seeking to reduce the front setback from the required 9.97 feet to 7.75 feet. Reduce the off-street parking for the religious assembly use from 14 to 13. Reduce the off-street loading requirement from 1 loading requirement to 0, as well as seeking a variation for a shared parking arrangement between the school and the religious assembly use. Here with me this morning is Rabbi Hertz, our project architect, John Potter, and our appraiser, Joe Ryan. So Rabbi Hertz is my first witness. Rabbi Hertz, can you state your name and address for the record?
Rabbi Baruch Hertz. The address is
6350 North Whipple Street, Chicago, Illinois, 60659.
Great. And Rabbi, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you.
And Rabbi, you are the executive director of the Lubavitch Girls High School, is that correct?
Yes.
And the one-story building is home to the high school, is that right?
Yes.
And the high school has been around since 1990?
Yes.
And there is also an existing synagogue within the building, is that
Yes.
right?
Yes.
And obviously the plan is to remain at the property, isn't that right?
Yes.
And you are proposing a two-story addition that will solely be for the high school, is that right?
Yes.
As well as the existing building then will have a new synagogue.
Yes.
And as I stated before, we are here in order to do this project. We are seeking two special uses and variations. Is that correct?
Yes.
So for the synagogue, the services will be from Friday and Saturday evenings. Is that right?
Yes.
And just to be clear, members will be walking to services. They're prohibited from driving. Is that right?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. And as for the high school, the hours of operation are from 8:30 a.m. to 5 o'clock p.m. Monday through Friday. Is that right?
Yes.
So wouldn't you agree that the synagogue and the school operate at different times?
Yes.
On your behalf, my office submitted an affidavit that you executed.
Yes.
And if we continue, would your testimony here today be consistent with the facts presented in your affidavit?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, if I could go to my second witness, John Potter. John Potter, can you state your name and address for the record?
John Potter, 2834 Central Avenue, Evanston, Illinois.
And you are a licensed architect in the state of Illinois, is that right?
Yes, I am.
Mr. Chairman, if I could recognize Mr. Potter as an expert witness in architecture.
So first off, Mr. Potter, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Great. And we don't need to acknowledge expertise for architects.
Okay. All right. So Mr. Potter, the property is unique, is that correct?
That is correct.
In that it's an oddly shaped lot with essentially two different depths. Is that right?
Indeed, it is.
And the plan is to keep that one-story building, which is around at least 50 years old. Is that right?
That is correct.
So in your professional opinion, working with these conditions can pose a hardship in terms of meeting the required setbacks. Is that correct?
That is correct. It can be challenging.
Currently, the high school and the synagogue operate from the existing one-story building. Is that right?
That is correct.
So can you just at least briefly explain to the board what are the proposed addition, just the highlights of what we're doing with this project? So forth.
Absolutely, sure. So B'nai Ruvain has been an anchor in the West Rogers Park neighborhood for over 50 years. This zoning relief, if granted, will allow them to redesign and expand their campus for both the B'nai Ruvain congregation and for the Lubavitch Girls High School. The Lubavitch Girls High School is a Jewish girls' high school. We're proposing 13 classrooms, and this expansion will allow them to further enhance their STEM program for young women. Currently, the shul, when expanded, will seat approximately 100 congregants. So the increased parking is mostly included in a covered garage. And we will also be allowed to enhance their administrative uses, which currently are shared. So the program, if granted, will really be a great enhancement to the community as well as to the congregation. Thank you.
And as I stated before, in order to do this project, we are seeking variations to reduce the front setback from 9.97 feet to 7.5 feet, reduce the off-site parking from 14 to 13 spaces, reduce the one loading requirement to 0, as well as shared parking arrangement between the school and the religious assembly use. Is that right?
That is all correct.
And had the subject property theoretically had been a regular shaped lot and then standard city lots, and if we demolished all the existing buildings, wouldn't you agree the project would have been different?
Absolutely.
And different in the sense that you would have actually complied with the front setback, the parking requirements, the front setback, the off-street loading. Is that right?
That is correct.
And just to add to that, you'd also comply with the parking requirements for both uses. Is that right?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. But given the conditions, unique conditions of the lot, it posed a hardship in trying to meet those setbacks. Is that right?
Correct.
As I stated previously, hours of operation for the school and synagogue were different. Is that right?
Yes, they are.
And so having a shared parking arrangement with both uses would not be an issue. Is that right?
No, it will not.
On your behalf, my office submitted an affidavit that you executed.
Yes, I did.
If we continued your testimony here today, the facts presented in your affidavit would be consistent with your testimony. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you. And if I could go to my final witness, Joe Ryan.
Good morning.
Mr. Ryan, please state your name and address for the record.
Joseph M. Ryan, MAI, President, LaSalle Appraisal Group, with offices at 9455 South Point Avenue in Chicago.
Thank you. And Joe has been sworn in and his expertise has been acknowledged today.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Ryan, you were hired to assess whether the Pro 2 special uses comply with the Chicago zoning ordinance. Is that correct?
Correct.
If you can, just briefly explain to the board your findings, just briefly.
The property exists and it's going to be expanded, and the three houses are going to be redeveloped, but it fits into the community, and it's been a long established institutional use in the community, and this will just enhance it and make it have greater curb appeal.
Thank you. You prepared a written report and executed an affidavit reflecting your proposed findings and testimony. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And if we continue with your testimony here today, be consistent with the facts presented in your report and affidavit. Is that correct?
It would be, yes.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I have no further questions for our witnesses, and we're here to answer any questions the board may have.
Thank you very much. Okay, questions from the board?
I have a question. How many students are enrolled at the school currently?
Rabbi, do you have that number?
Should I answer?
Yes, Rabbi.
110 students.
Okay. And how many, if this relief is granted, how many students are you anticipating having after construction?
Some more, but not much more. We're just going to have more facility in the classes, but there'll be some more students, not so much more.
When you say not so much more, do you have an estimation?
Maybe another 30, 40 students.
Okay. And then as far as the synagogue, how many seats are there currently? I know you're going to be going up to 100 seats, but how many seats are there currently?
Like 75, 70.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Commissioner. Any other questions from members of the board? Okay, we've got a lot of information on this one. So we appreciate it from everyone and we'll take this under consideration.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Yep. Thanks, everyone. Thanks, Rabbi.
Thank you very much. Bye.
All right, we're going to do one more and then take a break. So that's calendar number 191-22-S. And I believe that we, well, first off, if anyone is here to object on this matter, 191-22-S, please raise your hand and we will get you promoted. I believe that we have Alderman Quinn on for this one. So Alderman, if you're there, you can let us know if you'd like to speak at the beginning or the end.
If I could speak at the beginning, that'd be great.
Okay, perfect. There you are. I see you now. Okay, good. Let me read the department's recommendation and then we'll get you on and Councilor Barnes can take it away. So first off, this is again calendar number 191-22-S. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the one-lane drive-through to serve a proposed Starbucks restaurant, provided that the special use is issued solely to the applicant, Starbucks Corporation, and the development is consistent with the design and layout of the cover sheet, foundation plan, and elevations dated February 21, 2022, Site plan dated March 23, 2022. Floor plan dated May 26, 2021. Prepared by Design Studio 24 LLC. And landscape plan and landscape details and notes dated February 14, 2022. Prepared by Design Studio 24 LLC and Planned Environment Associates. All right, great. Alderman, first off, thanks very much for coming. If you could just state your name and title, I'll get you sworn in.
Marty Quinn, Alderman, 13th Ward.
Thanks. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, sir.
Great. What brings you here today?
Well, it's been a journey. About 11 years ago, as a new alderman, I started out on this path to redevelop Cicero Avenue from 63rd Street to Marquette Road, which was blighted, a place where abandoned buildings were, used car lots, what have you. And my first meeting I took was with then Commissioner Rosie Andolino, who was the Commissioner of Aviation. And we talked at length about this parcel, and the commissioner said, Alderman, forget about the parcel of land. There's a ceiling on it in terms of how high you could build because it's in the runway protection zone. And it's been vacant for decades. Used to be a gas station. So there's some contamination in the ground. I politely disagreed with Rosie and said, well, as I'm going through my vision, this parcel is going to be meaningful to the city of Chicago. Fast forward 11 years, along Cicero, I've been able to secure a Taco Bell, which GW Properties has developed, a Dunkin' Donuts, just snipped a ribbon on a Culver's, Lou Malnati's, a Panda Express, and everyone is doing very, very well. But we still have this development that is, as you can see, unsightly. In my opinion, the benefits of having the Starbucks, number one, I share Cicero Avenue with the suburbs. So this is a huge coup for the city of Chicago because Starbucks could go right across the street and open up there and leave us with this blighted piece of land. So that's the first point. Number two, because this has been vacant for so long, it's a source for fly dumping, which is a problem for our sanitation. It's a problem for the neighbors and their property. As you can see on this photo, this parcel of land is shared with the residential community, single family homes. Number three, obviously Starbucks will create jobs in the neighborhood. Number four, as I continue to develop the rest of Cicero and both legs of Cicero on 63rd Street, East and West, this is going to be an exhibit, an anchor I could point to. So I'm excited about the opportunity. I'm very thankful for Starbucks, GW Properties for their patience because I have bulldogged this for almost a decade. And I really believe in the project, and the neighborhood is excited about the prospects of having a Starbucks in the community. And I thank you for allowing me the time to present. And I would hope for a favorable consideration here. Happy to take any questions.
Great. Thank you so much, Alderman. Thanks for the context and the history. And you know, if we get Counselor on, we might have questions in a few minutes.
Yep.
Awesome. Okay, great. With that, Counselor Barnes, I believe this one's you, so take it away.
So, good morning once again, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. For the record, my name is Sarah Barnes, and I'm an attorney with the law offices of Sam Banks. I'm super happy to be here this morning on behalf of the co-applicants, Starbucks Corporation, the proposed operator, and GW 64th Cicero LLC, the contact purchaser and developer of the site. Joining us remotely on behalf of these parties is Dean Klein, a director of store development for Starbucks, and Mitch Goltz, a managing member of the development company. In further support of this application, we also have our esteemed MAI certified appraiser, Mr. Terry O'Brien, joining us remotely, as well as Adam Sesher, another agent for Starbucks. We too have our project architect, Gary Eben, who's available for any design specific questions. So with no further ado, Mr. Chairman, if it pleases you to swear in the witnesses.
Great. Let's just go down the line. So I'm going to go in my order. Sorry if it's different than what you have. So first up, Dean Klein, will you state your name and address?
My name is Dean Klein. My office address is 111 North Canal Street in Chicago, Illinois. I'm the Director of Store Development for the Midwest region for Starbucks Coffee.
Great, thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Okay, wonderful. Okay, how about Mitch Goltz? Will you state your name and address?
Hi there, Mitch Goltz, GW Properties, 2211 North Elston, Chicago, Illinois, 60614.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Great. And, quick question for Counselor. Counselor, you stated a co-applicant. We don't have an EDS for a co-applicant, so wondering if you can either retract that statement or clarify.
Have all those EDSs. I actually was working with Corporation Counsel. If you don't, though, I have emails. I can retract the statement and make GW. I'm not sure, actually, Mr. Chairman, because again, I emailed all of the EDSs and recertifications to Corporation Counsel, and there was one for GW as well as Starbucks Corporation.
Starbucks makes sense. We've got Starbucks. We're not sure who you were working with at Corporation Counsel. We just for process need to make sure that we've got EDSs for all the applicants. So, maybe it.
Then for purposes of the record for this hearing, I will maintain Starbucks Corporation as the applicant. And GW Properties is just the developer and contract purchaser.
Great. Okay, that's good with me and fixes our legal issues. So thank you.
All right. Yeah.
Okay. Let's keep going down the list. So I know we've got Terry O'Brien here. Terry, will you state your name and address, please?
Terrence O'Brien, maintain offices at 145 Revere Drive in Northbrook, Illinois. Professional real estate appraiser and consultant.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, sir, I do.
Thanks. And Terry, we acknowledge your expertise based off of many past appearances.
Thank you.
Okay, we've got Gary Eben. Will you state your name and address?
Gary Eben, Design Studio 24, 2211 North Elston, Chicago.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes.
Okay, and finally for my list, we've got Adam Setcher. Adam, will you state your name and address?
Yes, Adam Setcher, Baum Realty Group. Address is 1030 West Chicago.
Great, and do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Okay. All right, Counselor, go right ahead and take it away. I don't think we need to get this whole list of people on, but if you can give an overview and then just give us what's necessary.
Yeah, I concur completely, Mr. Chairman, so I'll try and keep it brief. I do really quickly want to also extend my gratitude and just sincerest congratulations to Mr. Valenciano, who will be leaving us after today. He has had a profound influence on my professional life, and I would not be here today without him, and that's really meaningful coming from kind of this side of the table for him to have been a mentor for all those years. So Steve, you will be missed. I pray that there is a boat with fully stocked bait and fishing poles and a cabin with a cigar humidor waiting for you on a beautiful lake somewhere, because you deserve it. We'll miss you. So thank you for giving me that 1 minute. I also want to extend our sincerest gratitude to Alderman Quinn. He has been an exceptional advocate and pioneer for his community in bringing this project to this neighborhood and to the ward, and we really want to thank him for all of his efforts. Terry,
Right,
mute
I'm
yourself.
right in the
Terry,
Zoom.
can you mute yourself? Sorry. Sorry, Mr. Chairman. Okay. So with that, we come before this honorable board this morning seeking a special use, which if granted will allow for Starbucks to operate a single lane drive-through facility at the subject site. Just adds a little bit more color to the alderman's depiction of the history of this matter. The subject property comprises the southeast corner of 64th Street and Cicero Avenue with just over 101 feet of frontage on 64th Street and over 330 feet of frontage on Cicero Avenue as depicted in the photographs and the site plan. Therefore, it's a pretty large site, which is nice because we don't usually find these in the city. As also observed from the photographs, the site is presently vacant and as described by Alderman Quinn, that's a state in which this site has remained for well over 10 years, while it has been owned and controlled by the city of Chicago. Accordingly, GW Properties is under contract to purchase the subject property from the city, which such sale has been ratified by full city council after many months of review and negotiation, but the closing for which is contingent upon procurement of the requested special use that is necessary in order to permit the construction and operation of the proposed new Starbucks facility. Towards these ends, we do appear before you today and submitted our application with the express consent of the city of Chicago. As well, we are pleased to advise that a copy of a letter of support executed by Commissioner Cox has also been tendered to the board, reaffirming the city's endorsement of this proposal. Should the special use be granted, therefore, Starbucks will operate the proposed new improvements pursuant to a long-term lease with GW Properties. The programming for the new improvements, as conscientiously designed by the Starbucks team, based on many other successful operations throughout the city, calls for the erection of a single lane drive-through facility, which will operate in conjunction with a brick and mortar cafe. The operational plan for this particular store follows the traditional Starbucks prototype, offering indoor dining, outdoor dining, mobile pickup and carryout, as well as the subject drive-through operations. In consideration of the other quick service restaurants that have been successfully servicing this neighborhood for many years, the site planning for the proposed Starbucks almost exactly mimics the planning for the McDonald's located directly across the street from the subject site, a similar special use for which was granted by this honorable board back in 2017. Accordingly, in light of the site's location in this vehicularly intense commercial service corridor, the proposed new single lane drive-through facility will allow for the internal unfettered stacking and queuing of at least 14 vehicles without any threat of interference with the internal drive aisles, access drives, or public ways, and with off-street parking for at least 28 vehicles, which far exceeds the minimum amount of parking that is required by ordinance. Towards that same vein, the amount of parking and the amount of stacking for this proposed site is actually almost double what is traditionally found at these types of drive-through facilities. Should the special use be granted, Starbucks will be hiring and training at least 25 new employees, most of whom will reside within the immediate neighborhood and ward to operate the new restaurant. In further consideration of the other businesses in the immediate area and their ongoing engagement with Alderman Quinn and his community members, Starbucks intends to maintain operating characteristics that are consistent with such other businesses, in particular the other quick service restaurants sharing the same thoroughfare. Additional consideration was also given to the residents that border this site to the east by adding certain design features specifically intended to promote public safety and convenience. We believe, therefore, through this conscientious programming and design, that the proposed drive-through facility meets all of the standards and requirements for the granting of the special use, as was set forth more productively and fully in the applicant's findings of fact, and which has been corroborated by Mr. O'Brien in his report. So with that, I will keep my witnesses short and just open it up for questions if that pleases the chairman. So just for the record, Mr. Klein, if you can restate your name for the record.
Dean Klein, K-L-E-I-N.
Thank you, Mr. Klein. And you have several years of experience in real estate development here in Chicago for Starbucks, is that right?
Yes, 12.
Wonderful. And so you are either on your way to or just got back from a store dedication down on the south side for a community store on 67th, or no, sorry, 95th and Ashland. Is that right?
That is correct.
So Starbucks actually has a commitment to bringing more stores into these underserved neighborhoods on the south and west side. Is that right?
Yes, it is.
And you actively participated in the ongoing community engagement and were actively involved in engaging with Alderman Quinn towards the programming for this site. Is that right?
Yes, and he's been a huge asset.
Thank you so much. Mr. Klein, you kind of heard my summary of the proposal, and as well, you were provided with an affidavit before this hearing. If you were to continue to testify here today, would the statements you make and your testimony be consistent with my summary and the other facts that were established in the record prior to this hearing?
Yes.
Thank you. And your testimony would also be consistent with your affidavit. Is that also true?
Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions for Mr. Klein at this time, but did you want me to just put on real quickly a record all the witnesses and then questions?
Yeah,
Okay,
that would be great.
perfect, perfect. Then we'll do Mr. O'Brien. Mr. O'Brien, can you unmute yourself, please?
Yes, now can you hear me?
I can, thank you.
All right.
Mr. O'Brien, you were retained by the applicant Starbucks Corporation in order to provide an evaluation and render some opinions as to whether or not the proposed drive-through facility at this site meets all of the standards and requirements for a special use. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And did you have an opportunity to go out and inspect the site and to make such evaluations?
Yes, ma'am. I inspected the subject site and surrounding area on April 6th of this year. I've also done a substantial amount of other work in the immediate area, so I'm quite familiar with the subject property and surrounding area.
Wonderful. And Mr. O'Brien, in making your observations, did you come to the conclusion that the proposed new Starbucks drive-through facility as designed would in fact meet all of the standards and requirements for a special use as set forth under the current zoning ordinance?
In my professional opinion, the proposed special use does meet all the criteria set forth within the ordinance. I've addressed those specifically within my report, and I would just like to emphasize that in my inspection of the subject and surrounding area from approximately 47th Street to 67th Street, there are in excess of 10 drive-through facilities. From 63rd Street to 67th Street, there's an excess of 6 drive-through facilities prior to the subject. Some of them were mentioned and described herein by the alderman.
So then, Mr. O'Brien, do you believe that this is a compatible use for this particular area?
In consideration of the land uses in the area, the number of drive-through facilities, the fact that Cicero Avenue is a primary thoroughfare, its location to Midway Airport, in my opinion, is definitely compatible with the surrounding land uses in the subject area.
Thank you so much. And as designed, do you also believe that the proposed new drive-through facility promotes pedestrian safety and will not have an adverse impact on the adjacent properties? Is that also true?
That is true, yes. I don't see any adverse impact whatsoever. And as I said before, it's harmonious and compatible.
Thank you so much. With no further ado then, Mr. O'Brien, if you were to continue to testify here today, would your testimony be consistent with the other statements and facts that you set forth in your report?
Yes, ma'am, they would.
Thank you. And Mr. Chairman, a copy of Mr. O'Brien's report was tendered with the findings of fact prior to this hearing. I don't have any other witnesses at this time. We do have the other witnesses available, however, to answer questions.
Great. Thank you, Counselor.
Thank you.
Do we have any questions from members of the board? Okay, we've got plenty of information here. So we will take this under consideration. I really appreciate everyone for your time, for coming today, and for what sounds like a lot of hard work going into this.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Alderman Quinn.
Thank you all. Enjoy your weekend.
Yep, thanks, Alderman. All right, we're gonna now call a 15-minute recess. We will reconvene at 11:30 a.m. Central Standard Time. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes. See everyone at 11:30. Thanks. All right, welcome back, everybody. I move that we reconvene this June 17th, 2022 meeting of the Zoning Board of Appeals. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes. We are back and we are moving straight into calendar numbers 192-22-Z and 193-22-Z. If anyone is on to object to either of these matters, please raise your hand and we will get you promoted. And with that, I think we've got Councilor Tim Barton on this one. So Councilor, take it away. And again, if you're not speaking, please just mute yourself. There's some feedback.
Okay, how's that?
There we go.
All right. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Tim Barton. I'm an attorney with the law office of Thomas R. Raines, LLC at 20 North Wacker Drive. I'm here with Daniel Engel. Dan and his wife, Amy Ennisser, are the owners of the property at 2028 North Fremont Street. The subject property is a 3-story house. It has a roof deck at the second level in the rear. The applicant is proposing to replace the deck with a 3rd floor rear addition. The addition will be set back 44 feet from the front of the house. The floor area of the addition is permissible under this zoning and it is not at issue today. The addition, though, will have a peaked roof design. The house is in an RT4 district, and the height limit for that is 38 feet. The mean height of the proposed gable will be 41.75 feet, and so will require a variation to increase the height by 3.75 feet. A variation is also being sought for the north yard side setback. The addition will be constructed directly on top of the 2nd floor within the footprint of the house as it is now. A variation for the 2-foot setback on the north side of the property was granted by the board previously in 2017. The addition proposed will not be any closer to the neighboring property to the north than it is currently. Nevertheless, the 3rd floor addition will need the same variation to build within the same setback. For the record, I just want to note that supplementary exhibits were submitted earlier this week by the cutoff date. There are 2 witnesses available to testify today. One is Mr. Engel, the owner of the property, and the second is Peter Erdelay, who is the architect. Would you swear them in, Mr. Chairman?
Yep, absolutely. So, Mr. Engel, will you state your name and address, please?
Sure. Good morning. My name is Daniel Engel. My address is 2028 North Fremont, Chicago, Illinois, 60614.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. And Peter Erdelay, will you state your name and address? And you're on mute, Peter.
My apologies. I thought I unmuted. This is Peter Erdelay, architect, 5830 North Kingsdale Avenue, Chicago, Illinois, 60646.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you.
Good. Well, let me start with Dan Engel. Dan, you and your wife have lived in the house for 4 years. Is that correct?
Yes, it is. I think there you go. Yeah, we've lived here. We purchased in August of 2018.
Okay, good. How long ago was it that you decided to embark on building this addition?
In 2021, sort of the height of COVID, my mother was diagnosed starting in 2019 with Lewy body dementia. We had to move her into assisted living shortly after COVID. So recognizing, I'm sure some of you are familiar with the incredible restrictions that were in place for in-person visits, we recognized the need for an in-laws apartment, something that could service both my mom for extended stays as well as a person to help with caretaking of her. And so we started the design process kind of in the middle of COVID, late 2020, beginning of 2021.
Okay, thanks. The addition is set back 44 feet from the front of the house, is that right?
Correct.
And can you briefly describe it in terms of materials, height, etc.?
Yeah, so the design is intended to be flush with the existing walls that are currently in place. The setback that was in 2017 with the prior owners had attained to build a large addition across the back, across the current green space, which is a yard. We've picked out a standing seam metal type material that's deep bronze that kind of reflects both the brick, the historic brick, as well as a number of the structures along Armitage Avenue, a lot of the older structures. The height of the walls is intended to be less than the current height of the front of the house. So we are intending to have walls that are about 3 feet shorter than what exists. And then by using a pitched roof design, still get a nice volume of height in the middle of it by keeping it less visible and obtrusive to the existing neighborhood, and specifically, any kind of limited line of sight that exists from the street, which I think someone has put up here. That's a very specific angle. Those renderings were intended to convey that you can only see it from south of my house if you're looking across the one half of our lot that's not developed. If you're looking at it from anywhere else, basically you wouldn't be able to see it. So.
Okay. You stated some of this already, but why was it that you decided to build a gable line?
So we decided that we'd like to build a gabled roof in order to mitigate snow as well as other maintenance issues with the flat roofs that some people are probably very familiar with in Chicago. We've had a lot of issues with the front roof. I'm the caretaker of the home. I'm very hands-on involved with maintaining my house. So yeah, every winter that we have a bigger snowstorm, I'm up there trying to mitigate snow so there's not ice damming. I don't know if the house is settled or it wasn't sloped correctly, but we've had numerous issues. So from a functional standpoint, we designed this to allow access via the middle part of the pitch out to the front of the roof where all the mechanicals will be, which will include the 2 current plus a new one to service this space, HVAC compressors. We didn't like the idea of trying to build, an additional doghouse structure on the flat roof. And then the second part of that was once we kind of started thinking about function, we thought a lot more about design and got input from our neighbors, especially the ones to the north and south of us, as well as behind us, on sort of what fit. And we thought that building sort of a flat roof structure that's extended the existing height would look a lot more blocky and not consistent with the architectural language, especially historical, of the neighborhood. So.
Okay. Thank you. Can you just describe the pictures we're seeing right here? The perspectives that we're seeing?
Yeah, so
on the left.
So the house on the left, on the one on the left, if that would be as if you were viewing from the street or the sidewalk across the street, which is the only place far enough back that you can get on the public access way that would allow line of sight to the structure. Depending on how far south you are, my neighbor's house to the south, 2022 Fremont will block that view. So this is really the only angle that you can see the proposed addition from the street. Otherwise, if you go to the north, it's blocked by other houses, just like if I had, if there was an existing house on the lot that we have currently filled with numerous trees, we can't see them because of line of sight, but there's 2 25-foot tall pear trees and a bunch of hornbeams as well that provide shade to both myself and my neighbor to the north and south. And so this is the architects and architectural rendering companies provided service given the drawings and the construction plans to show it to scale versus the existing home.
Okay. And you mentioned servicing, that one of the reasons for this roof is to get the access to the front, to the flat roof. And how would that work? How would the access work then?
Yeah, so currently the way to access that is to go out on the 3rd floor deck and put a 12-foot ladder and climb up over the parapet wall. The idea here is that we would be able to have a more sort of permanent ladder solution to put in place, pull out, and then above, like basically in the middle of the room, effectively the midline of the house, the increased height allows for a 3-foot square, either a window hatch or a door hatch that would allow you access out onto the roof to get to the mechanicals or get out there in winter, a lot safer and easier to service everything, both, spring and fall servicing for HVAC as well as wintertime.
So the 3-foot hatch wouldn't allow any real access to a roof deck.
No, not only, well, no, we have no plans to build a roof deck. We have 4 small children. And in fact, the 3rd floor roof deck was not being used at all because of the ages of my kids. So no, it wouldn't allow you to walk out unless you crawled out just like anyone else, a mechanical person would be doing. Further, the actual mechanicals up there wouldn't allow for it, as well as the mansard roof in the front. I don't think we have the height, number one, and wouldn't want to build a roof on a deck on the top of my 3rd floor house.
Understandable. Let me ask you about the setback on the north side. So you're going to have this addition. It's going to be within the footprint of the house along the building line of the lower walls. Is that correct?
Yeah, it will just be a straight continuation of what already exists.
Okay. And you understand that there was a side yard setback already granted for this in 2017, was variation granted by the board.
To point out too, that happened, the previous owner, so the person who built this house 2 owners ago was a builder. He got a setback to build the house a foot wider than I think what's allowed, most of which was used on the north side. Like my neighbor to the south built his house at the same point. His house is actually 22 feet wide. So he got 2 feet. So the existing house had that setback. When the previous owners acquired the lot next to him, Environs Development had bought a house that was 1980s vintage and torn it down to build a new, probably standard house that looks a lot like ours. They acquired the lot, and then a few years after that, we're planning on building across. And so when they combine the 2 parcels, the setback obviously goes from the 2.5 feet required to the 4 foot required. So we're not actually, we need to use the combined lots obviously for the FAR, but the setback was originally a 1 foot relief, not a 2.5 feet or whatever it looks like right now.
Okay. And just to clarify then, the new addition won't be any closer to the property on the north side than the building is currently.
No, in fact, I think actually the drawings call it just the structurally civic engineering or whatever it needs to be, like maybe an inch or 2 in. But yeah, it's definitely not going to extend any further past the existing brick wall that's there.
Okay. And have you discussed this with your neighbors on the block?
Yes. Thank you for asking. I have not only discussed it, but had extensive conversations, including with Alderman Smith's office and her director of zoning, Taylor Ness, as well as the Sheffield Neighborhood Association. Sheffield Neighbors, I provided all my plans to them, as well as the 20, at the time, it was 20 plus letters of support from my existing neighbors within the 100-foot circle defined by the necessary, protocols for this meeting. In addition to folks that are outside that circle, I have what I would call very effusive letters from both neighbors to the north and south, giving explicit support for the design. They've had opportunities to talk to the architects. They've opined even on colors. My neighbors behind me, the one that's directly behind my side yard, who would be the most impacted from a line of sight, et cetera, also provided a very effusive letter thinking that she thinks it's a nice, I think she said elegant design that fits the neighborhood. And the gentleman that's across the street, that basically the view that we see here, his house, we would be standing in front of his house from that perspective. So he's the person that could probably see it the most, especially from like his second and third story. Mr. Leonard, he's in one of the letters that you guys received. He also provided, I paraphrase, he said, I think this will add tremendous aesthetic value to the neighborhood and to Dan's property. And the main feedback from all our neighbors is that they really appreciate that we're not doing what a lot of other folks in the neighborhood have done recently, which is build across the front of the property and create, another sort of structure that blocks light and views. So everyone recognizes that we're trying to preserve the very mature trees at this point. Like I said, the pear trees in the back of the yard, which you can see from the street if you're looking straight ahead, are 25 feet tall. The arborvitae are visible here. So I think just as a metric for numbers, we had 34 people that we needed to contact or that were contacted within that 100-foot circle. I was able to get in touch with 29 of them. The five that I wasn't are absentee landlords or apartment building owners. Of the 29 that I spoke to, I have 21 letters of support and 5 promised letters of support that I just wasn't able to get in time for submission. So almost 100% positive support rate from all my neighbors. In addition to that, I also have 7 letters from other neighbors on my street or across the alley. And one of those is from Pastor Joel Hess, who is the pastor and head of school of St. James Parish, which is on the corner of my block.
And you have letters, the board has letters from both the Sheffield Neighborhood Association and Alderman Smith.
Correct. They both provided those last week and earlier this week.
Okay. Dan, our office provided an affidavit for you to review and sign. If I were to continue questioning you today, would your answers be consistent with the statements in that affidavit?
Absolutely. And right here, still attest to the validity and truthfulness of that.
Thank you. That's all I have for Dan.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, the architect, Peter Erdele, is also available if you have questions of him. I wasn't necessarily going to put him on as a witness unless you wanted that.
That's great. Let's see if we have any questions, and we might not need to get Mr. Erdele on. So do we have any questions from the board for counselor or applicant?
I have a question regarding the hardship for the that's necessitating the variation for the height requirement.
Well, the height of the building is already at 38 feet. So, and in order to build a gabled roof and keep the floor levels the same within the building, you have to, you would need that additional space, and that's just not available because of this, because the building is already at the 38 feet.
And the other point of that to Mr. Sanchez is that we, if we lowered the walls in order to accommodate the gable, it would, frankly, I think it would look really weird because you'd have this sort of more squat. The idea here is that we were able to create a rendering and a design that the side walls are actually shorter by 3 feet than what's allowed. And so by actually doing a pitch, what we're actually creating is less volume from that 35-foot to 38-foot space, at least to the exterior walls. And the actual part that would be the 3 1/4 or whatever the number, the 3 3/4 above mean, which I believe is within the 10% adjustment guidelines, which was also part of our design process. That's really just top of the triangle. So it's really this sort of very small 2.5 feet wide, roughly, space by the 3.5 tall. And in doing so, underneath that, which would still be within the sort of height, is gives you the space to put an access hatch that a person could reasonably get through. Anything smaller, you're 12 feet up in the air and trying to slide out, a 1 or 2 foot hatch. It could be really challenging. Plus, we need to allow enough space to get mechanicals and tools and stuff out there.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thanks, Commissioner. Any other questions from the board? Okay, looks like we've got a lot of information here. So we appreciate everyone's time. I also appreciate a deep community and neighbor process. It's always helpful when that's been done ahead. So thank you, and we'll take this under consideration.
Chairman, if I may.
Sure.
I would just like to congratulate Steve Valenziano on his retirement, express my gratitude to him for his generosity and sharing all his insights and expertise. I've worked with Steve for many years, and I can honestly say he was a mentor for me in terms of zoning. I came over from Landmarks and didn't necessarily know about zoning, so Steve was very gracious and patient. So I think it's great that he takes a well-deserved rest before he starts on his new adventures. And I just want to wish him best of luck.
Thank you, Counselor. And we echo that. He's always listening. So
all right.
I'd also like to thank you guys, gentlemen, Chairman, and the board, for your time and consideration, as well as your service, recognizing that this is something that you guys are doing outside of your professional and personal engagements. So thank you very much for your service to the communities and the city at large.
Thank you. Thank you. It's a pleasure. And again, we'll take this under consideration. So thanks very much, everyone, for your time.
Okay. Thanks.
All right. All right, let's move right into a special use at it's 194-22-S. As the attorney gets situated, I want to call out if anyone is here to object on this matter, please raise your hand and we'll get you promoted. I know we've got Alderman Taveras on for this one. So before I read the department's recommendation, Alderman, hello, and would you like to speak at the beginning or end of the presentation?
Hey, Tim, how are you? I'd love to, hi, everybody, good afternoon. I would love to speak in the beginning because I have something shortly that I have to attend to. So let me know when to speak because I love to speak.
All right, perfect. So I'm going to read the department's recommendation and then we'll come back to you.
Okay.
Okay. Perfect.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yep. Okay, so 1 second. So this is for calendar number 194-22-S. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the one-lane drive-through to serve a proposed Nikki, the Real McCoy restaurant, provided that the special use is issued solely to the applicant, Emmanuel Marnaris, and the development is consistent with the design and layout of the site plan, landscape plan, and landscape details dated May 12, 2022, and floor plan and elevations 2 sheets dated November 5th, 2021, prepared by Jonathan Split Architects LTD. Okay, so before we go to the applicant, Alderman Taveras, can you just state your name and title, please?
Hello, Tim.
Yep.
Did you call on me? Okay.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Say your name and title, and I'll get you sworn in.
Yes. So I'm Silvana Taveras, Alderman for the 23rd Ward.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Great. So what brings you here today?
So I am in support of the new Nikki's that's going to be developed at 5954 South Kedzie Avenue. We've been working on this for a couple of years now. The business is already established 2 blocks away. And they're establishing this new business and this empty lot because they want to expand and include a drive-through. So I am very supportive of this business. They did everything that I asked them to do, which is get community input. They spoke to the commander of the 8th District. They met with the Greater Southwest Development Corporation, and they related their concerns. And they worked with them and received community input and doing what they're being asked to. So they're a good neighbor. I look forward to this wonderful Nikki's restaurant that's going to be, there's an eyesore here in an empty lot, and now it's going to be a brand new Nikki's with a drive-through. So I'm so proud to work with them, and I just want to applaud the owners. And I think I see one of the owners who's here with their attorney, Dean Maragos. Hello. Thank you for working with our office and working with the community. I can't wait for the grand opening. That's all I have to say. Thank you, Tim.
Great. Thank you, Alderwoman Taveras. Yeah, go ahead.
No, on that note, I have to get off. I hope there wasn't anything else that you needed, but I have a ribbon cutting of a medical health center opening up in the ward. So we're going to be going to that. So congratulations, Dean, and the owners.
Thank you very much, Alderman. Thank you.
Okay, bye, everybody.
Thanks for coming, Alderman Taveras. We really appreciate it. Okay, with that, Councilor Dean Maragos.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. My name is Dean T. Maragos of the law firm of Maragos and Maragos here in Chicago, Illinois. As the Alderman stated, this is an application for a special use to establish a one-lane drive-through with 2 order boards and 2 pickup windows to serve a proposed fast food restaurant. As the Alderman stated, we've been working with and happily with the city, with Patrick Murphy, with Audrey, I'm sorry, I apologize. Anyway, my point is we work with everyone in the city. I have with me the applicant, Emmanuel. I have also with us Jonathan Splitt, the architect, Bud Kerwin, the appraiser, Michael Worthman, the traffic analyst, and as you've just heard from the Alderman. I would like to, at this time, give some more background information. As the Alderman stated, we have a letter from her and also from the Greater Southwest Development Corporation in strong support of this, which we included in the application. Our hours are going to be 11 a.m. to 9 p.m. 7 days a week. We will have 23 off-street parking spaces. We will create 34 new jobs in the neighborhood. And we have been in the neighborhood operating a restaurant for over 53 years. At this point in time, I would like to call Bud Kerwin, the appraiser. Bud, can you swear him in, Mr. Chairman?
Yep, and I don't think we've seen Bud yet today. So Bud, will you please state your name and address?
Yes, good morning. Sylvester Bud Kerwin Jr. I'm president owner of SJ Kerwin Associates, real estate appraisers and consultants. I have offices at 7765 West North Avenue in River Forest, Illinois.
Thank you, Bud. And do you swear your firm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. And we acknowledge your expertise based off many times in front of us.
Thank you.
Thank you for certifying him as an expert. That was to be my next request. Bud, you have recently gone to the property, have you not?
Yes, I visited on several occasions, and most recently was June 9th, just about 8 days ago. I went by it again.
Great. And in your analysis, you also submitted your appraisal report. In that report, does the project comply with all applicable standards of the zoning ordinance?
Yes, it does.
And is this in the interest of public convenience, will not have a significant adverse impact on the general welfare of the neighborhood or community?
Yes, it is in the interest of the public.
Number 3, is it compatible with the character of the surrounding area in terms of planning and building scale and project design?
Yes.
And is it compatible with the character of the surrounding area in terms of operating characteristics such as hours of operation, outdoor lighting, noise, and traffic generation?
Yes, it is.
And finally, is this designed to promote pedestrian safety and comfort?
Yes, it will. If I might add one more thing, I asked in my inspection of the area, I did a survey, research along Kedzie Avenue, a distance of about 10 blocks from 55th Street down to 63rd Street or 65th Street. And I came across 8 commercial businesses that all had drive-through service lanes. 4 were restaurants, 2 were banks, 1 was a drugstore, another was a coffee shop. Kedzie is a very commercial arterial street in the area, other mixed uses. And this proposed use, in my judgment, will be very compatible with it. And as the alderman mentioned, Nicky's has been in the area and it's a local operated business as opposed to a national franchise operator. And they do not have a drive-through facility now. And then when they acquired this lot, this allowed them to expand to almost a land parcel, double the size. It's just a little less than 25,000 square feet and build something that's more efficient and modern with today's standards. I might add lastly that drive-throughs are, in demand by consumers in the area, for parents with children, seniors, much like myself, to drive through, pick up your coffee and so forth, and go on your way.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry.
No, go ahead, please.
As stated in your report and your testimony today, you would say that this project meets all the standards and requirements for a special use as stated in the Chicago zoning ordinance?
Yes, it does.
Bud, you've signed an affidavit with your report and this application. If called to further testify for all the required criteria, would your answers be identical to those written in your report?
Yes, they would be.
Mr. Chairman, I just would like for the record to also note that in addition to the community and strong support from the alderman, we've received no objections to this from any member in the community. And I leave the floor open for questions of the board. And we also have additional experts here who can be sworn in to answer those questions.
Thanks. And Councilor, really quick, we should get your applicant on.
Okay. He's here. His name is Emmanuel Menares.
Great. And even just getting Emmanuel sworn in case there are questions.
No problem.
Emmanuel, can you state your name and address, please?
It's Emmanuel Marnares, and my address is 12741 East Tanglewood Circle in Palos Park, Illinois, 60464.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes.
Okay, great. I know we've got the report, Counselor. I just wanted to make sure that Emmanuel was sworn in.
Thank you.
Are there any questions from the board? Okay, Counselor, I'm not hearing any. Anything else you wanted to get on?
Actually, I just wanted to say thank you to the board and also to wish Steve Valenziano all the best in his future. He's a great man. Thank you very much, members of the board, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yep, thank you so much, everyone. We'll take this under consideration.
I also want to thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thanks. Okay, let's go now to calendar number 196-22-Z. This will be Councilor Fatikas. If anyone is on to object to this matter, please just raise your hand or press *9 and we will get you promoted. All right, Counselor, whenever you're ready, we can go ahead.
Oh, thank you very much. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. For the record, my name is Nick Fatikas, and I'm one of the attorneys at the law offices of Sam Banks. I'm here this afternoon on behalf of the applicant, Mr. Daniel Tinoco. Daniel owns the subject property at 2200 North Keeler Avenue. The subject lot measures 25.6 feet wide by 125.43 feet deep. And it's improved with a two-story building containing 5 residential units and a detached garage. The applicant is proposing to reorganize the enclosed stair at the rear of the principal building, which on its own appeared to be within right. However, during zoning review, it was determined that the existing basement unit was not properly permitted. So as part of our pending permit application, we're being required to bring that unit into full compliance. In order to do that, the applicant is seeking to reduce 36 square feet of rear yard open space to 0. And as you can see from the survey provided with our findings of fact submittal, as well as the additional photos of the existing structure, the principal building and garage cover the entirety of the lot. So there really is no additional space on site for us to meet the open space requirement. And these are existing conditions that the applicant inherited when he purchased the property back in 2015. So with that, I have 2 witnesses available to testify. The first is the applicant, again, Mr. Daniel Tinoco, and our project architect, Mr. Luis Martinez. Chairman, if you want to make sure they're both on and swear them in, I can get into the witness testimony.
Great. Yeah, let's see. Yeah, I see, Daniel, yeah, I see you on. If you unmute, will you state your name and address, please? And Daniel, you're just muted.
You hear me?
Yes, yeah. So
Okay.
can you please state your name and address?
My name is Daniel Tinoco. The address is 2200 North Keeler, Chicago, Illinois.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you. Okay, and Luis Martinez, will you state your name and address as well?
Luis Martinez, 2132 West Concord Place.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Daniel, is it true that you own the property at 2200 North Keeler Avenue?
Yes, it's true.
And as I described it, it's a single zoning lot with a 2-story multi-unit building. Is that right?
Right.
And that building and the garage at the rear cover the entirety of the lot. Is that right?
It's right.
And is it true that you actually started this process by seeking a permit to open up the enclosed stair at the rear of the principal building?
Excuse me?
Sorry, is it true that you started this process by attempting to get a permit to open up the enclosed stair at the rear of your building?
Yes.
And it was during zoning review that an issue was made of the basement or garden apartment unit. Is that right?
It's right.
So in order to bring the unit into compliance, as well as to get a permit to permit the open stair at the rear of the building, we're seeking a variation. Is that right?
Right.
Provided the board grants the relief, you intend to continue to rent the unit on the open market?
Yes.
Provided the board with a summary of your cost and income projections associated with this project. Is that right?
Right.
So before we conclude your testimony, is it true that you worked directly with Alderman Carlos Ramirez Rosa on a zoning change application for this property?
Yes.
And that was required to support the 5-unit total proposed today. Is that right?
Right.
Based on that process, you're not aware of any objection from the alderman or any of your neighbors. Is that right?
Right.
Is it your understanding that my office filed a witness statement on your behalf in this case?
Yes.
If you were to continue to testify, would that testimony be consistent with the statements we provided?
Yes. You're right.
Louis, can you hear me? I think you're still on mute.
Yes, I can hear you, Nick.
Again, you've previously testified as a professional architect before this board many times. Is that right?
Yes, I have.
With respect to the subject matter, you designed both the proposed rear stair configuration as well as the plans required to bring the garden unit into compliance. Is that right?
That is correct.
and it's your professional opinion that the existing non-conforming building footprints create the practical difficulties or particular hardships in this case. Is that right?
Yes,
And that's really because, again, the principal building and garage cover the lot, and there's no physical open space to use or account for additional open space at this point, right?
yes, that's correct.
And it's your understanding that my office filed a witness statement on your behalf in this case?
Yes,
And if you were to continue to testify, is it true, would that testimony be consistent with the statements we provided?
yes, it would be.
Thank you. And Louis, just to make sure the board's correct, or the board's clear, we're not proposing to change the footprint of the principal building or the detached garage, right?
That is correct.
We're only trying to, again, open up the enclosed stair that functions between the house or the principal building and the garage.
Yes, correct.
Thank you. Chairman, that concludes the applicant's case in chief. We'd be happy to answer any questions you or the board members have about our program.
Great. Thanks, Counselor, and everyone. Any questions from the board? We've got the information we need, so we appreciate everyone for providing that, and we'll take this under consideration.
Great. Thank you, sir.
Yep, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we're going to stick with Counselor Fatikas and go to calendar number 197-22-S. As everyone gets situated, and before I read the department's recommendation, if anyone is here to object on 197-22-S, please just raise your hand and push *9 and we'll get you promoted. Okay, so for 197-22-S, the Department of Planning and Development recommends approval to establish residential use below the second floor for a proposed 4-story, 2-dwelling unit building with rooftop deck and a detached 2-car garage with rooftop deck, provided that the development is consistent with the design and layout of the plans and documents dated June 17, 2022, prepared by Hannah Architects, Inc. And with that, Counselor, go right ahead.
Great, thank you. Again, for the record, Nick Fatikas from the law offices of Sam Banks. I'm here on behalf of the applicant 2010 Levitt Development LLC. The applicant has a contract to purchase the subject property at 2010 North Levitt Street. The subject property measures 24 feet wide by 100 feet deep, and it's currently improved with a 2-story residential building. The applicant is proposing to take down the existing building and develop the property with a new 4-story, 2-unit residential building. In order to reestablish and permit residential uses below the second floor of the proposed building, the applicant is seeking a special use because the subject property is located in a B1-2 zoning district. I have 3 witnesses available to testify on behalf of the applicant, Mr. Ross Babel, our project architect, Mr. John Hanna, and our MAI appraiser, Mr. Sylvester Kerwin. Chairman, I believe Mr. Kerwin has previously been sworn, but if you can swear in Ross and John, I can get into questioning.
Yep, we have sworn in Bud Kerwin and acknowledged his expertise, so that's on the record. Ross Babel, can you state your name and address, please? Ross, your sound wasn't working. Let's see. I see you unmuted, just can't hear you. You know, Ross, maybe if I'm just swearing the architect, maybe sign back in, but it doesn't seem like your sound is connecting. So while he's doing that, let's swear in John Hanna. John, will you state your name and address, please?
Sure. John Hanna, President of Hanna Architects Inc., 180 West Washington, Chicago, Illinois.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Great. Okay, let's see.
Chairman, just to, if you'd like, I could maybe just jump ahead and ask John a handful of questions about the project. We can maybe get to Mr. Kerwin, and then assuming Ross's volume's working, we could have him testify at the end.
Yep, so long as we've got Ross, and we do, because we'll need him. But we can go with Mr. Hannah.
Okay, so John, again, your firm designed the proposed 4-story residential building at the subject property?
That is correct.
And it's your professional opinion that the proposed design will be consistent and compatible with the surrounding land uses, is that right?
Yes, it will.
And that's mainly because the subject property is located on a residential block?
Correct.
And again, neighboring and both across the street are all residential buildings, correct?
They are.
And in terms of the actual design of the building, we're proposing a first floor unit that duplexes, first and second floor unit that duplexes down, and a third and fourth floor that duplexes up. Is that right?
That's correct.
And it's your understanding that these are for sale condominium units?
It is.
Thank you very much. I can actually move to Mr. Kerwin if you'd like, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, and I think we've got Ross.
Okay.
Yeah. So if you go ahead and unmute, let's try it.
Morning. This is Ross Babel, 1035 North Dearborn Street, Chicago, Illinois, 60610.
Great, perfect, Ross. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Great, thank you. Okay, go ahead, Counselor.
Great, thank you. Again, Ross, you are the managing member of the applicant 2010 Levitt Development LLC.
That's correct.
And that entity has a contract to purchase a subject property at 2010 North Levitt, right?
I do.
And as we described it, you're proposing to develop the property with a 4-story, 2-unit residential building.
I am.
And we talked about the general building design, but it's your understanding that the surrounding area is almost entirely residential, right?
Yes, that's correct.
So this is a residential building replacing a residential building on an otherwise residential block.
Correct.
And it's again, so for those reasons, you believe that the project will be consistent and compatible with the neighboring land uses?
Yes, I do.
And Ross, it's your understanding my office filed witness statements on your behalf in this case?
Yes.
And if you were to continue to testify, that testimony would be consistent with the statements we provided. Is that right?
Yes, it would be.
Thank you. Lastly, if I can please quickly call Mr. Kerwin.
Good morning.
But again, you were retained in this case to determine whether the proposed special use met the general criteria for special uses as set forth in the code. Is that right?
Yes, that is correct.
You physically inspected the subject property and prepared a written land use report summarizing your findings and conclusions?
Yes, I have.
And again, briefly, you would also attest that this is a residential block, a primarily residential block, and that the proposed use is consistent and compatible with the neighboring or surrounding land uses, right?
Yeah, yes, as I've shown photographs in my report of the subject property, adjoining properties, it's predominantly residential below the second floor level on both sides of the street.
And again, for these reasons, you believe that the special use criteria for approval are all being met?
Yes, in my opinion, it does meet all of the special use criteria.
Thank you. Bud, is it your understanding that my office filed a copy of your written report with the zoning board?
Yes, it is.
And if you were to continue to testify, would your testimony be consistent with the statements and conclusions contained in your written report?
Yes, it would be.
Great. Thank you so much. Chairman, that concludes the applicant's case in chief. We'd be happy to answer any questions you or the board members have about our project.
Okay, thanks, Counselor. Thanks, everyone. Any questions? Yeah, sorry, what was that? Any questions from the board? Okay, we've got what we need here, and we'll take it under consideration. So thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you.
You too. Thanks. Let's go now to calendar number 198-22-Z. As Counselor gets situated, I just want to note if anyone is here to object on this matter, 198, 22-Z, please just raise your hand or press *9 if you're on the phone, and we will get you promoted. With that, Counselor, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Matthew Alley on behalf of the applicant, Shane Banks. Before we get started, can I just confirm that we have two witnesses for this matter? Ms. Belen Garibay is the applicant, and we also have our architect, Jaime Gascon.
Yep, we have both on.
Excellent, great, thank you so much. Just a brief opening statement, then I'll turn to my witnesses, at which point you can swear them in, Mr. Chairman.
Great.
Great. So thank you again, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon, members of the board. For the record, Matthew Alley with the law firm of Shane Banks, Kenny and Schwartz. I'm appearing today on behalf of Belen Garibay, who owns the property located at 9238 to 9240 South Baltimore Avenue. Ms. Garibay inherited the property in May of 2015 upon the passing of her father. And at that time of her inheritance, the property was improved with a one-story warehouse office building with a one-story connected addition that encloses a loading bay and commercial storage space. After assuming ownership of the property and upon the city's issuance of a violation, the applicant then learned that the addition was built without city-issued permits. Until that point, the applicant was unaware that the addition was unpermitted, and she did not know when the addition was in fact built. However, by utilizing Google Maps views of the property, we do know that the addition was built as far back as Google Maps allows us to examine, which is 2007. As such, we know the unpermitted addition was built at least 15 years ago. Given that it is an enclosure of a loading bay off of the alley at the rear of the property, the addition was built to align with the rear of the existing and legally non-conforming warehouse office building. As such, both structures are located 19.73 feet from the rear property line. However, because the subject property has an M1-2 zoning designation and the rear of the subject property abuts the rear of residentially zoned property across the shared alley, a 30-foot rear setback is required. Accordingly, the requested variation would reduce the 30-foot rear setback to 19.73 to legalize the existing addition and to retain its rear alignment with the legally non-conforming warehouse and office building. Without the requested variation, the applicant would suffer financial detriment and hardship in the form of lost rental revenue from her current commercial tenant, as well as the unforeseen demolition and reconstruction costs to remove this long-standing structure. Furthermore, in addition, the addition is in keeping with the character of the area, as there are 6 other manufacturing zone properties that similarly abut residential property, all of which are non-conforming with the 30-foot rear setback requirement, and most of which have structure built directly on the rear property line. The addition also encloses a loading bay and storage space, both of which could otherwise be located outside in this zoning district. Accordingly, the addition is a benefit to the area by enclosing the sights and sounds of the business activities taking place in this space. Lastly, the applicant has the support of Alderwoman Sedlowski Garza and her immediately adjacent neighbor to the north, which abuts the addition. Lastly, the applicant has made multiple attempts to discuss the variation with the church, that is the adjacent property across the alley, but the church's pastor has been traveling and has been unreachable. Nonetheless, the applicant does know the pastor, and the church has in fact hired the commercial tenant of the property for church repairs, all of which suggests the church is certainly aware of the subject property and the addition seeking to be legalized. Mr. Chairman, with that as an opening statement, I would now look to call our first witness, the applicant, Ms. Belen Garibay.
Great. And Ms. Garibay, if you could please just state your name and address.
Belen Garibay, 9238, 9240 South Baltimore, Chicago, Illinois, 60617.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And before I get started, can I just confirm, do we have any objecting witnesses on the line today? It doesn't look like it, but I wanted to.
No. Yeah. No, we haven't gotten any hands.
Okay. So with your permission, Mr. Chairman, I would proceed with an abbreviated examination of the witnesses relying on their affidavits.
Great.
Okay. Ms. Garibay, you are the owner of the property located at 9238 to 9240 South Baltimore Avenue, correct?
Correct.
And you are also the applicant for the variation being sought today under matter 198-22Z, is that right?
Yes,
Ms. Garabay, you have owned this property since May of 2015?
that's correct.
And did you submit an affidavit to the ZBA prior to today's hearing?
Yes,
Are the statements made in that affidavit true and correct?
yes,
And do you adopt as your testimony here today the statements contained within your affidavit?
yes.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, unless there are any questions from the board at this time, I'd be ready to call our second witness, Jaime Gascon, the project architect.
Let's call Jaime and then see if we have any questions.
Sure.
So Jaime, would you please state your name and address?
Name is Jaime Gascon. Our office address is 6 North Western Avenue in Chicago, Illinois, 60612.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Great.
Thank you. Mr. Gascon, are you an architect licensed by the state of Illinois?
That is correct.
And are you also the project architect for the plans subject to this variation application?
That is correct.
Did you similarly submit an affidavit to the ZBA prior to today's hearing?
I did.
And are the statements made in that affidavit true and correct?
That is correct.
And do you adopt as your testimony here today the statements contained within your affidavit?
Yes.
Great, thank you. Mr. Chairman, that would conclude the applicant's case in chief. We would welcome any questions or comments from the board regarding our proposal or our submitted findings of fact.
Great. Thanks, everybody. Any questions from the board? Okay, we've got the information we need and we will take this under consideration. So I appreciate everyone's time.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, we are moving now to calendar numbers 199-22-Z and 200-22-Z. As we get situated, please raise your hand if we have any objectors to these matters. Let's see, Walter Durham, I'm trying to promote you now. But either way, you should be allowed to talk if you unmute. And my understanding is you are the architect, but we will confirm that.
This is Walt Dorman.
Great, great. And Walt, just to confirm, are you the architect?
Yes.
Perfect. Okay, thank you. So Councilor Tom Moore, feel free to take it away.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicants in this case are Andrew and Abby Watson. Unfortunately or fortunately, one of them had to go to work today, so they're in two different places. Do we have them both in the Zoom?
Yep, they're both on.
Great. Would you mind swearing them, please?
Sure, yeah. Okay, so first, Abby Watson, will you state your name and address, please?
Yep, Abby Watson, 1926 North Sedgwick Street, Chicago, Illinois, 60614.
Great, and do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes.
Perfect. Okay, Andrew Watson, will you state your name and address, please?
Andrew Watson, 1926 North Sedgwick Street, Chicago, Illinois, 60614.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Chairman, I would start with Andrew because I've dealt with him the most and followed with various little, jumped through some hoops with him. So Andrew, who besides Abby, who else do you live with at 1926 Sedgwick?
We live with our 1.5-year-old daughter and then our dog.
Okay, and you've lived in the neighborhood for many years and you were searching for the home that you and your wife could raise a family, is that right?
Correct. We lived in Lincoln Park for about 8 years, and about 2 years ago, at the height of the pandemic, we moved into our forever home here.
And the building you bought is a orange rated 19th century building that you must preserve the front and the facades, etc. Is that right?
Correct. It was built in 1876. There was a big remodel in the early 2000s to make it modernized, and then we're trying to continue to make it livable into the 21st century here.
Okay, and you and Abby appeared in front of well, first of all, when we first filed this, you went to all of the neighbors on all sides and across the alley and showed them your plans and asked for their support. Is that right?
That's correct.
And everyone gave it except the gentleman to your south who was in Florida at the time. Is that right?
Of the initial one, yes, but we did eventually receive his.
Right. And so then we went to the Lincoln Central Association and showed your plans to them, and they enthusiastically supported the idea that you're preserving the orange rated building, and gave you their full support so long as you got letters of support from all of the neighbors. Is that right?
That is correct.
And similarly, the alderman wanted to see letters from all the neighbors. Is that right?
That is correct, and from the association.
Okay. The association being the condo association next door.
Sorry, no, I meant the Lincoln Central Association.
Oh, right.
We wanted
Okay. I'm
approval
sorry.
from them too.
Okay. And so when the gentleman to the south returned, you shared your plans with him, and he had some concerns. He wanted some not shading, something in between your properties to shelter it a little bit. Is that right?
Yeah, he was looking for some additional privacy between the 2 yards. So we spent a couple hours walking him through it and then kind of talking through what privacy we would build in between the two.
And so you've promised to give him the privacy that he's requested. Is that right?
That's correct.
And then he gave you his support as well.
That's correct.
Okay. And so so this is all about the back of the house, and in the back, you have an existing wood porch, but it's old and subject to rotting. Is that right?
That is correct.
And so you're going to replace it with a steel porch, which can't rot and which will be there throughout the life of your living there. And is that right?
That is correct.
And under the zoning you have, you can have the deck up to 6 feet off the ground, but the right outside the door of the 1887 building is about another foot higher than the 6 feet that the current code allows. Is that right?
Yep, that's correct.
And in your opinion, it would be somewhat dangerous both for your family, your child, and your parents who visit from time to time to have a fall off right outside the door. Is that right?
Correct. Especially single steps are very risky.
And so your design is to have the new steel porch directly even with the floor level that was established in 1887. Is that right?
Correct.
And then when you do that, and even before you do that, there's really no room to meet the outdoor, the rear yard open space requirement. So we're also asking the board to let you put that on the garage roof deck. Is that right?
Correct.
And the garage roof deck is also existing. So your hardship or inconvenience is that both the floor level of the existing house and the existing garage create practical difficulties to design this outdoor space that your family will use for the foreseeable future. Is that right?
That's correct.
And Drew, is that right?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. So we're asking the board for these two variances, and everything else will otherwise comply as far as you understand it. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And Abby, is there anything you could add to what Andrew has explained?
I think he's covered everything.
Okay. And then we have Mr. Walter Dorman. Mr. Dorman, would you, Mr. Chairman, would you please swear Mr. Dorman?
Yeah, Mr. Dorman, can you state your name and address?
Walter Dorman, Lineworks Architects, 3501 Woodhead Drive, Northbrook, Illinois.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes.
Great.
Mr. Dorman, something I forgot to ask Andrew, the space underneath the new deck, that'll be permeable, is that right?
That's correct.
Yeah, and as Andrew explained, the 1887 floor level is about a foot higher than in this zoning that the deck would allow. And that's really our practical difficulty to redoing the outdoor space in the rear of the house. Is that right?
Correct.
And you'll otherwise comply with all regulations and codes of the zoning and building code. Is that right? Your plans will?
Yes.
And in your professional opinion, this it fits right in the character of the neighborhood, and it doesn't have a negative effect, won't take anyone else's light or air away. Is that right?
That's correct.
Mr. Chairman, that's our prima facie case. All of these witnesses are available for your questions.
Okay. Yeah, so a question for the architect. Was a Hopkins stair considered here, or were other configurations that potentially would be code compliant?
We did look at this starting the beginning of last year, and we did look at some options of going from just rebuilding the existing deck and having a stairway go from there up to the garage. We felt that putting, as you said, the Hopkins stair next to the garage really wiped out any open space other than what would be available if you continued the deck across. Didn't have a clear rear yard open space with that.
Okay. Other board members have questions?
This is Commissioner Esposito. Would the architect please elaborate on that? I mean, why can't the Hopkins stair model be used in this situation?
I'd say it couldn't be used. It just really cut down on their amount of their rear yard that was available, because you'd still have the deck, you'd still have to have the stairs going down to grade, and then you'd have to have the other stair. We'd still be moving the door for the garage, and you still have the other stair going up to the garage roof deck.
So may I ask why a deck is necessary? Are you're saying you'd still have a deck?
Right, they'd still want to have the garage roof deck.
Okay.
Have access to that.
Right. Okay. And then why not the Hopkins stair?
Well, I think it's just took more space from their rear yard available space.
Okay.
Going from the deck up to the garage is a much shorter run than going from grade up to the roof deck.
Okay.
Okay, and I guess just said, straightforward to, maybe this goes to the counselor, but Tom, we've got to show hardship on everything. And I think that the line of questions is that we're trying to see what the hardship is.
So let me ask some more questions, if I may. So, Mr. Dorman, actually now to have the rear yard open space, you have to have a diameter of 15 feet, don't you? in this zoning district? Or is it 12 in any case? When this garage and this building were previously renovated, since that time, the zoning department has reinterpreted the diameter necessary for the rear yard open space. Isn't that correct?
I believe that's correct.
And
I
then
think we did look at the existing wood deck and where what I have is a 10-foot diameter circle in there, and to do the Hopkins stair that infringes on that 10-foot circle.
Right. And so
10-foot diameter.
So you can't have both. You would, in that case, you would need a variance for the open space because you couldn't meet the diameter, because there is an existing house and an existing garage, and if you put the Hopkins stair in that space, then you don't meet the open space requirement. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And by doing it this way, you meet all of the requirements. Isn't that correct? We have both the open space and if these gentlemen grant the variance, we also would be in compliance in that way as well. Is that right?
Right. With the variance, you would comply. Yes.
Okay. Abby, will you tell us why you would like, why you think it's important to have the deck outside your back door?
Yeah.
And not as opposed to a stairs down and then a stairs back up, with your open space in the little space between the existing house and the existing garage.
Are you asking specifically just about the deck or the step?
Well, both. Why do you need it this way?
Yep. So we're trying to avoid this step. Anyone with toddlers know that it's a hazard. So each time right now our daughter goes in and out of the house, we're making sure that she's safe. And then we also have parents who are entering their early 70s. So trying to avoid steps again from a safety perspective going in and out of the house. And so really for both of those reasons, we're trying to make it flush with the house so you don't have to take a step in or out when carrying things or having to worry about kids. And then just the space in general. So it's easier line of sight. Typically, if we're prepping dinner or doing something inside, they can easily access the outdoors. And we don't have to worry about, again, any kind of falling hazard or anything like that.
So if you had to have stairs down and then stairs back up, and your child played in that space down on the ground between the house and the garage, the existing house and the existing garage, would you be able to see her?
We would still be able to see her with a step. Again, it's just not an ideal scenario when you're trying to avoid any kind of potential fall for either her or our parents.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, that's all we have.
Okay, we might have some more questions. So questions from members of the board?
I'm Tom, maybe you can help me because I'm still a little confused. What you were saying about the Hopkins stair, what you're saying, are you saying that if you used a Hopkins stair that you wouldn't meet the minimum requirement for the rear yard open space?
Yes, I believe that's true, because between the time when this house was previously renovated and now, the department changed how they measure a rear yard open space. And you have to have a straight line, diameter line, and you can't have an obstruction in it. You can't have the stair taking up part of that space. Whereas if you put it up on the garage, then you can have both.
Okay.
So this is Commissioner Esposito again. So will this new deck effectively just overlook the fence to the yard next door entirely?
Well, that was the concern of the gentleman to the south, but they worked out some screening they're going to do, and he gave a letter of support. So that concern was met after discussion with the neighbor.
I see. Thank you.
And one thing to add from earlier too is right now our setup, we don't have a place where our daughter can play safely outside and we can see her. So our hope was to have a single line of sight where wherever our daughter and our subsequent children are playing, we can always see them, whether we're inside, outside, etc., and we can make sure that they're safe.
Okay, this is Commissioner Esposito again. Okay, can you describe the screening since it's not pictured here?
It's going to be like lattice screening. So right now we have a fence between the two, and then we're going to put up privacy lattice screening. And then as well as greenery screening too. So ivy and plants.
Okay, and just so you know, Tom, so that because the number one thing we always have to show is hardship. So I'm just trying to frame this again so that when we go and talk about it, to confirm that we're viewing it the way you're viewing it, and that it's that a Hopkins stair would cause other issues with the rear yard open space requirement. So therefore the hardship would be it would create another issue. Because you know the history of like the Hopkins Amendment was kind of set up to avoid setups like this.
Well, no, that's not my understanding of the Hopkins stair, but that's a whole different issue, and how that evolved. But you know, people in the city who have families and want to maximize the use of their rear space, and the evolution of the regulations doesn't always keep up with the reality. That's a whole different topic. But yes, the hardship is we have an 1887 building that's there with a certain floor level, and we have an existing garage. So we have existing buildings to comply, and the department has changed over time how they, something they may have complied in 2006 in terms of open space, they no longer would comply. And if you're changing something now, you have to comply currently. And to do it this way will comply in all ways.
Okay, any other questions from the board? Okay, we'll take this under consideration. And thank you so much, everyone, for your time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, let's jump now to number 201-22-S. If anyone is here to object on this matter, please just raise your hand and we will get you promoted. I also believe that we have Alderman Brookins on for this one. So Alderman, if you're here, I always just ask, would you like to speak at the beginning or the end?
The end is fine, but I'm actually here for the one, I think it's on page 8 also.
Oh, sorry, I messed that up.
But no, I got no objections to this.
Okay. Okay, perfect. Then I'm going to go ahead and read the department's recommendation as Counselor gets situated. So for calendar number 201-22-S, the Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed hair salon.
Okay, do we have Daniela Comprendo on?
Yes.
Yeah. So, Mr. Chairman, would you mind swearing Ms. Comprendo?
Yeah, Ms. Comprendo, will you state your name and address, please?
My name is Daniela Comprendo, and the address is 1755 West 87th Street in Chicago.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you.
So, Ms. Comprendo, you have been a esthetician, had a license to cut hair for how many years?
21 years.
And it's you have always tried to and want to specialize in children's hair, is that right?
Correct.
And why is that?
Mainly because that's what I've been doing for 18 years now. So I've only done children's hair for 18 years.
Okay. And it's been your dream to have your own place, which you called Hollywood Kids Salon, is that right?
Correct.
And in the past, you've worked for other people, but if the board sees fit to grant this special use, you'll finally realize your dream to have your own hair salon specializing in children's hair. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And we sent out notice to the neighbors, and we got a couple of calls, and you and I explained what was going on, and you've talked to all the commercial neighbors around you, and we're not aware of any objectors. Is that right?
That's correct.
And that's all the questions I have of Ms. Well, you and I wrote a affidavit where you addressed all the criteria necessary for the board to grant this variance, this special use. And if you were to continue to testify, you testify consistently with it. Is that right?
That's right.
That's all I have of Ms. Comprendo. Hopefully Mr. Ryan is on the call.
Yes. Yeah, and Joe has been sworn in, and we've acknowledged his expertise on the record.
Great, thank you very much. Joe Ryan, you, at my request, you looked into whether or not this application for a special use could meet all the criteria necessary for the board to grant a special use. Is that right?
Yes, it is.
And if you were to continue to testify, you testify consistently with the report that we have filed with the board. Is that right?
That's correct, yes.
And in your opinion, this will have no negative effects on the surrounding properties, no negative effect whatsoever. Is that right?
That's correct, yes.
Mr. Chairman, that's our case in chief.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the board? Okay. Since we've got Alderman Brookins on, and this is his ward, Alderman, I just want to give you the chance again to say anything on this matter.
No, we have no objections to this. I hopefully she'll do a wonderful job with her salon. The business there has gone through a couple of different iterations. I believe it was a Papa John's Pizza before it was closed, and I think she'll do well there.
Great. Thank you so much for the feedback. We appreciate it.
Thanks.
Okay, we'll take this under consideration. And thank you very much, Ms. Comprendo, for your time.
Thank you.
Yep. Okay, we're moving now to a string of matters. It is calendar number 202-22-Z, calendar number 203-22-Z, 204-22-Z, and 205-22-Z. If anyone is here to object on these matters, please just raise your hand and we will get you promoted. Otherwise, we're staying with Councilor Tom Moore. There's a hand, so let me make sure we know who it is. All right, I'm promoting a Phil N. and a John Kelleher. And a Nick Callenjart. So you just need to accept the promotion. And as you're promoted, so John, I see you've been promoted. Can you let us know, are you here to object?
Yes.
Okay, great. And I know that it looks like everyone can speak, so that's good. So how I'm gonna run through quick how we hear the matter when there's objectors. First, we will have the applicant give their case in chief. Per usual, we'll swear in the applicant witnesses. The board will ask questions. At that point, we'll move over to the objectors, and the objectors can state their objections. We always remind people that we don't hear repetitive testimony just because of efficiency. So just keep it new, and we'll hear you all, and you're able to at that time also ask questions of the applicant to the extent that you have questions. After that, we'll move back to the applicant for rebuttal to the objections and a brief closing. Throughout this whole thing, the board may ask questions of the applicant or objectors as they please. So with that, Counselor, I'll let you kick off the process.
Because we have objectors, with your permission, I'll leave my usual process of letting the witness tell the story and just do a very brief background. So I don't know, for 20 years, I represented the Archdiocese in a variety of problems and cases. And when they sold property, they have a unique zoning situation in that their parish campuses, if you will, have multiple buildings. They inherently violate the rule of having more than one building on a zoning lot. And they often have 2, 3, or 4 buildings. And so when a building is sold off, whatever the issues on the building being sold off are one thing, very often because they're just a piece of the larger puzzle, they have variance, they have setback issues that have to be corrected before something else can be done with them. But also, and for many years, no one did anything about this, the resulting, the remaining buildings on the the remaining campus are also non-compliant, inherently non-compliant. They weren't compliant before, but they're left uncompliant. And what would happen is later on, the church or somebody would go to get an addition or whatever, and this non-compliance would pop up. So in recent years, the zoning department has required when a building is sold off to a new user, that not only does the new user have to have a compliant new zoning lot, split off zoning lot, they have to make the remaining zoning lot compliant. And so in this case, there is a beautiful old, very handsome convent on Claremont. It's been empty for many, many years. And the applicant here, Mr. Gassman, his LLC wants to make it into a 16-unit affordable and accessible apartment building. He wants to preserve it and repurpose it and add affordable and accessibility. And that creates some setback issues for him and a fencing issue, because the agreement is that the existing, this is a picture of the convent that's up now, and it's also helpful to see there is a steel fence along the property line, and normally the zoning department would have required a wood fence there also. So you'd have a wood fence right up against a steel fence. And the problem with that is it's supposed to go all the way back to the back of the property. And the understanding is there was a parking lot for a priest at the other side of the church, and he'd use this driveway. And if you had a fence there, it would block it. So our second, besides the setback issues, the second variance being requested on behalf of the applicant is to waive having a duplicative fence. But then the Archdiocese has asked him to also prosecute the two variations to bring the remaining zoning lot into compliance. And so that's the second two. They relate to the church and the rear yard setback in the church when you split off the convent. So that's the background. And with that, Mr. Chairman, would you please swear in Dave Gassman?
Of course, yeah, Mr. Gassman, can you state your name and address?
David Gassman, 3210 North Halsted, Chicago, 60657.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Gassman, you pride yourself on having apartment buildings and taking old buildings and repurposing them to preserve them and make them useful in a new way. Is that right?
Yes.
And in this case, you saw that this old convent, which was empty, was a handsome building and vacant, and you proposed to repurpose it as a apartment building. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you went through a process in the 40th Ward. Is that right?
Yes.
And you, with the support of the community and the alderman, you rezoned it. Is that right?
That's right.
And you also went through an ARO process where you pledged to have affordable units and to make those affordable units accessible. Is that right?
That's also correct.
And then once we got through all that, you added parking, and but your rear yard is still short of what it would be if you had your architect drawing from a clean slate and was making a building without the fact that it was already existing. Is that right?
Well, yes, it's an existing building that we can't very well move. So the backyard is the backyard, or the rear yard is existing.
Okay. And then as a part of the negotiation, the Archdiocese, given some experiences they have had with other properties they have split and sold, they asked you to also bring the rest of their property into compliance. Is that right?
Yes.
So when we filed your plans and got the corrections for variances, we also filed not really full plans, but elevations and property outlines, building outlines sufficient to get a setback denials for the remaining.
That's correct.
Split. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So we're here today asking for variances that would allow the two buildings, or really there's a rectory over on the other side that's unaffected, but to remain where they are as they've been for decades and decades. And in your opinion, it's not going to change the essential character of the neighborhood or have any negative effect, as these buildings have been where they will be continuing into the future. Is that right?
No, this will preserve the history.
Okay. And you don't think it'll have any negative effect on anybody else because it'll just continue as it has been, except that now the vacant building is going to be usefully used as residences for people, and also some affordable and accessible residences. Is that right?
Yes, the footprint is not changing one bit.
Okay. And you and I worked out a affidavit on each of these cases where you addressed all of the criteria necessary for this board to grant the variances requested. And if you were to continue to testify, you testify consistently with that. Is that right?
I would, yes.
And is Jonathan Split on the call?
I see his picture, yes.
Yes, Tom, I'm here.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, would you mind swearing in Mr. Split?
Yep, Jonathan, can you state your name and address, please?
Jonathan Split, 4001 North Ravenswood, Chicago, Illinois.
Great. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
So Mr. Gassman hired you to help him repurpose this convent and bring into compliance the remaining lot, is the remaining archdiocese lot. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And will you share with the board some of the practical difficulties you have in doing that?
Sure. So as Tom mentioned, the building, I believe, is close to 100 years old. It's a 3-story masonry building with a full basement. And it used to house about 20 nuns. So there's about 20 private residences on the second floor, a very large third floor, and then, kitchens and other space first and second. And the building was built about 5.5 feet off the ground to the first floor. So one of the first things we had to do was to make the building accessible. So we put a electric lift at the rear. And then we also had to reconfigure some of the existing driveway space to make an accessible parking area. We were able to fit 6 cars as well as 15 bicycles. But as Mr. Gassman said, we saved all of the exterior walls. So the setbacks that exist under this proposed design are the same setbacks that exist as well. So in the building, one other thing to note is it's also a green building. We're hoping to do geothermal heat and cooling. So I think it's a good fit in that it stays residential. It stays the same size and square footage and setbacks. We have 16 units, which, as Tom mentioned, are affordable and accessible.
And now turning your attention to the zoning department didn't want us to just split off this piece of the parish zoning lot without making the resulting remaining zoning lot compliant. And so what were you asked to do that? You were asked to measure the church and things like that? And
That's correct. Yeah, the property consists of 3 buildings. So it's a church on the corner, a convent behind, and a rectory on the other side. So I was asked to check the FAR of the church to see if it's compatible. And then we also did some diagrams showing all of the existing setbacks, as well as resurveyed all 3 parcels to show those existing setbacks.
So if the board saw fit to grant these variances, both the convent and the remaining church lot will both come into full compliance. Is that right?
That is correct.
And in your professional opinion, the resulting 2 buildings there will fit right into the character of the neighborhood?
Yes, because as it was mentioned, they've been there for 100 years or so, Tom. So we're hoping to preserve and save the buildings.
And in your opinion, there will be no negative effect on any other properties?
That's correct.
It won't take up any light or air or have any other deleterious effect, is that right?
No, I mean, the only neighbor we faced was, again, saving the side yard and not increasing the building size. So it should have no ill effect.
Okay. And you and I worked out an affidavit where you addressed all these criteria necessary for this board to grant these variances. And if you were to continue to testify, you testify consistently with it. Is that right?
Correct. Yes.
Mr. Chairman, that's our case in chief.
Okay, great. So before we go over to the objectors, I want to see if the board has any questions at this point in time. Okay, so let's go over to the objectors. If someone wants to lead it off, we'll take volunteers. And again, we'll get you all on. We just ask for no repetitive testimony. So is there anyone in particular who wants to start? And I'm promoting right now. Someone signed in as Kathy. You just have to accept the promotion. Okay, maybe I see Phil and John. Maybe if one of you could start.
And Mr. Chairman, this is Phil Mahalik. I'm happy to start off with a question or two, if that works for
Great,
you.
thanks, Phil. And really quick, I'm going to get you sworn in. So can you state your name and address, please?
Sure. And my name is Phil Mahalik. I live at 4944 North Oakley Avenue. That's in Chicago, and the zip code is 60625.
Great. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you. Go right ahead.
Yes, so I just wanted to start with some really just questions for clarification, whether or not I need to raise or further my objection. So I know that, the focus of this discussion was on the development of the property on Claremont, but I'm really interested in specifically the open yard space that is at the corner of Oakley and Ainsley. And that yard space would be east of the rectory. So not having too much experience, reviewing these zoning proposals, initially, I just want to clarify if any of this rezoning would eliminate or reduce any of that yard space at the corner of Oakley and Ainsley. And for the primary purpose, I just want to make sure that no green space is reduced or eliminated. So it's just a question and clarification.
Mr. Chairman, would you like me to do that, or who would you like to answer?
Yeah, I think you would be the right person.
So the exhibit up really shows the only, excuse me, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
The only thing that's really being changed here is the repurposing of the building in blue at the top of the picture. Everything else is remaining exactly as it is, because when you split off the building in blue, you're eliminating any potential rear yard for the church, the building that's to your left there in the picture. That's why it needs variances as well. But nothing is being done or proposed at this time for anything about any of the green here at all. It all will stay exactly as it is.
Okay, thank you. So when you say that the rear yard, you're referencing the property that would be north of the church, in any of that space around the property highlighted in blue. You call that the yard that's being reduced, I think, to zero in the proposed rezoning. Is that
That's
correct?
right. Theoretically,
Okay.
if you were building a church today, you might be required to have a 30-foot rear yard behind where that blue is, where the convent is and has been. But since it's there and they're splitting off the lot, the church becomes non-compliant because there's no rear yard there. So if the board were to grant this variance, that it would allow the buildings to stay where they are, but it would allow the convent to be repurposed.
Okay, thanks. That explanation's really helpful. And like I said, my primary concern was just the reduction or elimination of any of the green space in the diagram there. So thank you. I don't have any
Great.
further questions then.
Great. Thanks so much for coming, Phil. We appreciate
thank
it.
you.
Okay, I'm going to move on to the next person who we had, John Keller.
Yeah, I'm right here.
Great, John. Can you state your name and address, please?
Yeah, name is John Kelleher. I live at 4924 North Claremont. I'm directly across the street from the convent.
Great. And okay,
I've been there forever,
Okay, really quick before you start, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. All right, go right ahead.
Yeah, I guess I'm objecting because of what we don't know. I've lived in this neighborhood all my life. I went to school at St. Matthias. DePel, Amundsen. I understand that the part about the rectory is we're redeveloping this or we're getting this zone change for parcels. But that doesn't mean these parcels aren't going to be developed. And I'm guessing that Mr. Gassman is doing it because he hopes to develop those parcels. The other thing is about the convent. We're only adding 6 parking spaces to the convent. This is a residential permit parking area. The reason for that is because of the school, the church, the mall, the fests that they have at the mall. I just don't understand how we can get by with 16 units at 6 parking spaces. I understand you believe that to be, well, it actually has been changed by zoning, but I just don't see how it helps me by allowing, or not objecting to the zoning.
I'm on zoning board, kind of claim it.
That's about it.
Okay, yeah, and on that front, do you also, do you have any questions for the applicant you want to ask about parking?
No, I mean, I know what I already know. There's only going to be 6 spaces for 16 units. I've read Mr. Gassman's, development history. And it seems to be what he does is develop property, high numbers of units with low numbers of parking spaces.
Yep.
And this is a residential zone. So we have issues parking here. I don't know who told you we didn't or that it wouldn't affect us.
Yep. Okay, good. Then I'll ask them when they get to rebuttal, the applicant to address parking. It's on my list because I'm sure the board wants to hear about it as well.
Great.
Okay, thank you. And going down, so Kathy, can you state your name and address, please?
Hi, my name is Kathleen Evans and I'm at 4912 North Oakley. Can you hear me all right?
Yep, I can. Perfect. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
All right, go right ahead.
So I am directly affected, I feel the most. My property is directly next door. The rectory is to my south and the right next door. I'm right on the alley, a few feet from the church. And behind me to the west sits the church, and also the convent is a little bit, it's a kitty corner for me, right? So all of this property affects this building greatly. Like John had mentioned, I went to St. Matthias School. My parents were married there, my grandparents, we buried them there. So in this green space next to us, that's what I look out at. So I'm concerned about what's going to happen to the green space. I'm concerned about the construction. I'm concerned about parking. I'm concerned about my tenants and how this is going to affect them. In our livelihoods that I'm in a home office as well. So all the construction that goes on affects everything in my world. And I haven't heard one thing about what's going to happen. And it just concerns me that I'm directly next door and I have no clue what's going on. I know I hear a lot of things, obviously, but I think that we need more communication. All the neighbors are fully vested in this neighborhood. We love it. I mean, we lost our church. That's a lot. So it's affecting my religion. It's affecting my business, my life. It's just my life, it's everything. And so when you say you're going to bring in a lot of apartment buildings, where are they going to park? And then there's low income. There's a lot of things going on. So I want to know how it affects me. It is going to affect my life greatly. I mean, when they tore up the streets with the gas lines and they completely busted up the entire alley, my office is a few feet from, not even a few feet, it's right on top of the alley. So I want to, the timelines, like what's going on. Is the church bought? Is Mr. Gassman purchasing the church? What's the plans for the church? Is it a historical building? Can you knock down the church? Will it be developed into condos similar to Transfiguration and others? I don't know how you would turn that into apartments, and then also what's going to be done with the rectory? Is there any plans that have been brought forward with that? Or because if it's annexed into the convent, something, the train's left the station and I need to know what's going on. I have a great concern for that and for the people on my block that are concerned too, several. And there's, a family across the street that directly faces the church as well. All the people on Ainsley in the apartment buildings are affected. So that's where my concerns are at.
And Counselor, can you address some of those right now? It seems like there's been a gap of communication. Some of these, questions, I think could have been answered ahead of time. So wondering if you can hit on a few of those now, even before we get to rebuttal.
Well, actually, Kathy, you and I did talk, and I did tell you that that this had nothing to do with the rectory, and that none of that was involved.
We've never talked. I received a letter. I received a couple letters. I've never talked to anybody.
Right. Okay. I'm sorry. I thought I talked to the person who lived right next door. Maybe it was another of your neighbors.
Okay.
So, Mr. Chairman, you want me, or should I use one of the witnesses to
It's
address?
totally up to you.
Okay.
I'll address this, Tom.
Yeah. So, Dave Gassman, are you here still?
I am.
Okay. So you have no, we're before the board today to try to repurpose the convent. We're not.
Exactly. For the back, the rear yard and the fence and things we have listed. I have nothing to do with the church. I have nothing to do with the rectory.
Okay. And if the church has not amply communicated with its former parishioners, you're sorry for that, but that wasn't your doing, is that right?
Correct. I have nothing to do with the church or the rectory. I am only doing the convent. So, I have spoken with a number of neighbors.
Okay.
We communicated for the zoning change with the alderman, and we sent out notice, and he sent out notice.
Okay.
So,
Well, I live right directly. I'm the closest to anybody in the entire neighborhood. So nobody's ever contacted me ever once.
you didn't
Just
get
as part, and why is the rectory included on all of the letters? The rectory address on Ainsley is on all the attorney letters that I received.
because that's part of the zoning change.
Right, so.
That's part of the variance that Tom explained. We have to split it off. It was one parcel and we're splitting it off with just the convent and then the rectory and the church on the second parcel.
So, Mr. Chairman, can I just try to address the various things? Then if there's more needed, we could come back to it.
Sure.
So Dave, would you please answer my questions?
Sure.
So one of the concerns listed here was construction. You're not knocking the convent down, are you?
No, I'm not knocking it down.
So unlike a construction where you're starting from scratch and going to be doing a foundation and everything, you're largely saving this building and doing internal work and some work on the third floor. Is that right?
That's correct. I mean, this is the least invasive kind of construction.
But you of course will give your contractor's cell phone to the immediate neighbors and be absolutely responsive of any problems as the construction progresses.
I will give my cell phone to the neighbors.
Okay. And that's your practice generally. You try to be a
no, there was construction next door. They built 4 brand new houses next door. That was the construction that was going on. You mentioned they tore up the streets and put in gas lines. That's what was going on. That had nothing to do with me.
Well, no, the gas lines had nothing to do with you, and neither did those homes. I realize you're not that builder. I understand that. But actually your construction I hear every day in just rehabbing that. And if it would move to the church, I mean, it's right behind me. And they're throwing stuff out shoots for the last 4 months. So
I have nothing to do with the church or the rectory.
No, I'm talking about the one you're rehabbing right now. I hear the construction every day. So
Dave, if you want to just answer my questions, please. So now another issue that was raised was parking. So the city policy that the city council has designated certain areas and certain L lines and bus stops for TOD treatment. Is that right?
Correct.
And the purpose is to
Chairman?
Yeah, who's speaking?
Yeah, this is John Kelleher.
Oh, sorry, you've got to let them go. It's their turn. I can circle back to you, John.
Okay, all right. I'll,
Thanks.
So the purpose of that is to encourage the additional density along these public transit lines. Is that right?
Yes, and encourage the use of those transit lines
Right.
rather than driving cars.
Okay. And so one of the things that attracted you to this property was that it is within 1,320 feet of the permitted or accepted transit line on Western Avenue. Is that right?
Yes.
And so part of the application for the zoning change, it was a type 1 zoning change, and it was a TOD zoning change, and both before the community and before the zoning department, the request was to reduce the parking. And the most you could come up with here was 6 parking spaces, and that was accepted by the zoning department, and it was passed by the zoning committee of the city council and the city council in the ordinance, the TOD ordinance. Is that right?
That's correct.
And so it's also your experience that many of the younger renters these days are more Uber and Lyft and other means of transportation. Is that right?
Yes.
And also you're adding bicycle stalls to this property as well. Is that right?
Yes.
To encourage other means of transportation. Is that correct?
Correct.
And I'm not sure we addressed everything, but
yeah, no, that was helpful. I think one thing that you've said, I just want to make crystal clear, is that Mr. Gaspin, you have no right over the church or the rectory, right? Like that's remaining with the Catholic
Correct.
Church.
Correct. I have
So
nothing to do with
the Catholic
that.
Church is keeping that. Yep. Okay, great.
And then how will we be informed better if Mr. Gaspin has nothing to do with those 2 pieces of property? How will we be informed by, is it our alderman or who? Because I haven't
It's the
heard.
church. It's going to be the church because they continue to hold ownership.
It's not being cared for, so I don't know.
Yeah. You can always reach out to the alderman because I'm sure the alderman is aware of what's
Well,
going
I don't
on.
want to keep reaching out to people. I want people, if something's in action with the property, like a couple feet from me, I should know. It's a large piece of property and so is the church.
Yeah,
And
I understand, man. It's not really our full jurisdiction, but what I'm saying is it's the Catholic Church. They have ownership. They need to let you know. So I would get in touch with them. Okay, we've got Nick Callengart as well. Nick, if you could state your name and address, please.
Sure, Nick Callengart, 4856 North Oakley Avenue.
Okay, thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Go ahead.
I live, my apartment's mostly on Ainsley, directly across from the rectory and the garden. I had one quick thing related to a couple of questions Kathy was asking. I was informed by the 40th Ward office earlier today that the church is very recently put the rectory building up for sale and has yet to find a buyer. And then I think there was some question about landmark status, and all of those you on the committee would know much better than I would, but I was told that landmark status can't be established without the approval of the church itself, and they're not in support of that. I had one, I guess my question for the developer is if you could speak a little bit more about the 3rd floor addition, because every single building on Claremont is a 2-story building, and so it feels as if that would be out of character. Also, from what I saw, it seems like a fairly significant addition, which would also seem to be at odds with the description of preserving the building rather than modifying the existing building.
Sure. We're not doing an addition. We're actually the roof right now is at a roughly 45-degree angle. It will be pitched up to almost a flat. So there's technically no addition to the property. We're changing the pitch of the roof so that the space on the third floor that's currently existing will be more usable.
That's correct. This is Jonathan Split speaking. So we have an existing large, tall gable roof, which is right now at 40 feet above grade. And there's two existing dormers on both the north and south side. So we're just extending the dormers back to get more usable space. But the footprint of the building and the height of the building stays the same. And the view from the front would also stay the same.
Right, John, we should point out that this is the rear part. You won't even see this changing of the roof from the street.
That's correct. The front entire roof remains as is, no change at all.
Okay, thank you for the clarification also regarding the view from the facade. Last thing I just wanted to add was also some concern for parking. Yeah, given it's 16 units, and in addition to that, there was what used to be a parking lot a few doors up the street that recently has been developed into 4 townhomes. And so it just feels like a lot of density coming into one block all at once. But thank you.
Great. And yeah, let's take those on rebuttal. I want to make sure that we got everyone. John Kelleher, I know I said I'd circle back to you, so I just wanted to do that circle back and give you the opportunity to bring up something new.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, great. Yeah, I'd like to know, we're intending to change the zoning, okay, at 2200 Ainsley, 23 through 20.
No.
What size of what kind of zoning are we doing there? What would be allowed to be
No.
at that site? Right, we're changing zoning. I mean, currently.
No, not.
Hey, hold on. Hey, let him finish speaking, please. John, go ahead, and then we'll circle back.
Yeah, I'm just saying, right now it's grass. What are we doing? We're splitting it into lots, and what can be built on those lots? I mean, if we keep the zoning the way it is right now, you know, we got some leverage with the church. We can ask them to let us know what's going on with all their parcels. I mean, because there's something going on here, something big. So that's kind of the thing. I'd like to know what can be built at that lot when the zoning change would go through, the maximum size and the minimum, and that kind of thing.
Okay, John.
Mr. Chairman, if I could answer that, if
Sure, and Counselor, but it's your client trying to speak, so I'll leave that up to you. But if we could please just wait until everyone's done speaking to speak.
Sure.
So, yep, go ahead.
So I have the floor?
Yeah, go ahead, Tom.
Thank you. So there's no zoning change taking place at this time. The convent, and only the convent, there was a zoning change, and it was a type 1 zoning change. So nothing different can be built than the plans that were attached to it and approved by the city council. Any variation, any change from those plans would have to go back through the city council, and the alderman would require another community meeting and another whole process. The church and the rectory are not being rezoned. They're merely included in this proceeding because when the convent is separated out, it creates certain non-compliances in the remaining church and rectory zoning lot. But the lot itself is not being rezoned. It remains as it has been. And so nothing, there's nothing being proposed today to change the existing zoning there. And the convent zoning, there's no proposal to change it again. It was changed in a type 1, which would only allow the plans which are before this board. They're before this board because the existing building does not quite comply with the zoning requirements.
Okay, great.
Can I say something?
Yep. One last thing, and then we're going to turn back to
When it
rebuttal.
comes to transit-oriented developments, I think the city should follow up on that by putting moratoriums on residential permit parking stickers for those addresses. I mean, because all around the Brown line is surrounded by residential zone parking. And there's a reason for that. It's because everybody parks their cars next to the Brown line and then hops on the train.
Yeah.
I
Okay.
just wanted to
And
know
I would
if
say
anybody even asked.
that's definitely something to get in touch with your alderman about. As an independent board, we've got nothing to do with that. Okay, let's move back to the applicant in sticking with our process. So, Tom, if you do any rebuttal and that we haven't already done, and then I'll open up questions from the board and then we'll close it out.
Yeah, no, I think you have the picture, and I'm sorry, it's true. The Archdiocese isn't always a good communicator, and I think some of the negative feelings from that and from a parish that's been closed, come over to, when there's change, like the change proposed here. But this is really a positive development, because if you were to knock this building, Lord knows what would go there. And this way, the neighborhood really stays the same as it's always been, with a use. One other thing that is a misconception, one of the objectors said that, I forget the exact term it was, but something about poor people or something. Affordable doesn't mean, Section 8 housing. It means 60% of the mean income in that zip code. And so it would allow a retired teacher or, a variety of other professions who are making a percentage of their former salary to continue to live in the neighborhood. And that's the idea of that kind of affordable.
Great. So we're keeping the process just so the objectors know. Are there any questions from members of the board?
This is Commissioner Esposito. Could somebody please describe the community communication that took place before today's hearing regarding this application? Because there does seem to be a high level of really basic questions from immediate neighbors that concerns me.
Yeah. So there was first a 40th Ward community meeting, and I believe the alderman sent out notice for that. Some aldermen asked us to do it. In this case, I believe he did it. We answered questions at that, and we gave our information to do follow-up questions. And then when we filed the zoning, there was a mailing to everybody within 250 feet. We did get a lot of calls. There were concerns about the closing of the church and other church-related issues. And we tried best as we could to answer those questions. And then again, now, after we got the denials, we sent out another notice to seek these variances. And again, we got some calls, and we answered any calls we got. And I think Dave said that he had talked to some neighbors as well.
I did. I talked to at least 3 other neighbors when we were doing the zoning change.
And so, again, I think some of the, there's some conflating of the church's communication and our communication to try to repurpose this building.
Yeah, Tom, if I may, I think what really confused people was having the Ainsley address on the notices that I posted on the church.
Which we were required to do because the remaining zoning lot is on both Ainsley and Claremont.
That's why people were thinking that that was being rezoned, that green space was going away and something was happening to the church.
Okay, any other questions from the board? Okay, we're going to stick exactly with the process as I had stated. So, Counselor, this would be your time if you want to make a closing, and then we've got plenty of information here, so we'll take it under consideration.
So there, I'll be very brief. I think, from a public policy point of view, to take a old vacant but viable building and repurpose it, and not only repurpose it, but enhance its uses to include affordable and accessible, and is a worthy goal, and it's a good thing for everybody concerned. Change is always difficult, transition is difficult, but this really is in the greater good interest of the greater community. And essentially, although there were 20 nuns, there'll be 16 apartments. They're essentially the buildings themselves, their relationship, their effect on each other, and the stress on the community really will be pretty much unchanged. And it's a viable reuse of a no longer used facility, and we respectfully request your support.
Okay, we'll take this under consideration, and thank you very much, everyone, for your time today. I'm now going to move to a recess. We're going to take a 30 minutes so that the members of the board can eat something. So we will reconvene at 2:10 p.m. Central Standard Time. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner Toya?
Yes.
Okay, I vote yes. See everyone at 2:10. Thanks.
Yes, sir.
All right, welcome back, everybody. I move that we reconvene this meeting of the Zoning Board of Appeals. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes. We're back and we're gonna move right along and make some good pace on these next few. So right now I want to go to calendar number 206-21-S. I will note, Alderman Brookins, we know you're on this one, so I'm gonna, well, actually, can you let us know, would you like to speak at the beginning or the end? We'll make sure he gets on. So meantime, anyone here to object on 206-21-S-22-S, please just raise your hand and we'll get you promoted. And I'm gonna read the Department of Planning and Development's recommendation. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the community center with the proposed 3-story addition to the existing 1-story community center building, provided that the special use is issued solely to the applicant, Reverend Thomas A. Barclay, and the development is consistent with the design and layout of the plan and documents dated February 14th, 2022, prepared by Blue Lines Architecture PLLC. And there's Alderman Brookins. Alderman, thanks for staying on. Would you like to speak at the beginning or the end?
Beginning, because I've been here with you since 9 o'clock.
And we appreciate it. We really appreciate it. Okay, thanks for coming. I'm going to go ahead and just swear you in, and then we'll let you go ahead. So can you state your name and title, please?
Sure, Alderman Howard Brookins Jr., 21st Ward.
Great. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you. Okay, go right ahead.
So I've known Thomas Barclay, Pastor Barclay, for a while. This community center is a much needed resource within our community. It will service not only the local neighborhood kids, but also the high school, which is adjacent or near. I can't see it on your paper. I think that the transportation is great to this location based on public transportation, and many people will come via public transportation, either 87th Street. We also have major thoroughfares of Halsted and Vincennes near here. The metro station is not that far. We'd ask for your most favorable consideration regarding this matter.
Great, thank you so much. And we've got your support on the record, and we also really just appreciate your time and staying with us to give us some context on this matter at hand. So thank you.
Thank you.
Yep, thank you. Okay, with that, Counselor, you can take it away from here. Yeah, you're on mute.
Okay, I'm sorry.
No worries.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And we also want to thank Alderman Brookins for his outstanding support. I'm here with the applicant, Reverend Thomas Barclay, and also Bud Kerwin, our appraiser, and Juana Tofan, the architect. What we're speaking about here is a community center, as the Alderman stated, which is clearly a benefit to the community. We have a letter from the Alderman to the body supporting it in addition to his oral testimony. And as of this date, and we've been doing it for over 2 years since we started the initial zoning change, there have been no objections from any parties during the entire period of our work on this. I'm going to call Bud Kerwin to speak. I'd like to bring him on, and if you swear him in, I'd like to ask him some questions.
Great.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, and Counselor, really quick, just to confirm, is the applicant with you?
Yeah, I apologize. Yes, he is here. Do you want to swear him in?
Yeah, let's do that. That's perfect. So Reverend Barclay, can you state your name and address, please?
Yeah, Thomas Barclay, and our church address is 1301 West 87th Street.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes.
Great. Thank you very much. And now to go to Sylvester Bud Kerwin, you have been sworn in and we've acknowledged your expertise. So I'm just stating it on the record.
Yes.
Yeah, Sylvester J. Kerwin Jr., Bud Kerwin. I'm president and owner of S.J. Kerwin Associates, real estate appraisers and consultants. And I have offices at 7765 West North Avenue in River Forest, Illinois.
Thank you, Bud. Just for the record, I'm sorry. Just for the record, my name is Dean T. Marigus, the law firm of Marigus and Marigus, and I am representing the applicant. So let me ask you a few questions, Bud. Have you been out to the property, and could you give a summary as to what you saw? And I will ask you some questions after that.
Sure. I've been to the property on several occasions, and most recently was June 9th of this year here. As the Pastor Barkley, I met him at the property, and then again recently as assistant when I revisited. As I understand, the congregation had an opportunity to purchase this property at, it's on the southeast corner of 87th and Elizabeth there. And that's currently improved with a former senior citizen center, or senior citizen center, I should say. And it's been vacant for, as I understand, for more than 4 years. It's probably 50, 60 years old. It's the congregation is felt, and they've done their research on it, that they would need a place for the youth in their congregation as well as in the community overall, for young children to have activities within a facility. In looking at this, I couldn't go in it, but I've included photographs all around in my report. It's located along West 87th Street, just west of Racine Avenue. 87th is a wide arterial street, mixed use. There's residential apartment buildings, some commercial buildings, some vacant land, institutional uses, and so forth. So again, further, as I understand, and in looking with the plans, it's the intention of the congregation to repurpose this former assisted living facility into a community and youth center. They will use part of the building and expand it to have their various functions within the center. In my research, I found 5 similar institutional type properties, not too far away, some along 87th Street, as the Alderman mentioned. That's a main arterial thoroughfare that provide similar type uses. And I tried to analyze, any impact on the surrounding character of the neighborhood or influences. And I did not find any that would adversely impact the property. I asked to add again the existing church property or congregation house of worship is just a short block to the west from this proposed facility here. And maybe Dean, if you want to go into other questions, please.
Just for the record, this youth center, Bud, is going to be open to the public, not only to members of the church. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct, as I understand. Yes.
Yes, and I've got here Pastor Barkley with me, Mr. Chairman, in the event that any of the members of the board want to ask any questions of him. So, Bud, just to reiterate, you're stating that this application complies with all the applicable standards of the zoning ordinance?
Yes, in my judgment, it does.
And it's in the interest of the public convenience and will not have an adverse impact on the general welfare of the neighborhood or community?
That's my conclusions based on the other properties as well as this one here. Yes.
And is compatible with the character of the surrounding area in terms of site planning and building scale and project design?
Yes, according to the architectural plans that I looked at.
And is compatible with the character of the surrounding area in terms of operating characteristics such as hours of operations, outdoor lighting, noise, and traffic generation? Bud?
Yes, in there they documented the number of hours that they will be open and supervised and so forth like that.
And the last, it is designed to promote pedestrian safety and comfort?
Yes, it will meet all of the building codes and standards. As we mentioned, it's right on 87th Street there. There's public transportation. And I also understand from the pastor and his assistants there, that many of the young people will come from the neighborhood or be brought by their parents into the facility there.
Thank you. Okay, Bud, you signed an affidavit with your report in this application. If called to testify further on all required criteria, would your answers be identical to those written in your report?
Yes, they would be.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I just want a final statement here, and I'll close our case in chief and open up for questions. This community center will help guide the youth to a better future in the Auburn Gresham community. That has been a paramount guiding light for this project through all the individuals have been involved. And as I say, I'm very proud of the team that we've got with Pastor and with Una and with Bud and their contractor to really help out the community in these difficult times and much needed positive adjustments to the community.
Great. So any questions from the board? Okay, I'm not hearing any. Thanks everyone for your time. Looks like a really just stunning facility. So good luck with everything, and we will take this under consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. And once again, my best to Steve Valenziano.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to move now to calendar numbers 207 and 208, 22Z. If you're here to object on either of these matters, please just raise your hand and we will get you promoted. With that, Councilor John Pekarsky, you can go right ahead.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman.
Good afternoon.
My name is John Pekarsky. I'm an attorney, and that this afternoon I represent, excuse me, Nicholas Vandervoort. Nick is the owner of the property at 1300 North Maplewood. The property in question is vacant. It's the northwest corner of Maplewood and Potomac. Nick, are you there?
I am here.
Good. And Lee Greenberg is our architect. Lee, are you available?
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, wonderful. Okay. Simply put, Nick wants to build a single-family home on this vacant lot, which is zoned R3 and measures 25 roughly by 126 roughly. We are seeking 3 variations: a south side yard of 0 instead of the required 2 feet. And I would indicate to the board that this is the street side where the variation is located. We would like a variation for the combined side yards from the required 5 feet to 3 feet. It should be noticed that we have a 3-foot side yard on the opposite side or the north side, and a height variation of from the required 30 feet to 33 feet. And this is totally in keeping with the development of the entire block on which the lot is situated. I would indicate to the board that the properties on this block are situated to one or the other lot line, providing 0 lot line. In fact, our property, our adjacent neighbor to the north actually encroaches on our property line. And we are providing a 3-foot side yard on that side. In order to maximize the use and enjoyment, we would request a 0 lot line on the street side. With that, I would call as my first witness the owner. Nick, are you there?
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Okay, Nick, you're the owner of the property in question,
I am.
and you would hope to build your own single-family home on this site. Is that
And
correct?
Sorry to interrupt, John. I just want to get Nick sworn in. Nick, can you state your name and address, please?
My name is Nicholas Vandervoort. My address is 2618 West Evergreen in Chicago, 60622.
Great. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you.
Now, Nick, you purchased this property in 2021, is that correct?
That is correct.
For about $300,000?
Correct.
Excuse me. The property, the improvements that you're seeking to make, what do you estimate the cost of construction would be?
700,000.
Now, is it true that the northern property adjacent to you has a 0 lot line, actually encroaches a little bit on your property?
I believe it's a 0 lot line right on the edge.
Okay. And is it also true that most of the buildings, if not all of the buildings on that block, are justified either to the north or to the south? Is that correct?
Confirmed. Most of the corners and the lot just to the north and just to the east of me as well.
Okay, fine. Now, I have no further questions of Nicholas. Does the board?
For the applicant at this point in time?
Pardon me?
I was just asking the board any questions for the applicant. Okay, John, maybe let's go to the architect and then we'll circle back again.
Okay. We'd call Lee Greenberg. Lee, please state your name, address, and occupation.
Sure. My name is Lee Greenberg. My address is 2207 Warrington Avenue in Evanston, 60201. And I'm the architect for the project.
And you're a licensed architect in the state of Illinois.
I am.
Now, have you heard my presentation?
Yes.
Okay. The properties, other properties on the block in which our property is located, are all of them or most all of them justified either to the north or to the south?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. And the property immediately adjacent to the north, is that on our lot line or possibly encroaching a little bit?
Yes.
So that we are leaving a 3-foot side yard for light and vent on the north side, but we need to compensate for the south side. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and we are asking a 0 lot line.
Yes.
Okay. Now, as far as the height of the building is concerned, is it also true that most, if not all of the buildings on that block exceed 30 feet in height?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay, I have no further questions of Nicholas, or strike that, of Lee, but I would ask, I have prepared an affidavit, is that correct?
Yes.
And you've reviewed that affidavit?
Yes.
And if the questions and answers that appeared in that affidavit were asked of you today, would your answers be the same or substantially similar?
Yes.
Okay, I have no further questions of Mr. Greenberg. With that, I would rest.
Thank you. Thanks, Counselor. Okay, any questions from the board?
What's the hardship here?
Well, the fact that each of the buildings on the block in question are justified one way or the other. And our lot is the property that is north of and adjacent to us is right on the lot line, if not encroaching on us. So we are seeking basically to compensate. And because we're on the corner, the compensation really has no effect on anyone.
And what about that's for the
Side setback.
for the side setback, but how about for the height?
Again, I believe the testimony was that just about, excuse me, just about every building on the block exceeds 30 feet in height. So as a consequence, we are asking for a slight variation.
This is Commissioner Esposito. Could you elaborate on that in terms of which houses exceed that height limitation and by what amount?
I would ask the architect, Lee, are you available?
At very least, the two buildings to the north, the 2 or 3 buildings directly across the street, and the building kitty corner on the southeast corner of the lot are all well above. They're all approximately 40 feet. The building directly to the south is in the 30s. I don't remember how many 30s, but it was above 30.
So that it's your testimony that the buildings to the north, south, east, and west all exceed 30 feet? Lee?
Yes.
Okay. With that, I have no further presentation.
Thanks, Counselor. Okay, any other questions from the board? Okay, we've got the information we need here. Thank you very much, everyone, for your time, and we'll take it under consideration.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, moving now to calendar number 209-22-Z. We're staying with you, Counselor Pekarsky. I want to note if anyone is on the call to object to this matter, please just raise your hand and we'll get you promoted so that you can speak. And with that, Counselor, you can go right ahead.
This afternoon, I represent Gregory Williamson, a retired Chicago police officer who is the owner of the property at 8636 South Blackstone. Are you with us, Gregory?
Yes, I am.
Good. In fact, you're in my office.
Yes, I am.
What we are seeking today is to increase the maximum allowable area of a garage from 626 square feet to 675 square feet for a proposed 2-car garage. Mr. Williamson, being retired, owns two classic automobiles, and he tinkers with them. That is his enjoyment. One is a 1969 Ford Mustang and one is a 1967 Ford Mustang. Unfortunately, during the last winter, the weight of ice and snow collapsed the garage in question. And in fact, as you can see from the photograph, it is not savable. And there happens to be one of the cars is still in the garage. So it'll be a very difficult job to remove all of the debris and not injure the car. Gregory is indicating that he needs an additional few square feet. Strike that, yes, few square feet and a little bit of width in order to properly care for his two classic cars and his equipment in between. With that, I would call Gregory and ask him to be sworn in.
Thank you, Counselor. Really quick, I just want to make a confirmation. So I promoted someone, John Pimentel. John, you had a different case number up, but I want to make sure, are you objecting on this matter?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
So we're the architects on the job for this case.
Got it, okay.
Yeah, I wasn't in, so that's why I raised my hand.
No, sorry about that. That makes sense. I had a different name on the roster, but good. So totally clarified. Thank you. With that, Mr. Williamson, will you state your name and address?
Gregory Williamson, 8636 South Blackstone Avenue, Chicago, Illinois, 60619.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I will.
Thank you.
And Gregory, you're the owner of the property in question, aren't you?
Yes, I am.
And unfortunately, in last winter, the garage at the rear of your building collapsed. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And one of your cars is still stuck in the garage. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And it is your hobby to care for your two classic automobiles. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, in order to do that, you have to have a little bit of space between the car and the side of the building, as well as a little bit of space in between. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And in order to effectuate the use that you're seeking, you would like to add approximately 50 square feet to your garage. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Do you have an estimate of what this garage is going to cost?
Best estimate I got is $65,000.
Okay, and probably rising with our inflation.
Could be.
Now, you are a retired person, and you are dealing with your own personal cars. Is this correct?
That's correct.
Okay, you are not doing this for a profit. You are not doing this for anyone else but your own person. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. I have no further questions of Gregory.
Okay, thanks, Counselor. Do you want, should we get the architect on?
Yes, I would call John Pimentel. John, please state your name, address, and occupation.
John Pimentel, 965 West Chicago in Chicago, Illinois. I'm the project manager at PMPC Architects.
Okay, and PMPC Architects are the architects of record for the proposed garage. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And really quick, John, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you.
Now, John, can you please describe the garage that you're proposing?
Yeah, this is going to be a two-car masonry garage. It's on the lot line on one of the sides, and we still have 3 feet on the other side to be able to have the clearance that's required. We're under the height requirement, which is 15 feet as well.
Okay. So you're adding approximately 50 square feet in excess of the zoning ordinance. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And that variation is allowed under the terms of the Chicago zoning ordinance. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Do you have an opinion as to whether or not this proposal will in any way alter the essential character of the neighborhood in which it's located?
No, I will not.
Okay, and what factors do you take into consideration in arriving at that opinion?
There are other garages on the same alley. There are about the same size as this garage. There's two right on the opposite side of the alley that also have, if not a little bit bigger than this one.
I have prepared an affidavit on your behalf. Is that correct?
Correct.
And if I ask you the same questions concerning the affidavit, would your answers be the same or substantially similar?
That's correct.
I have no further questions of John Pimentel.
Okay, thanks, Counselor. So to get the question started from the board, Counselor, how would you frame the hardship argument on this, since it is a request for a variation from the code?
The hardship is really needed because the garage in question, if required to adhere to the zoning ordinance, would not allow cars, two cars, and the equipment necessary to tinker with those two cars to be located in the garage. In days gone by, my client is prepared to testify that he would have to use the inside doors to enter and egress the car because he could not open the doors that were adjacent to the walls in order to get into them. This is a significant problem. It is not one that's done for profit. It's done for the quality of life of a retired person.
Okay, any other questions from the board?
This is Commissioner Esposito. Could the applicant or the architect describe how this changes the applicant's access to the alley?
This is John. It does not change the access from the alley. It's still the same. You still have the same 16-foot door, similar to what was there before.
Okay, I understand from the garage, but say from the backyard.
From the backyard?
Yes. So to access the alley from the house, does one need to pass through the garage, or is there another way?
No, there's still 3 feet from the garage wall to the actual property line. So there's still access from the back of the house all the way through to the alley without having to go through the garage itself.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions from the board? Okay, we got what we need here. So thank you very much, everyone, for your time, and we'll take this under consideration.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we're moving along to a special use, calendar number 210-22-S. If anyone is here to object to this matter, please raise your hand and I will get you promoted. I'm promoting a few people and I'm just going to ask once you're in to see if you're objecting or what your purpose is. So to the 2 people we just promoted, are you here to object? It's Patrick Wilson I promoted, as well as someone whose name was a bunch of random letters. Okay, let's try this. If you're here to object on the matter, please raise your hand. All right, YSONJA. I'm promoting you again. I'm also allowing you to talk. So if you could please unmute.
Hello. Hello.
Yeah, who's speaking?
My name is Patrick Wilson.
Hey, Patrick, are you the architect?
No.
Are you here to object or? Sir, are you here to object?
Yes, I am.
Okay, got it. Okay, and I'm trying to promote this YSONJA as well. I've made it so you can speak. I'm assuming they're here to object as well, but either way, since you are, we'll move forward with our process when there's objectors. Pretty simple. So the applicant will give their case in chief. The board then will ask questions based on that case in chief. Then we'll move over to the objectors for you to state your objection or withdraw your objection as you please. You may also ask questions of the applicant during that time. Then we'll move back to the applicant for a rebuttal and a closing. Throughout this process, the board may ask questions. So with that, I'm going to read the Department of Planning and Development's recommendation here. So for 210-22-S, the Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the gas station with accessory retail and walk-in restaurant, provided that the special use is issued solely to the applicant, Mohammed Abdullah, and the development is consistent with the design and layout of the plan and documents dated June 9th, 2022, prepared by BAU Design and Development. And with that, Councilor, go right ahead.
Again, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is John Pekarsky, and I represent Mohammed Abdallah, who is the owner of the property in question. I would indicate to the board that the property in question has been rezoned specifically for this use. It is currently zoned C2-1, and that rezoning, evidence of that rezoning has been furnished to the board. The property in question measures 160 frontage feet on 103rd Street and 125 feet on South State Street. The property is vacant and unimproved. The property measures 20,160 feet. I would indicate to the board that this is probably one of the few sites that doesn't need a lot area variation that has come to before this board in a long time. This meets the lot area standards of the zoning ordinance. I have with me Mr. Amru Said, S-A-I-D, of the architectural firm BAU, along with Mr. Babbage, Mr. B-A-B-I-C-Z, of that same firm. I have Mr. Mohammed Abdallah. I have Mr. Joseph Ryan, our land planner. And I believe Alderman Austin has indicated she has an interest in supporting this project, although it is late in the day. I would indicate to the board that what you see before you is a drawing that has been totally vetted by the planning department of the city of Chicago and has been totally involved in the proposed layout that you see. The property involves an 8-pump gas station. It has 2 curb cuts. It has a 2,000 square foot mini mart and a 1,000 square foot commercial establishment. The proposal will be open 24 hours a day. The proposed number of employees would be somewhere between 7 and 10 full-time employees. We have met with obviously the local alderman for the purposes of the rezoning, and that has been fully vetted and passed by the city council. Excuse me. With that, I would call Mohammed Abdallah. Mohammed, are you there?
Yes,
Okay. Please state your name, address, and occupation.
Mohammed Abdullah, owner of Fuel Line Management Group.
Great. And Mohammed, will you, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Okay.
And you are proposing the gas station in question?
Yes, yes,
Okay. And this gas station will have a 2,000 square foot mini mart as well as an additional 1,000 square feet of commercial space. Is that correct?
correct,
This is located at the intersection of South State Street and 103rd Street. Is that correct?
correct,
And it is currently vacant.
correct,
You have purchased the property for approximately $200,000. And
Correct.
the proposed construction will cost about $2.5 million. Is that correct?
correct,
And in addition to property taxes and sales taxes, there is also gasoline tax involved in this site. Is that correct?
correct.
Is it your opinion that the property is not served by a food mart or grocery store within a reasonable distance of the subject site?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question, Mr. Pekarsky?
Are there any other food store outlets in the neighborhood?
I'm not aware of any close by.
Now, what would be your hours of operation?
24 hours.
And have you met, of course, with the local alderman concerning this use?
Yes, I did.
And have you met with the local commander of the police district?
Yes, I did.
And concerning the subject site, will you have, I believe, 32 cameras installed at the subject site?
Correct,
And these will be linked into the police district. Is that correct?
correct,
And you will have on-site security from sundown to sunup. Is that correct?
correct,
And the lighting in question will be enhanced so as to ensure that there are no dark or areas as on the subject site after it's improved. Is that correct?
correct.
What do you estimate the sales will be at the subject site?
Approximately close to $8 million a year.
Okay, and how does that divide it up between food and gas?
It's about $6 million on the gasolines and $2 million on the food mart.
Okay. In your opinion, will this use have any adverse effect on the local community?
No,
In fact, it's taking out a vacant semi-derelict site and placing it to effective and financial use. Is that correct?
correct. It's been vacant for more than 50 years.
The property in question, will the proposed use in any way alter the essential character of the neighborhood in which it's located?
Again, can you repeat this question in a different way, Sir Pekarsky?
I'm sorry, I didn't.
I did not understand your question. Can you repeat it?
Oh, sure. Will the proposed use alter the essential character of the neighborhood, in your opinion?
No, it will not.
103rd Street is a busy arterial street, is that correct?
Correct.
And South State Street is also a busy intersection, is that correct?
Correct.
Is it also true that vacant property actually attracts problems and lowers property values?
Absolutely correct.
I have no further questions of Mr. Abdallah. Does the board?
Any questions from the board for Mr. Abdallah?
Sure.
Okay, Counselor, keep going. If you have any other people before we go to the objectors.
Okay, yes, Mohammed, one question. I have prepared an affidavit on your behalf. Is that correct?
Correct.
And if I ask you the same questions that are involved in the affidavit, would your answers be the same or substantially similar?
The same.
Call as my next witness, the architect, Amro Sayed.
Hello, how are you doing today? My name is Amro Saeed. I am the project manager and lead designer on this project, and I work with Bao Design and Development at 1302 South 5th Street in Des Plaines, Illinois.
Can you please describe the proposed site?
Really quick, let me swear Mr. Syed in. Mr. Syed, will you state your address, please?
The address of my address or the firm?
Either one.
My address is 15424 South Will Cook Road in Homer Glen, Illinois.
Great. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Great. Thank you.
Well,
Now, can you please describe the subject site?
so we have a 3,000 square foot building that's going to have two separate occupancies. One for the convenience store of the gas station, around 2,000 square feet, and then a rentable retail space for future use. We designed the entire site with the context of the area. So we worked with the Department of City Planning to make sure that we didn't have an adverse impact with traffic or safety concerns of pedestrians. And also keep in mind to kind of keep the look of the building to match the area. So actually we had some previous designs, but we kind of really changed the design to meet their requirements. So we actually shifted the building closer to State Street to match the adjacent building, which is on the lot line. And also make sure that the fueling tanker has no trouble getting in and out of the site.
In your opinion, will the proposed use have any adverse effect on the surrounding property?
No.
Okay. In your opinion, is the proposed use compatible as far as the site planning, the building scale, and the projected use? Is it compatible with the surrounding properties?
Yes, it is. It's gonna improve the site substantially.
And the operating character of the proposed use, is it compatible with the surrounding properties?
Yes.
Are there other commercial uses immediately adjacent or very close to the subject site?
Gas station, no.
Okay. What about other commercial uses along 103rd Street?
There's across the street, there's a strip mall, but it's being used for other than retail or restaurant use or anything like that, or gas station.
And has your design taken into consideration the fact that there will be a minimum of 32 cameras on the subject site,
Yes,
and that there will be enhanced lighting?
yes, from the canopy and obviously parking lot lights all along the site to make sure it's well lit.
And that the security cameras will be linked to the local police district, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. I have no further questions of the architect. Except, have I prepared an affidavit on your behalf or on behalf of Damian Babbage?
Yes, he couldn't make it today, but I'm here on his behalf.
Okay, and you're the project designer for the subject to use anyway, are you?
Correct.
If I asked you the questions that appeared in that affidavit, would your answers be the same or substantially similar?
Yes, they will.
Okay, I have no further questions of the architect.
Thanks. I think, do you want to get Joe Ryan on just super quick? And
Okay.
then we can move things along. Yep.
Okay, Mr. Ryan, please state your name, address, and occupation.
Joseph M. Ryan, President LaSalle Appraisal Group, 9455 South Hoyne Avenue in Chicago.
And Joe has been sworn in and we've acknowledged his expertise on the record.
Okay, now, Mr. Ryan, you were present at my presentation as well as that of Mr. Abdullah and as well as that of the architect Amru Saeed.
Yes.
Do you have any additional comments concerning the proposed use that you'd like to put on the record?
Well, this is going to be an upgrade from what's there and enhance the neighborhood.
Fine. Now, you have prepared a consulting report on this matter,
I have.
which has been forwarded to the board. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you have also participated in the creation of an affidavit. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
If called upon to individually testify to the criteria in the zoning ordinance, would your answers be the same or substantially similar to the affidavit and to your consulting report?
They would be the same.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the board for the applicant before we move over to the objectors? Okay, so let's go over to the objectors. I want to call first on Mr. Patrick Wilson. Patrick, you had your hand up first, so if you could just state your name and address and I'll get you sworn in.
My name is Patrick Wilson. I live at 12 East 103rd Place, Chicago, Illinois, 60628.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Okay, go right ahead. What brings you here today?
Okay. I want to start with the gentleman mentioning the strip mall across from this gas station. Well, that strip mall had a convenience store there operating 24 hours where people were shot, people were robbed, and young kids got hit by cars. I personally worked with Officer Gomez at the 111th Street, 111th Street Police Station to shut that down. Okay, they were selling drugs, they were selling loose cigarettes, prostitutes were coming from that hotel that's next to that building you see in that picture. They were going to that 24-hour store. A community like ours that's already depressed doesn't need anything like this operating 24 hours. Okay, every gas station in this area has gangbangers because they don't work. They hang out right outside of those gas stations. They sell drugs. They rob people who are not from the community, and they get shot at. Okay, let's be for real. No one on this panel can tell me because you don't live there. I've owned my house since 2007. Okay, I rehabbed it, and I fought hard to keep prostitutes out of there, walking down the alley. Okay, I fought hard to keep the gangbangers from throwing trash out. What they present is a pretty picture, but what I will tell you from my own experience is that white fence you see on that picture, that building next to that white fence, within 1 year, there'll be a hole in that fence that leads right to that building where those drugs will be. Those guys will be standing all outside that fence there, okay? Selling drugs, selling loose cigarettes, doing all kinds of stuff, just bringing drama to our quiet, little peaceful area that we fought to get that way. This gas station does not enhance our community. 24-hour operation with people who don't have jobs is not going to, somebody's going to get killed up there. Not once, but more than once, okay? This is not the kind of business we need. Not a gas station. We don't need that. If you want to put a convenience store, that's fine, but it should close at 6 or 7 o'clock. We don't need that. It's going to be a lot of trash out here. Guess where? Blowing into my yard that I have to pick up. They're not going to keep it clean. There's no gas station owner in this area that does that. I don't even go to these gas stations because I work too hard and I'm not going to let anybody rob me. Okay, I'm not one of these gangbangs from the neighborhood. I have a career, and I love my community. And I love my house, and I'm going to fight tooth and nail to stop this because it makes no sense. They just coming into our neighborhood, depressing it more. It looks like a pretty picture, but it doesn't belong there. It belongs somewhere else. That's going to be trashed all over that place. And I think you guys know because you know what's going on in Chicago. Okay, you have a lot of young men not working, and they're going to stand there because that's where the money goes, to that store. The money's going to come to that store. They're going to be there offering their marijuana. They're going to be offering their pills. They're going to be robbing people. The prostitutes, they'll come from that hotel 24 hours to go in that store to do what? Buy condoms, buy the pills that make you erection. Okay, I'm telling you what I know. I have dealt with these places ever since I lived over
And
here.
thanks, and Mr. Wilson, yeah, no objection heard. Do you have any questions for the applicant? If not, it'll go to them rebutting. So, responding to this.
Can I say one more thing?
Yeah, so long as it's new, just new objections. Yeah.
You mentioned the Alderman Carrie Austin. Well, she's under federal indictment. She's under investigation. So I don't like this. This isn't right for my community. My house is very close to this. And I'm gonna feel that. They're gonna come through my alley. They're gonna break in my garage. They're gonna do all of this because it happened already. I'm telling you guys, please don't do this. Please don't allow that man to do that. He's gonna destroy my neighborhood. He's gonna destroy it. And I worked hard. I worked hard to get it clean and keep it quiet. No little kids been hit. You know, that convenience store the other day had a car run into it. It's just not a good neighborhood to put a 24-hour gas station right there when there's one down on Wentworth, there's one down on Cottage Grove. And in each one of those gas stations, there's been somebody killed. So I don't understand this.
Yep, no, objection heard. So from the members of the board, are there any questions for Mr. Wilson? Okay, Mr. Wilson, I want to get the other objectors on as well to hear what they have to say and then continue our process. So thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Okay, so next up, the hand I saw was WY Sonia, I believe. I just asked you to unmute, so you have to accept that if you want to speak. Okay, let's try Linden Group. Linden Group, I've also tried to promote you and given you authority to speak.
May I say something?
One second, Mr. Wilson. I really want to try to get these other objectors on.
They're older people.
Okay.
Yep.
How about Hugh Simmons?
Hi, this is Mrs. Simmons.
Perfect. Hi, Ms. Simmons. Will you state your name and address so we can get you sworn in?
This is Denise Simmons. I'm at 2 East 103rd Place, which is almost directly across the street, adjacent to the proposed gas station.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Okay, go right ahead. Thank you.
Okay, the gas station looks beautiful on the design there. I don't particularly agree with the Falcon brand because the one on 83rd and Cottage Grove, I don't particularly like the cleanliness and the care of that gas station. But I agree with Mr. Wilson Patrick. Everything that he said is true. We have a gas station just down the street on 103rd Street and Wentworth. And then we have another one on 99th and Michigan. 99th and Michigan is okay. But the one on 103rd and Wentworth, there's a lot of activity that goes on there. There's one on 111th and State Street. There's a lot of activity that he spoke about also goes on there. We just had a shooting last night on 107th and State Street. I don't know what that was about, but there's no store that's open or gas station that's open there. But the 24-hour store that Mr. Wilson mentioned was a nightmare. And I didn't know that he was the one that helped get that store closed because I called about it several times myself. My son used to visit that store and there's a lot of activity and I used to look out the window all the time, constantly to make sure that he makes it home safe. I watched out of my window, people getting shot on the corner. My son was getting off the bus one day, coming from school, and someone just drove past and shot a young man on the corner. I'm constantly calling from gunshots and stuff like that I hear in the neighborhood. Carrie Austin is the alderman for that gas station, but directly across the street is the 9th Ward. She's in the 34th Ward. That's the 9th Ward, which is Alderman Beal. I don't know if Mr. Abdallah spoke with, or his law team spoke with Alderman Beal about this gas station and the effect that it would have on his community and his ward. But I'm not in agreement with it, especially not the hours. That 24 hours is too much. I mean, in the neighborhood that I see that they live in, I'm sure that their gas stations probably close around 7, 8, 9 o'clock at the latest. And I'm not in agreement with a 24-hour. That's detrimental. That's going to be detrimental to community.
Okay, and just a quick question on my mind: is it the hours, or is it the business use in general? Would you still object if the hours were limited?
If the hours were limited, I would be more in tune to agree to a gas station being there, and then you look at it, you readdress it if there's a problem. But for the most part, staying open late like that, I think 7 o'clock to me is a decent hour to close.
I still disagree with the whole concept of a gas station, because I just know drugs are going to be sold there and somebody's going to get killed. And I don't want to see that.
Right.
Yep. And that was Mr. Wilson, correct? Mr. Wilson, was that you speaking?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Thank you. And I'm still trying to, and I understand that there's elderly people on the line. I'm trying to find a way to make it so W.I. Sonia can speak.
One of them just called me and said he was trying to get to talk. I'm not sure what's his issue, but he would live right almost behind the gas station.
Yeah, is there a way to call him back and even?
Yes, I'll call him right now.
I want to make sure to get everyone on. Maybe if we can do the speakerphone, it's not like the best practice, but it sometimes works.
I'm calling him now. David, they want to talk to you. What's your screen name on here?
And Patrick, even if you put him on speaker.
I could put you on speaker. Hold on. Okay, I'm gonna put him on speaker.
Let's see if this works.
Mr. Timmy.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. Go ahead, David.
How you doing, sir?
Oh, there we go. Yeah.
I live 26 West 103rd Place. I've been around here since 1970. Grew up in this neighborhood.
Yeah.
We have 5 gas stations.
And real quick, before you get going, can you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
yes, sir.
Go right ahead. Thank you.
Yes, sir. But like I was saying, we have 5 gas stations in a mile radius. We have one on Wentworth, one on 99th, one on College Grove, 2 on 111. We don't need that in our neighborhood, because like Patrick say, my son got shot up there he worked for CTA. He was coming from work. He stopped in there to get some chips. Guys trying to stick him up and shot him. We don't need that. We need something for a senior citizen home or something on the blocks. We don't need no more gas stations. There was 2 gas stations in there when I was growing up there. The man said 50 years ago. No, that's like maybe 35 years ago, maybe, but not 50 years ago. But we don't need that, sir. We don't need that in our community.
Yeah, thank you. Objection heard. And just to confirm, are you one of the screen names that signed in, sir? Are you one of the Linden Group or W.I. Sonia?
That's my wife's name. Her name is Y. Sonia, but she had to go to work. Yeah, she had to go to work, so I got on.
Perfect. Yeah. Okay. Great. Well, objection received, and thank you very much for your time.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Is anyone else on the call to object? Okay, then to stick to our process, what we're going to do now, we're going to move back to the applicant, who has the opportunity to respond to the objections. And then the board's going to ask questions, and we'll close this out to take it under consideration. So with that, Counselor, this is your time for rebuttal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would ask Mr. Joseph Ryan to readdress the density of gas stations in the neighborhood. His report clearly indicated that this was a food desert and that there was no density of gas station outlets in the area. Can you comment on that, Mr. Ryan?
I know.
Yes, in the report, I included two things. One, that this area was in a food desert. And I cited on the map on that page, also had a gas station location map. With the subject property in the center, and then the other gas stations located around it. There are other gas stations, and I certainly am familiar with the area, and I can understand community concerns. However, this location is going to include 36 cameras, so it'll be, I'm certain, higher security than the convenience store across the street. It will also serve as a convenience store and provide the area with necessities, food, milk, bread, at off hours. There's very little retail uses in the area that provide those services. And that was the basis of my conclusions.
Fine. I just would like to sum up a little bit. Basically, the location of a 24-hour gas station at the subject site will in fact be an enhancement to the security of the area. It will be well lit, it will be well managed, it will have cameras directly into the local police district, and it will have on-site security. This certainly is an enhancement to the neighborhood and not a detriment. The other thing I would point out to the board is that while I respect the opinions of the objectors, all of their opinions are basically conjecture. They have no true evidence of what they are talking about. The fact is that this gas station will not attract inappropriate type people. It will have security, it will have enhanced lighting, it will have camera security, and it will provide a food outlet in a food desert area. So with that, I would close.
I need to.
One second. We're on process, so I got to run the show. So John, I would say, John, that one thing that the objectors were hitting on is our clearly stated standard on the public general welfare of the community. I think what we heard from them was an objection based off of that. So I don't think you can say that people living right there don't know what the welfare of the community is.
Exactly. My son got shot. I didn't mention it, but Dave mentioned about his son. My son also got shot at the gas station. We do know. And then you say security. Security.
This
is nice.
It's appropriate.
And
most of the time, the security are involved in it. I didn't want to say that. My husband begged me not to say it, But a lot of times the security are also selling drugs at the gas station.
Yeah.
They're selling drugs, and then they are directing the people that's selling the drugs. They have a certain clientele that they have selling drugs for them at the gas station. You know, if you really want to know the truth,
Yeah,
you know,
ma'am,
that
no,
picture.
ma'am,
Also-
this is the
also-
chairman. Hey, Patrick, this is the chairman. So I'm going to keep us to process. I'm just pointing out that we know our standards and that the objectors are, you know, I just wanted to call out one thing that Counselor said, that he's not allowed to just discredit in that way. With that, I do want to keep with our board process and ask if the board has any questions.
I do have a question.
Sorry, Mr. Wilson, we
Oh.
got to stick with process. So
Okay.
this is the time for us as a board to ask questions and close out. So 2 members of the board, do you have any questions?
This is Commissioner Esposito. I'd like to hear from the applicant why this gas station and convenience store would like to be open 24 hours.
Yes, actually, it's open 24 hours because the rest of the gas stations in the area open 24 hours. The one, I believe there's one on Wentworth open 24 hours, the one on State open 24 hours. In order to stay in business, okay, because there's going to be an expense on the station. I mean, it's going to be approximately maybe $15,000 mortgage. It's going to be payroll. It's going to be in order to generate income. We need to open 24 hours. And the other things, in order to be competitive with the prices, okay, we need to open 24 hours. And just want to indicate also, as a gas station owner, I'm a jobber as well. I'm a wholesaler, fuel line. So we will have an access to the product as a wholesale price. So our prices will be a lot cheaper than the other gas stations. They'll be almost comparing to Indiana price. We are a wholesaler. We don't have any middleman. And the third thing is none of those gas stations in the area have the E85, the ethane oil. We have access to huge product, okay, for the ethane oil. So we will provide an ethane oil, E85 and E15, which is none of the gas stations in the area have that. And which is about $1 difference between the ethane oil and the regular. So it's going to be like a big saving for the community, especially considering $6 gas prices is even going more. Okay.
Okay, I'm talking about the 24-hour operation. Gas stations around the city vary in their hours, and they're not all open 24 hours. So I'm curious why this particular gas station needs to be open 24 hours a day.
It's the majority of the gas station open 24, and as I indicate, if it's going to close at 24 hours, it's going to be a huge revenue lost. And it's a matter of sometimes we have to shut down and run out of business because there's a big amount of sales happens during the night, and we do want to lose this revenue. And usually some of the gas stations, they open 24 hours, but they close the doors and they service behind the glass. They don't allow customer to go inside the customer, but we need to open 24 hours because we have some expense. We have to balance between the expense and the revenue. Okay.
Commissioner Esposito, I would indicate that it's been our experience that the only gas stations that close are the ones where the person ownership is an alley mechanic or a mechanic that happens to sell gas on the side, that it is expected in the custom and practice of the trade that the full service gas station such as we have will be open 24 hours a day. I would further indicate that I in no way want to deprecate the testimony of Mr. Wilson and the others, but they are conjecturing that we will have nothing but gangbangers and addicts and prostitutes at our location. We will have an enhanced security at our location. We don't want problems. We are taking every bit of security possible, including cameras directed into the local police station, as well as enhanced lighting and 24-hour security at all second and third shifts. So that this is not something that we are seeking to inflict on the neighborhood, something that's awful. We are intending to be a good neighbor and a responsible neighbor, and we've taken every precaution to do that. Additionally, to the board, I would indicate that the legislative intent of the city council has been clearly announced in rezoning this property to the designation that would allow for this 24-hour gas station. And it survived the scrutiny of the city council so that we can come to you for simply for the special use. With that, I would rest.
Okay, I've just got a clarifying question for Mr. Abdallah. Do you own any other gas stations in the area, such as the other Falcon site?
Yes, I do. And none of the gas stations I own close. All of them are open 24 hours. That's one thing. And the other things, I have a clean record with the city of Chicago, with the history. You could run my name and see. We don't violate the rules. We don't violate the law. We don't sell tobacco, illegal tobacco. We don't, because I'm a jobber, I'm a wholesaler. I don't want to sacrifice my name. My name is Muhammad Abdullah, and you have an access to my record. None of the things that's going on. We don't really do illegal stuff at all. We do legit business 100%. Okay.
Yeah. But what do you have you had issues with not the gas station doing illegal things, but with illegal things happening on gas station premises, issues on the premises of your other gas stations?
Not at all, actually. We have smooth operations. We have an armed security guard in the night, which is protect the place. It's an armed one, okay. And we don't have any issue at all. Matter of fact, we just have a grand opening. We just opened a new gas station last month at 71st and Western. And the alderman is so happy with the operations and the rest of the gas stations we have. We don't have any problem at all. Okay.
Okay. Any other questions from members of the board?
I have one question for Mr. Abdallah. You mentioned having an armed guard at another gas station. Are you planning on having security at this gas station?
Absolutely, I will have, for one reason. Like I told you, we are a wholesaler. We make a huge profit on the gas. Okay, so we can afford to have a security guard there. The most profit comes from the gas as a wholesaler. The other gas station, they have to buy the gas from us or from other jobbers. So since we have a revenue to cover the expense to cover, yes, definitely we will have an armed security guard at the premises. Okay, and this is going to be documented, and I will commit myself to do that. Yes.
This is Commissioner Toy. I got a question. Seems like you've put a lot of time into this, but did you meet with the local business group in the neighborhood? Did you meet with block clubs? Did you meet with neighborhood groups? I'd like to know about that. You keep mentioning the alderman, which is great. I always want to hear what the alderman says, but I come at it, I want to hear what the neighborhood groups say, and I want to know what the business groups say. Could you answer that question?
No, I met with the alderman. Actually, the alderman.
I said that. I know you met with the alderman. Put that aside.
Yeah, but let me just, the alderman, the one who called the community. I don't really call the community meeting. The alderman, he's the one who really authorized to conduct a community meeting, not myself. And this is usually what happens. Sometimes we have a community meeting, but it has to go through the alderman, not from the owner.
It does not have to go through the alderman. I've been on this board for 12 years. That statement is not true. You could reach out to the neighborhood groups yourself. You could reach out to the business groups yourself. I'm sorry, I cannot accept that statement.
other questions from members of the board? Okay.
Again, this is Commissioner Esposito with one quick question. I believe John Pekarsky mentioned a camera system that is directly in contact with the local police department. Can you please describe that?
Mr. Abdullah?
Yes. Can I answer this question?
Yes.
Yes, I did met with Commander Glenn, the district, and I presented the project to him, and I offered to him that we will work with the local police district to map the security camera to the police station, so they have an access 24 hours anytime they want to all the cameras, not the cameras outside, the cameras inside and outside. Yes.
Did the alderman set up that commander meeting, or did you set it up?
I did set it up, yes.
Okay, that's why you could have set up the neighborhood meetings and the business meetings as well.
So again, this is Commissioner Esposito. So you do have concerns about security, perhaps similar to the community members.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question again?
So what you've just described would suggest that you also have concerns about security at this location that sound similar to the concerns that are being expressed by the community members. Is that correct?
It's actually to hire a security guard just is for the safety of the customers. Yes, this is something is not must to have to do, but to have a safe operations, to care about the customers. Yes, to hire a security guard there, definitely it's going to be a big plus for the business. Yes.
It's unfortunate that there wasn't a dialogue between you and the community members before this application was submitted. Because it sounds like maybe you are on the same page, but you're on different ends of it.
Like I said, I operate multiple gas stations in the city, and I have a safe operation, and I will follow the same thing, like hiring security guard as well as this is. And definitely I will work with the community if they have any concerns, anything, I will work with them. Okay.
Now, Mr. Abdullah, have you also participated with other communities and community groups in which your other locations are situated?
Absolutely, yes. I do have an excellent relationships with the community. Okay, I always listen to them. And again, if you go to my gas station, let's go to 71st and Western. That's the one you find 90% of the people working there from the neighborhood. Okay, so I hire people from the community. Okay, I donate to the community, I support the community, and I work with the community. Okay, and my records speak of that. Yes.
Okay, Councilor, I'm hoping you can just do a quick closing, and then we can take this under consideration because we've got plenty of information here.
Yeah. Just simply, our presence at this location will be an enhancement to the security of the community. We will have 24-hour on-site employees. We will have second and third shift security. We will have communities, camera security. We will have lighting security. The objections are not to us or to our use. The objectors are stating that they saw some other user abusing the community. That's true. We'll accept that as true, but that does not mean that our use, which has the utmost of security. Secondly, a vacant lot is not good for security, and it is certainly not good for commerce. With that, I'll close.
Okay, thank you everyone who came today for your time. We will take this, there's a lot to take under consideration, so we'll take it under consideration and vote at the end of the day. So appreciate it. Let's go to calendar number 211-22-S now. We're going to be with Counselor Agnes Plecca. If anyone is here to object on 211-22-S, please raise your hand and we'll get you promoted. Meantime, I'm going to read the department's recommendation. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval to expand an existing 149-room hotel to a 151-room hotel by converting existing penthouse suite to 3 suites in an existing 7-story mixed-use building, provided that the special use is issued solely to the applicant, M.E. Wentworth LLC, and the development is consistent with the design and layout of the plans and drawings dated March 29th, 2022, prepared by Vari Architects Limited. Councilor Plecca, whenever you want to begin, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you so very much. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, my name is Agnes Plecca. I'm an attorney with law firm of Jaffe & Berlin, located at 111 West Washington, Chicago. And I represent the applicant, M.E. Wentworth LLC, which is the owner of the subject property as well as the applicant. And we are here before you today asking for a revision to the existing special use to allow an expansion of the existing hotel from 149 rooms to 151 rooms, which will be accomplished by the interior conversion of the existing penthouse unit, which is currently about 3,000 square feet, into 3 smaller penthouse hotel suites within that existing hotel. And hopefully today I'm joined by 3 witnesses, applicant's entity manager, Mao May, project manager, Mr. Ron Very, and our expert witness, Joe Ryan, if you would like to swear them in, Mr. Chairman.
Perfect. Yeah, I'll go down the list and swear them all in. So first up, Mao May, will you state your name and address, please?
Yep, Mao S. May. Address 3520 South Morgan, Chicago, 60609.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes.
Great. Next up, Joe Ryan is already sworn in on the record, and we've acknowledged his expertise. Ron Vari, will you state your name and address, please? Do we have Ron Vari?
Hello?
Hi.
Hello?
Yeah, Ron, can you state your name and address, please?
Ronald A. Very, 824 North Racine, Chicago, Illinois.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Great. All right, Counselor, go ahead.
Thank you so much. So just by way of short summary and history of this property, the subject property is currently improved with a 7-story commercial building, which houses multiple retail and office uses on the first 2 floors. And we also have Spring Hill Suites by Marriott Hotel on floors 3 to 7 with a lobby on the first floor. And this is the 3rd time that this applicant is here before you. We really like you very much. We like to be here every couple of years. And the first time was July 20th, 2018. This honorable board had approved first special use, original special use at variation, to build a 4-story addition to the then existing 2-story building to establish a hotel with 168 rooms within that 4-story addition. And Mr. Chairman, I submitted copies of those resolutions as an Exhibit A, so hopefully you have them. The applicant proceeded with a permit and actually built a hotel with only 140 A rooms, so 20 less than approved by the original special use. And then back in December 18, 2020, this honorable board approved another special use and variation to allow a partial 7-story addition to the existing building back then to allow 1 hotel penthouse suite within that 7-story addition. And at that time, the number of rooms was increased by 1 room from 148 to 149 rooms. And again, I submitted copies of those resolutions as a group Exhibit D. Now, this proposed revision, the 3rd revision to the special use, still remains in substantial compliance with those 2 previously approved special uses. So the proposed changes are de minimis. Number of hotel rooms will increase only by 2 rooms. The total number of hotel rooms is still substantially below the maximum allowed by the original special use. And the proposed conversion is only interior. So there will be no additional floor area added to the existing building, no changes to the exterior envelope of the building. And with that summary, I'd like to call my first witness, Mao May. Mao,
Yep.
state your name and address for the record again, please.
My name is Mao S. May, 3520 South Morgan, Chicago, 60609.
Thank you. And you're the manager of AMI Wentworth. So obviously you are involved in day-to-day operations and you have a personal knowledge about the history of the development and current operating characteristics, correct?
Correct.
And Mao, back in 2018, when we had that first special use, you had a permission from the board to establish 168 room hotel, correct?
Correct.
But then you only built a hotel with 148 rooms, so 20 less than originally approved.
Correct.
And Mr. Chairman, we actually submitted a copy of the original permit issued back in 2019 as an Exhibit B. So hopefully you have that in your records. And again, as I described previously, as the plans for the hotel evolved, you applied for a zoning change and a special use to build a partial 7th floor addition to add 1 hotel penthouse suite, correct?
Correct.
And since that zoning change was required, you obviously had a intense community review and you talked to the aldermen and you received their support. So as a result, back in 2020, City Council approved a zoning change to a C1-5 specifically for that 7th floor addition, correct?
Correct.
And Mr. Chairman, a copy of that certified zoning change ordinance was also submitted as an Exhibit C. And back in December 18, 2020, we received approval from this board to actually increase the number of room by 1 from 148 to 149, correct?
Correct.
And then March 12, 2021, the city finally issued a hotel business license and retail food establishment license. So this is when you started operating at the subject property as a Spring Hill Suites by Marriott franchisee, correct?
Yes.
And later that year, the city also issued both city and the state issued liquor licenses, consumption on premises and packaged good licenses, correct?
Correct.
So Mao, is it true that this proposed conversion of the existing 3,000 penthouse unit into 3 smaller units will comply with all the applicable standards of the ordinance?
Yes.
And you will be obviously continuing operating this hotel pursuant to all the business licenses issued from the state and the city.
Yes.
And true also that it's in the interest of the public convenience at the location?
Yes.
And it has a very unique location because it's in close proximity to public transportation and convenient access to the expressways, correct?
Yep.
And the hotel has been providing much needed services for the neighborhood since it's open.
Yes.
Okay. And this proposed conversion is in response to the market demand and conditions that you had analyzed over the past year since the hotel has begun its operation, correct?
Correct.
And the vacancy rate currently is about 40%. So you're hoping that with this proposed conversion, that vacancy rate will go down to ensure the continued success of the hotel, correct?
Correct.
And the hotel is also one of the major employers within the community. How many people do you employ?
29, 30 people.
Excellent. And you also discussed the current revision with the aldermen and the neighbors, and you received their support?
Yes.
And Mr. Chairman, we submitted letters from the aldermen and several members of the community as an Exhibit G. So hopefully you also have that in the evidence. So you signed the affidavit, which contain your statements addressing all the criteria of the special use, which I submitted to the board.
Yes.
Okay. So if I continue to question, will your testimony be consistent with those statements contained in your affidavit?
It will.
All right. And this is all that I have for Mao. If I could call Ron Very.
Yep.
Yes.
So Ron, we've got you sworn in, so go right ahead and Counselor, I just ask, a fast version, even if you just swear Ron to the report, would be great.
Sounds good.
Sounds
Ron,
good too.
thank you, sir. Ron, could you please state your name and address for the record?
Ronald A. Very, 824 North Racine, Chicago, Illinois.
Thank you, sir. And you've been involved in this project from its early design and permitting stages, so you're very familiar with the project, the property, and the neighborhood.
Yes, I am. And
And
I agree with my affidavit.
but just in case, I'm going to ask you anyway. You
Okay.
are aware that I submitted the affidavit that contain all your statements in compliance with all the criteria for the special use.
Yes,
And if I continue to question you, will your testimony be consistent with the statements contained in that affidavit?
yes.
Thank you, sir. That's all that I have for Ron. Joe? Joe Ryan? Joe, are you there?
I am.
Okay, thank you, sir. So just please state your name and address for the record.
Joseph M. Ryan, MAI, President, LaSalle Appraisal Group, with offices at 9455 South Horn Avenue in Chicago.
Thank you, sir. And you submitted, you prepared and I submitted the report in connection with your testimony here today,
I did?
which included your qualifications.
Yes.
And you are very familiar with the property?
Yes, this is the third report I've done for it, yes.
Thank you, sir. So in your opinion, the special use is in the interest of the public convenience
It is?
and will not have an adverse effect on general welfare of the community?
None whatsoever.
So if I continue to question you, will your testimony be consistent with the statements and opinions expressed in your report?
Exactly.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, that is all that I have of the witnesses. We are open for any questions that you may have.
Great. Yep. Any questions from the board?
Yeah, this is Commissioner Toya. I do have just you did say you met with the alderman. He okay, that's great. You said you got some letters from neighborhood folks. Was that, because I know this is, this part of town, there's very active neighborhood groups, business groups. Who are the neighborhood folks you got letters from in support?
Mal, would you like to address that?
Yes, we have talked to pretty much all the groups within a few hundred feet, whoever we might affect. So that includes the Chamber of Commerce, the Wong's Association, the Moist Association, Zealand, Ivy Garden. I mean, we talked to pretty much anybody and everybody up and down Wentworth.
All right, so you did interact with all the neighborhood groups. All right, I appreciate that.
Right.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Commissioner, for your question.
Great. Any other questions from the board? Okay, thank you very much, everyone, for your time, and we will take this into consideration.
And Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to add to my colleagues previously and wish Steve the happiest of retirements, and we will miss him very, very much, but all the best luck. He definitely deserves it. So thank you so much for your wonderful service for all these years. Thank you, Commissioners.
Great. Thank you, Agnes.
Thank you.
Okay, let's keep going. Let's go to calendar number 212-22-F. Anyone is here to object on this matter, please raise your hand and I'll get you promoted. As Councilor Lewis Powell gets situated, I'm going to read the department's recommendation. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed hair salon. Okay, do we have Lewis Powell? And I'm promoting Kareem.
We're all here on the same system, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, great. Okay, cool.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman.
Good afternoon. So I just read the department's recommendation. Doesn't look like there's objectors, but if there are, just raise your hand and we'll get you promoted. And Counselor, you can take it away.
Thank you. Thank you for courtesy. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. My name for the record is Louis W. Powell III. I'm an attorney with my law office at 53 West Jackson, Suite 1222, Chicago, Illinois. We're here today on behalf of the applicant, No Other Place Hair Salon, LLC. Mr. Chairman, Miss Marilyn Applewhite, who's sitting right next to me, is the owner and operator of the property located at 11135 South Foster Street. The applicant is seeking approval of a special use application in order to allow the continued operation of her hair salon located within 1,000 feet of an existing personal service use. Mr. Chairman, with me today again for the record is Ms. Marilyn Applewhite, the owner of the property and the applicant for this special use application, along with Karoon Mesawar, our land use consultant. We have support of Alderman Kerry Austin, and for the record, we do have the written letter of support from the Alderman. May I proceed, Mr. Chairman?
Yep.
Thank you so much. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, I'd like to call my first witness, Ms. Marilyn Applewhite. Ms. Applewhite.
Hello.
Great.
Hi.
And hi, Ms. Applewhite. Will you please state your name and address?
Marilyn Applewhite, 11135 South Houses Street.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I believe Ms. Applewhite has just stated her name, the record, and address for the record. Is it true that you are the owner and operator of the applicant No Other Place Hair Salon and Day Spa, LLC, located at 1135 South Foster Street, Chicago?
Yes.
For the record. And that you are coming for the Zoning Board of Appeals seeking approval of your application to establish a hair salon that is located within 1,000 feet of an existing personal service use located in a B3-1 community shopping district.
Yes.
And is it true that you are a licensed cosmetologist who's been in the hair industry for over 30 years?
Yes.
And is it true that your aunt, Miss Peggy Applewhite, was the previous owner of No Other Place Hair Salon for over 20 years at the same location?
Yes.
Miss Applewhite, is it true that when you were growing up that you worked at the same salon for 18 years alongside your Aunt Peggy Applewhite with hopes of one day taking over the family-owned salon?
Yes.
Salon, for the record.
Yes.
And do you want to keep it in the family?
Yes.
Thank you. And is it true that you established ownership of the second generation hair salon almost 3 years ago?
Yes.
And is it true that the only reason you are here today is because you unknowingly allowed the business license to expire?
Yes.
And is it true that you did not find out about the lapse in the business license renewal fee until you asked the city to repair the damaged public sidewalk in front of your establishment?
Yes.
And that you have known about that had you known about the business license renewal fees, you would have paid them in a timely manner?
Yes.
Mr. Applewhite, for the record, is it true that your establishment has 12 workstations?
Yes.
And what are your days and operations of the operation?
7 to 9.
Thank you. Is that 7? Is that Tuesday through Saturday?
Tuesday through Saturday.
Let the record reflect Tuesday through Saturday, Mr. Chairman. And what are your most appointments by?
Sorry.
What about your appointments? You take appointments?
Yes, sir.
Say for the record?
Yes.
Thank you. And for the record, you are also providing 4 off-street parking spaces on site, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I have no further questions of Ms. Applewhite. Asking right to bring her back if necessary.
Great. Thank you so much, Counselor. Any questions from the board for Ms. Applewhite? Okay, Counselor, it sounds like we've got the information we need. Do you want to swear Mr. Musawir to his report?
For the record, we have Mr. Karan Marsar, who I believe is a recognized expert before this body.
Yep,
Kareem,
he's recognized and sworn in.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
For the record, you are a land use consultant.
Yes, sir.
You testified in this capacity many times before this board, correct?
That's correct.
And the scope of your assignment in this particular case was to determine whether the requested special use will comply with the general criteria for special use as set forth in Chicago's zoning ordinance, right?
That's correct.
And for the record, you physically inspected the subject property and surrounded area.
Yes, I did.
And for the record, you prepared a written report summarizing your findings and conclusions, correct?
Correct.
And your report has been submitted to the zoning board, correct?
That's correct.
And with respect to the special use standards, do you believe this project meets the standards for approval of an application of special use?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. And for the record, if you continue to testify, would your testimony be consistent with the findings and conclusions contained in your written report?
Yes, it would.
Mr. Chairman, I have no further questions of Mr. Mazawar and no additional witnesses at this time.
Great, thank you so much, Counselor. So I'm going to confirm with the board one more time. Board, do you have any questions for the applicant or Mr. Musawir? Okay, we have all the information we need, so we'll take this under consideration, and thank you very much, everyone, for coming in today.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Have a good weekend.
You too. Enjoy the weekend.
Thank you.
All right, great. Let's go to calendar numbers 213 and 214, 22Z. If anyone is here to object on this matter, please just raise your hand and we will get you promoted. Meantime, I'm looking for Councilor Warren Silver.
Here.
Great. Councilor, go right ahead, take it away.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of this board. For the record, my name is Warren Silver, Silver Law Office PC. Our office is at 1700 West Irving Park Road in Chicago. Here today representing Greg and Sarah Davey. They purchased a condominium unit from a contractor in September of 2020. Lovely unit with a roof deck on the garage, and then decided to put a pergola onto the deck as of right and engaged Chicago Roof Deck and Garden to help them. Well, it was at that point that the architect working for Chicago Roof Deck and Garden, which is a design build firm, found out that the lovely roof deck was not on the plans. And so they set about trying to get that fixed and discovered also that the building itself had been built slightly larger than the permit drawings had shown, so that it was roughly 30 square feet over the limit for the RT4 district that was then the zoning district. As a result, the applicants, who are one of three, or two together, I guess, there are 3 condominium units in the building, and the owners of the other 2 units consented to their rezoning of the property to RM 4.5 in order to cure the nonconformity with respect to the size of the building. That still left the deck to deal with. The deck had been built with access stairs that were not parallel to the garage. Also those stairs took up some of what otherwise would have qualified as required open space. And so as a consequence, the applicants are here today to legalize the garage roof deck and stairs, requesting variation in setbacks to reduce the required rear setback to 1.98 feet and instead of the 37.5 feet that the ordinance provides, and also to reduce the side yards wherever those encroachments may be, per the zoning examiner. We were in communication with Alderman Tunney's office about this. They were very understanding and helpful. I understand has transmitted a letter of support for the requested relief to this board. And certainly if you don't have that, I can provide that to the board staff. But we submitted proposed findings of fact that substantiate that the standards for the requested variations have been met. And there are affidavits included supporting those proposed findings. And at this time, I'm ready to call witnesses. And Mr. Chairman, if you would like to swear them in, please. We have Mike Ryan, the architect from Chicago Roof Deck and Garden, as well as Gregory and Sarah Davy, the applicants.
Great. Yep. I will get the applicants sworn in first. So Sarah Davy, can you state your name and address, please?
Sure. Sarah Whaley Davy, 3537 North Racine, Apartment 1, Chicago, Illinois, 60657.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. Now for Gregory Davy, will you state your name and address, please?
Gregory Davy, 3537 North Racine, Apartment 1, Chicago, Illinois, 60657.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Great. Thank you. So, and then Michael Ryan. I don't think we've seen Mike Ryan today. So Mike, can you state your name and address?
Mike Ryan, 1859 North Elston in Chicago, 60642.
Awesome. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes.
Okay, thanks everyone.
Okay, thanks. If I can start with Greg and Sarah. First of all, can you please confirm that the facts I recited in my introduction are all correct? If not, please point out any corrections that need to be made.
The facts you stated were correct.
Okay, thanks. One of the standards that was of particular concern is the practical difficulties and particular hardships that make strict compliance with the zoning ordinance a problem. Can you please talk a bit about what those hardships are for you?
Sure. When we purchased the condo, it was our understanding that it was a legal garage deck and that we would be able to use it in compliance, however we want, assuming we followed the ordinance. And we didn't know that it was not legal until we looked into building a pergola.
Okay. And so you had nothing whatsoever to do with the creating of the nonconformities here. Is that correct?
Correct.
And in this case, having paid for a condominium with a deck, you'd be basically behind financially were the value of it to be reduced because of the removal of the nonconformities. Is that correct?
As we have not looked into that, but based on our understanding, when we purchased the property, the price we paid was, in line with other properties with garage roof decks.
And the value we placed on the offer for purchase price was built into the assumption that we could use the deck to our wishes.
And you would have offered and paid less, you believe, had the deck not been there.
That is correct.
Okay. We've also prepared an affidavit that goes further in reciting facts and relating them to the standards. You had a chance to review that before you signed it. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And if you were to testify further, you would testify consistently with the entire affidavit and with the proposed findings of fact that we've submitted on your behalf. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. If I can now turn to Mike Ryan. Mike, you're a licensed architect in the state of Illinois, is that correct?
Yes.
And can you please, for the board, briefly state your qualifications, your education, your years of experience?
I graduated from the University of Colorado Boulder in 1996, and I've worked here as an architect in Chicago, Illinois ever since, mostly in high-end residential for the last 4 years, exclusively for Chicago Roof Deck, where I'm getting about 50 building permits a year.
Okay, Thanks. And will the board accept Mr. Ryan as an expert architect?
Yeah, to the extent required, yes.
Okay, thank you. And can you please describe the project that for which the Davies engaged your firm?
Yes, the Davies hired us for a simple garage rooftop deck improvements to a brand newly built, purchased garage rooftop deck. The design is entirely code compliant to add a pergola to this rooftop deck. And during the typical zoning review, the zoning reviewer determined that the building as built was slightly over the FAR that was previously permitted, and that the stair configuration and decks encroached upon the rear yard open space.
Okay, but the pergola that you were originally hired to design would have been consistent with the standards of the zoning ordinance with respect to pergolas, and could have been built as of right if the deck had already been legally constructed. Is that correct?
That's correct. The entire scope of work for which we're seeking a building permit is code compliant. Okay.
And the entire scope of work that had been completed prior to your involvement was the only things that we required the zoning relief for. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. In your professional opinion, would the intent and purpose of the zoning ordinance be advanced by granting these variations?
I don't understand the question.
Yeah. Is it compatible with the surrounding area for the deck to be in place? Does it help to provide usable outdoor space in a dense part of the city where open space is at a premium?
Absolutely.
Would it be environmentally irresponsible to require the demolition of the deck at this point because of the nonconformity?
Yes.
Okay. Can the property yield a reasonable return without the requested relief?
I think, as you pointed out earlier, the brand newly built unit was purchased with the expectation that it was a code compliant rooftop deck. So to lose that in portion of what they paid for would be a detriment to their property value.
Okay. So then, there's no reason to suspect that they did this simply to make more money because this is their home, correct?
Correct.
Yeah. So you've reviewed the affidavit that we prepared on your behalf before signing it, and then you've also seen the proposed findings of fact that we submitted on behalf of our mutual clients, the Davies. Is that correct?
Yes.
And if you were to testify further, you testify consistently with that affidavit and with the proposed findings of fact?
Indeed.
Okay. Thanks very much. If the board at this time has any questions, we'd be happy to entertain them.
Thank you. Any questions from members of the board? Okay, Counselor, we've got what we need on this one. We appreciate all the work and we will take this under review.
Thank you very much.
Yep, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, enjoy the weekend. Thanks.
Too.
All right, let's go now to calendar numbers 216, 22Z, and 1122S that we're going to take together. It's Counselor Nick Fatikas. And if anyone is here to object on either of these matters, 216-22-Z or 11-22-S, raise your hand and we will get you promoted. And Counselor, you can go right ahead.
Thank you. Chairman, again, for the record, Nick Fatikas from the Law Offices of Sam Banks. I'm here on behalf of the applicant, Stony Fuel Mart Incorporated. The applicant owns the subject property located at 9155 South Stony Island. The 18,750 square foot site is currently improved with an existing and operating gas station and accessory retail store. The applicant is proposing to relocate and expand the footprint of the convenience store building. The store currently contains approximately 1,019 square feet of total building area, and our project would increase that to 1,632 square feet. A special use is required in this case because the proposed retail store expansion exceeds 25% of the existing floor area total. Again, our proposal is right around 62%. And it's important to note that although we're expanding the convenience store, the 4 gas pumps, the underground storage tanks, and the existing canopy will all remain in their current locations. Our plan also incorporates 5 code-compliant off-street parking spaces, as well as improvements to perimeter landscaping and fencing. During zoning review, it was determined that a companion variation was required because the subject lot is only 18,750 square feet, short of the 20,000 square foot minimum lot area requirement for gas stations. We subsequently filed our variation application and findings of fact. So again, we are hearing the 2 matters together. I just wanted to make sure the board understood the procedure there. I do have 3 witnesses available to testify on behalf of the applicant, Raquiz Amran, our project architect, Mr. Nicholas Scarlatus, and our MAI designated appraiser, Mr. Joe Ryan. And with that, I'd ask to call my first witness.
Great. Yep, absolutely. So is it Razik Amran?
So it should be Razik Amran, and if you want to also swear in Nicholas Scarlatus, and I can just go from one to the next.
Okay,
Yes.
great. Razik
Yes.
Amran, yeah, will you
Yes,
state your
speaking.
name will you state your name and address, please?
Yeah, my name is Rizk Omran, Reziq, last name Omran, Omran, at 9155 South Stony Island.
Great. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes.
Great. Okay, and I'm going to go ahead and swear in Nicoletta Scarlatus as well. So, Nicoletta, will you state your name and address?
Nick Scarlatis, 64, 5405 West 127th Street in Crestwood.
Okay, thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Great. And Joe Ryan has had a busy day, so he is sworn in, and we've acknowledged his expertise on the record.
Thank you, Chair.
Yep.
Thank you, Chairman. Actually, before I call my first witness, Chairman, it's my understanding that the department issued a letter of recommendation to the board that proposed approval of the case. However, it had conditions attached to it.
Yeah, no, Nick, that's a good call out. Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and read that record, and apologies for not doing it from the front. So again, this is for calendar number 11-22-S, the special use involved. And the Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the gas station and expansion of the existing building from 1,019 square feet to 1,632 square feet, which is 60% increase in floor area, provided that number 1, the special use is issued solely to the applicant, Stony Fuel Mart Inc. Number 2, the development is consistent with the design and layout of the site and landscape plans dated April 14th, 2022, site details dated March 14th, 2022, landscape details dated March 18th, 2022, elevations dated February 15th, 2022, and floor plan dated February 25th, 2022, prepared by Nick Scarlatus and Associates. Number 3, the north side of the northernmost Stony Island driveway is reconstructed to be no closer than 5 feet from the adjacent north property line in accordance with CDOT standards. And number 4, the south side of the southernmost Stony Island driveway is relocated, reconstruction a minimum of 20 feet from the intersection in accordance with CDOT review and standards for driveways on arterial roads, and to ensure compliance with the gas station use standards in section 17-9-0109-F of the Chicago zoning ordinance. which specifically requires compliance for all special uses for gas stations, including existing gas station expansions with floor area in excess of 25% of the existing floor area, or 1,500 square feet, whichever is less.
Chairman, again, before I get into the case in chief, I wanted to be able to respond. We are okay with the first two conditions. However, it's the third and fourth condition regarding the driveways that are going to become probably the focus and issue of this case. The existing driveways are actually already permitted by the Department of Transportation. Our program for reorganizing the mini mart retains all of the existing location of the infrastructure. So again, the underground fuel storage tanks, the gas pumps, as well as the canopy above. So our proposal is to reuse the existing driveways that are already permitted by CDOT as part of our program. We are going to speak to enhanced landscaping and fencing and even outdoor exterior lighting elements. But I wanted to make sure that was clear for the board that the third and fourth conditions are being challenged or at issue in today's case.
Yeah, thanks, Counselor. And, you know, we're trying to make sure that someone from DPD or CDOT is on to defend this. I think it's important here. And there's trying to get someone on. So 1 second. Yeah, okay, Nick, I think, so we're not going to be able to get anyone from DPD or CDOT. We've got their recommendation. You know, I give the option to you, whether you'd like to continue, or else I'm going to say, we'll just hear it and do our best.
What I'd like to do is continue it. Move forward with our hearing.
Okay.
And we'll do our best to address the standards, the existing conditions. If there are any questions, we'll do our best to answer them.
Okay.
But we're willing to move forward at this point.
Okay. Yep. Then let's do it.
Thank you so much. So with that, I would ask to call Razik as my first witness. Razik, are you still with us? I think you might be on mute.
Yes, I'm with you.
Thank you. And you have been sworn, correct?
Yes,
And Razik, you are the president of the applicant, Stony Fuel Mart Incorporated,
yes,
and that entity owns and operates the gas station and retail store at the subject property located again at 9155 South Stony Island. Is that right?
yes,
As I described it, you're planning to relocate and expand the accessory retail building at the subject site, correct?
Yes.
And your program will add about 613 square feet to what today is about 1,019 square foot store, right?
Yeah. Yes.
And that larger space is really important to you because it will improve the customer experience within the store and give your team physically more room and space to work with, right?
Yes.
Your plans also call for incorporating new code compliant fencing and landscaping elements around the perimeter of the site.
Yes.
But in terms of capacity, the station will remain exactly as it is today. Is that right?
Yes.
So the 4 gas pumping islands will remain in their current locations.
Yes. Stay the same.
Canopy above will remain in its location.
Yes.
And even the location of the underground storage tanks that hold the fuel will remain in their locations. Is that right?
Yes. Yeah, we'll stay the same, everything.
And now during our plan review with DPD, as we know, concerns were raised about the existing driveways. Are you aware of those concerns?
Yes.
To be clear, though, there are currently 3 driveways that provide access to the site. One from 92nd Street and 2 existing driveways from South Stony Island. Is that right?
Yes. One in, one out from Stony.
So Stony Island, I want to make sure this is clear for the board. Stony Island is a boulevard and it is
Yeah.
actually one way north in front of your property. Is that right?
Yes.
And East 92nd Street is a 2-way street. Is that right?
2 ways. Yes.
And again, Razik, all 3 of the driveways are permitted and current. Is that right?
Yes.
And Mr. Chairman, again, for the record, my office submitted copies of the driveway approvals issued by CDOT and actually paid for by the applicant back on July 19th of 2021 as a supplemental exhibit. The exhibit was submitted on March 31st, 2022 for the record. Those approvals specifically reference the existing 30-foot width of the driveway on 92nd Street and both the 41-foot wide driveways on South Stony Island.
Yes.
Razik, the existing driveways are obviously critically important to you because they allow for efficient fuel truck and even customer vehicle access and on-site circulation. Is that right?
Yes.
And it's your understanding that all 3 driveways have actually been in continuous use for the last 50 years.
Yes.
Now that said, you took control of the station in approximately 2011.
Yes.
And since at least 2011, there's been no history whatsoever of any vehicle or pedestrian conflicts or accidents related to the driveways that serve the property. Is that right?
I know. Yes.
So you personally have 11 years of firsthand knowledge that the station and these driveways have operated in a safe and efficient manner.
Yes.
And you have no reason to think that a slightly larger convenience store would change that, right?
Yes.
Before we conclude your testimony, you're budgeting to invest nearly $650,000 to expand the retail store at this location. Is that right?
Yes, around there.
And if you're forced to reduce the size or even the number of the driveways, you risk losing the access that your business relies on. Is that right?
Yeah. Yes.
Simply put, you can't justify the investment in the business if these conditions regarding the driveways are imposed on the project. Is that right?
Yeah. Yes.
Is it your understanding that my office filed witness statements on your behalf in this case?
Yes.
And if you were to continue to testify, would that testimony be consistent with the statements we provided?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Chairman, my next witness, I'd like to call Mr. Nick Scarlatus.
Great.
Yes,
Yep.
Nick.
Great. And I want to note too, Patrick Murphy, he was on. I think he's going to be back on. But so we won't have someone from DPD, it sounds like.
Nick, again, you're a licensed architect in the state of Illinois,
I am.
and you've previously testified in that capacity before this board. Is that right?
I have several times.
And you designed the building and the site improvements for the proposed convenience store expansion?
Yes, I did.
And again, your plan maintains the existing gas pump locations,
Correct.
and it provides a larger, more functional convenience store footprint.
Yes.
It also provides, again, 5 off-street parking spaces for customers to use.
Yes,
And that's along with code compliant landscaping and perimeter fencing elements. Is that right?
yes,
Now, Nick, while it does not relate directly to the square footage total of the retail store, again, we know that DPD has concerns about the existing driveways, correct?
yes, I know.
And Nick, in response, you provided DPD with a truck circulation plan showing that maintaining those driveways is critical to the program, right?
Yes, yes,
I don't know if staff can maybe show the site plan that shows the truck turning movements.
yes, it does.
And those plans show that if we're forced to reduce the size of the driveways, we'd be limiting the ingress and egress that supports the station.
Yes,
And that's with respect not only to customers, but also the fueling and delivery trucks that the gas station relies on. Is that right?
yes,
And because we have 50 years of operations to draw from, 11 of which under the control of our applicant, we know the current conditions can operate in a safe and efficient manner.
yes, it does.
So again, Nick, it's your professional opinion that the proposed plan, which improves those existing conditions, otherwise promotes pedestrian safety and comfort at the site. Is that right?
Yes, I believe it does.
In fact, and to that point, by incorporating new landscaping and fencing elements, you'll be able to more clearly delineate between vehicle drive aisles and pedestrian rights of way. Is that fair?
Yes,
So the sidewalks and walkways, along with the driveways, will be better defined, which in turn helps promote pedestrian safety and comfort at the site. Is that right?
Yes.
Moreover, if you were forced to reduce or close any one of the driveways, not only would that limit site ingress and egress, but would also force additional on-site traffic congestion. Is that right?
yes,
That would be much less efficient and potentially lead to backups and delays for customers accessing the site or waiting at the pubs, as well as leaving the site, right?
yep, that's correct.
And just to be clear, with respect to the driveway on 92nd Street, our program is going to make sure it modify the edges to make sure it complies with the current permit for that driveway. Is that true?
Yes,
And again, Nick, for all of these reasons, it's your professional opinion that the proposed site improvements will allow the gas station to continue to operate in a safe and efficient manner.
yes, I believe it will.
Nick, is it your understanding that my office filed witness statements on your behalf in this case?
Yes,
And if you were to continue to testify, would that testimony be consistent with the statements we provided?
yes, it will be.
Thank you, Nick. My last witness, Mr. Chairman, is Mr. Joe Ryan. Joe, the scope of your assignment in this case was to determine whether the requested special use would comply with the general criteria for special uses as set forth in the code, right?
Correct.
You physically inspected the subject property and the surrounding area.
I did.
You also prepared a written zoning report summarizing your findings and conclusions.
I did.
And it's your understanding that my office has already submitted a copy of that report to the board.
Yes.
Now, with respect to the special use standards, do you believe the project meets all approval criteria?
Yes, it does.
And with specifically, I'm sorry, and again, our specific request is to expand the existing retail convenience store building and not the size or capacity of the actual gas station. Is that right?
That's correct. Yes.
So again, we're not adding gas pumps or new or proposed points of ingress and egress to the site.
That's correct.
Now, as your report references, the property has actually operated as a gas station for nearly 50 years.
Yes, it has.
And to the best of your knowledge, for all 50 of those years, the 3 driveways have served the property, correct?
Yes, and you can see from my picture, as Stony goes one way north, at that point that it allows ingress and egress to the side street. It allows ingress on the driveway closest in that picture and egress as it to the north driveway. So the traffic flow at this site is very good.
And Joe, because there's no history of vehicle or pedestrian conflicts related to the existing driveways, you're comfortable offering a professional opinion that the expanded footprint of the accessory retail store will not create any new conflicts with vehicle circulation or pedestrian safety and comfort. Is that right?
Yes, and I base that opinion on the fact that I have appraised gas stations for BP, Shell, Mobil, and Marathon, and I've appraised over 700 gas stations in Cook County, so I'm very familiar with how gas stations operate.
Thank you, Joe. Before we conclude, is it also your opinion that the requested variation meets all of the approval criteria?
It does.
And again, that's because the existing lot area total is an existing non-conforming condition that supported a gas station for, again, nearly 50 years.
Yes.
And without the variation, the applicant could not proceed with this project.
No.
And Joe, if you were to continue to testify, would your testimony be consistent with the findings and conclusions contained in your written report?
It would, yes.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I believe that concludes the applicant's case in chief. I did want to point out that Alderman Michelle Harris had anticipated being able to participate in today's hearing. I don't see her on the list. However, we had submitted a letter of support from the Alderman's office. And I just want to draw attention to that because the second paragraph speaks specifically to the continued use of the existing driveways. It's an issue that we've been working on for nearly 6 months. And I want to make sure the board was aware of that outreach.
Okay, yeah, thanks, Counselor. And, before we go to Patrick, which Patrick, I thank you for getting on. Really appreciate it. I just want to see if the board has any initial questions at this point. Okay. So Patrick Murphy is on, and Patrick, we can catch you up a little bit because I know
sure
you're I know you're
sorry. I was driving, but yes, that's okay. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to swear you in, say thank you for coming, and then even just have the counselors distinctly say which two conditions, it's 3 and 4, they disagree with of DPD's rec. But let's start with swearing you in. Will you say your name and title, please?
Patrick Murphy, zoning administrator for the City of Chicago's Department of Planning.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes.
Okay, good. Counselor, can you, I know you just explained it all pretty extensively, but just in very simple language, state your objection to conditions 3 and 4 of the DPD recommendation here.
Thank you, Chairman. And again, Patrick, I believe you're driving. I apologize for throwing this on you. The department's recommendation calls for reducing the size of 2 of the 3 driveways. And we provided staff with truck circulation plans that show the existing operations, which we're not proposing to change. So the issue, I guess, in front of the board right now, separate and apart from the approvals on the special use and the variation to allow the project to go forward, are the conditions on reducing the size of the driveways. Again, we did provide staff with the truck circulation plan. We also, in this case, because it's an existing gas station, provided staff with copies of the driveway permits issued by CDOT for these same 3 existing driveways. Most recently, they were paid in July of 2021. So we'd be happy to answer questions or try and address concerns that you may have about the driveways. But our program is to, again, maintain the existing gas station use and simply reorganize and expand the convenience store component. So we're not changing gas pumps, increasing the number of gas pumps, and we're not changing the fuel tanks or location for the fuel tanks, which again drives or directs the truck access to and from the site.
Right. Okay. So I guess the meat of our issue, and from what I heard from some of the testimony before, as I was getting on the call, is yes, I appreciate that there are existing driveways. I appreciate that there's a non-conforming situation to how this is laid out. But when a new special use is issued, all of those elements come back into play. And looking at the truck turning templates, the amount of space that is available on the additional widths of those curb cuts, there is an ability to constrict those spaces to provide a lesser degree of curb cutting on the public way. And the way you testified is absolutely correct. We strive to make sure that.
Hey, Patrick, this is Timmy. You're cutting out a little bit, and I just want to make sure maybe if you
conflicts from a vehicular standpoint and are not externalized for the applicant areas and the possibility of.
Hey, Patrick,
Okay.
Patrick, can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't know why it's losing. Let me see where I can. Let me try to pull over. Hold on. Let me try to get over here somewhere. I'm not certain what you heard last, but my overarching point was that we do strive to make certain that when nonconformities come in for a new special use, that they are pushed to comply with the applicable standards. In this case, the C.5 foot issue. In addition, we absolutely do strive to make sure that issues that are created from a vehicular standpoint, in this case, are not allowed to, or they're minimized as much as possible, being externalized from a site. So yes, the point of a lot of these comments on many special uses related to gas stations and other vehicular use areas is to keep those conflicts off of the public right of way to the greatest degree possible. It's possible, Nick, that we could go back and look at another way to discuss these curb cuts, but the fact that it's in for a new special use is absolutely consistent with how we would treat other special uses, even for existing gas stations that are being modified or expanded, even when it's not dealing with pumps.
Oh, Patrick, we had you great, and then it cut out completely.
Oh, I stopped after the word pumps, and then I went back on mute, so I wouldn't interrupt.
Oh, got it. Okay. Okay, so
I mean,
yeah, go ahead.
No, that's. I was just going to say. I mean, this is consistent in how we would approach other gas stations from a curb cut standpoint. And yes, we would not want to overly impact the ability to get the delivery trucks into the facility, but these turning movements themselves show that there is additional space that isn't necessary in the curb cut on the northern curb cut on Stony Island. And this is very consistent to how we treat other gas stations, trying to minimize the amount of curb cuts and their location and their width onto the public way. I mean, that's just the straightest way to answer it.
Okay. Any questions from the board for Patrick Murphy? Or else we'll kind of switch to our, in a way, objector setup where we then go back to the counselor for rebuttal. But I want to ask if there's any questions from members of the board for Patrick. Okay, I don't hear any. So again, Patrick, thanks so much for getting on. We're going to give Nick a chance to rebut, and then we're going to take this under consideration. We really appreciate your time.
Okay. Yes, sir. Thank you all.
Thanks.
Yeah, go ahead. I appreciate it. All right. Yep. So before I kind of get into a formal rebuttal, one of the points I wanted to make, and I think looking at the existing plan that's up is probably the best example of that. And again, I can call Mr. Scarlatus to verify, but I wanted to try and make this point as clearly as possible. The truck turning radius or the truck turning circulation plan is the ideal path for every truck to take to show that it has room to access the property, stop for fueling and unfueling, and then leave the site. One of the things that we've had ongoing discussions with the department generally is that not every truck drives the exact same path. Sometimes they're off 6 inches. Sometimes they're off a foot. And when you're driving a large truck, while we may show on our own plan, we may show an extra 3 feet on one side or another, what that allows is basically to account for human error so that we don't have gas trucks that either get stuck on the property or are forced to roll over curbs to access back onto the street. We've, again, unfortunately had that ongoing conversation without a resolution, but when we show these plans that have a little bit of additional space, it's critical to keep that space because it allows, again, the trucks to maneuver on and through the site. So I wanted to make sure that point was clear. And again, I know I probably testified there, but I can call Mr. Scarlatus as just a witness to verify. Nick, are you still with us?
Yes, I am.
And Nick, would you agree that, again, having even just a few additional feet of space at these curb cuts is critical to allowing the trucks access to and from the site on a regular basis?
That's correct. The truck
And
has
not-
to come in, and for many years, it comes in straight into, as you see, from 92nd Street all the way to the top, unloads. Then the truck has, in order to make that curve to come out on the north driveway on Stony Island, has to back up in order to make room so the front wheels will come out and come out of the driveway. Then he has to make a very sharp turn to the north because Stony Island is one way north. Now, what happens, they're asking us to reduce that driveway by 1 foot. And 1 foot can make the difference whether, as you said earlier, that the rear tires might go over the curb or the front tires might go over the curb. So to remain the way it is, I think it's extremely important for the truck. I'd like to make a comment also, although you haven't asked me yet, on the south driveway. The state requirement is to make it 20 feet from the south property line. Right now it's about 10 feet. Now to move this driveway 10 foot north, it means it will bring the driveway very close to the southwest pump. And if a truck pumping gas, then the truck will extend into the driveway. So somebody going north on Stony Island and want to get into the site, it might hit that truck. We are asking for a potential accident. And to me, there is no reason really to change this drive because it works very well and we stay away from that truck pumping gas on the southwest pump.
Thank you, Nick. I appreciate that. And Chairman, if I could just maybe if we could answer questions if there are any. Otherwise, I'd like to briefly conclude.
Yeah, I'll just confirm. So are there any questions from members of the board for the applicant here? Okay, yeah, Nick, go ahead.
Again, Chairman, we really appreciate the consideration on today's matter. What I want to point out is that as an applicant in any special use application, it's our burden to show the board that our plan promotes pedestrian safety and comfort. And we believe we've met that burden by improving on-site circulation, adding landscaped fencing and exterior lighting, and retaining and reworking the existing driveways that have already been permitted by CDOT for many years. We've never made a claim that the department has treated us differently. However, the department during its review did not, in our opinion, take into consideration the fact that the property has operated as a gas station for over 50 years without incident. And by forcing changes to the driveways that apply 2022 standards, it actually forces a potential for impacts accessing the property as well as the trucks, the delivery trucks leaving the property. Again, we believe that the improved on-site traffic circulation and Jeanette, if you don't mind, if you can go to the demolition plan. That's how the property operates today. It's horribly inefficient. There's a portion of land, there's 2 diagonal parking areas. It's just not an efficient use of the space. We believe that our plan promotes pedestrian safety and comfort by, again, improving the conditions at the property. And again, lastly, the only reason that we're so focused on retaining those existing driveways is because we've already paid permits to have those driveways. And I want to make sure that the board understands that we're not proposing a new non-conforming condition. We're proposing to retain, keep an existing non-conforming condition. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you. And we will take this under consideration, so we appreciate everyone's time here. Let's take a quick 10-minute recess. It's been a while, so just take it till 5 p.m. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Sanchez.
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes. See you all shortly.